Hello everybody, we're back. How's everybody today? Hope you're all having a good day. All nice and rested. We are back. I've been sleeping a little bit too much today, trying to recover my energy. And I didn't get to farm off stream as much as I wanted. I also had to do some like other things throughout the house. One thing, you know, when you're gonna like that box of chocolate. Yes, Forrest Gump indeed. I'm not really exactly sure how that is related, but that is a good quote, I guess. I didn't get to farm and I didn't get to do the grail off stream as I would have liked, so I guess I'm gonna have to do it now. I've been taking some measurements around my house basically. The meaning of life is like a box of farming. Oh, that's what you're referring to. Yes. Box of chocolates. I mean, I guess if this wasn't like this particular event, like if this was a Christmas event, the box would have included chocolates or like cake or like some kind of celebratory confectionery. But in this case, we have a plushie. So this box doesn't contain chocolates. I don't think it has anything that would resemble chocolates, unfortunately. No chocolates this time. If it was a different box event, then yes, it would have had chocolates. Actually, let me check what the Christmas event has for like special drops. Now that you mention it, I'm curious. Events list. What do we have? We have, I think it was here. Christmas, right? This one. What do we have in this box? Oh, oops, that's not what I wanted to click. I wanted to click this. What does that one have? Lottery. Oh, it has a black present. It doesn't exactly say what. No, it doesn't tell you. No, doesn't say. It has some Christmas gongs, but yeah, no, doesn't tell you. Weird. No grand prize. It's the gongs. Gongs. Oh no, yeah, this has Christmas gongs this time, so some kind of gong. But it's not clear what it is used for. Yeah, no chocolate this time around. No chocolate this time around. But we did have something in the past. I believe, what was it for the past ones? I think we had some kind of, where is it? No. Christmas 2019. Christmas 2018. Christmas 2019. What was your lottery thingy? The first aid kit. No, that wasn't it. 2018 had something with Lucha. Lucha belts. Was it 2017? No, that was mustaches, I think. I think that was mustaches. Oh no, it was wreaths. Wreaths, whatever you call them. Decorations. 2016 was it then? 2016 and then it was 2015. Which one of them? Lottery info. Event shop. So we had in 2016 we had Bouche de Noël, which I think is some kind of cake. I think. Yeah, it's a cake. It's a sort of Christmas cake. Yeah. In 2016 we had a Christmas cake. Yeah, in 2015 was Santa socks. I think. No, that wasn't a special drop. I don't think we had anything special in that one. Yeah, no, the first one didn't have a special like drop like these. So yeah, 2016 had a cake. So that's a box that contains chocolate in a sense. It's chocolate cake. That counts. Oh yeah, no, and I got distracted again. Anyway, where was I? Right, we are farming. I have to do the Grail font first today. And aside from that, just continue farming the boxes, in particular the last one, so we can clear the shop out. It's 7 hours left, so we definitely... You know what? I'm gonna skip this entirely and leave it for later, because these go away in 7 hours, and it's kind of priority right now. Well, almost 8 hours, I guess. But it's kind of priority for me to try and clear the shop with this node, because the next one is gonna be far more annoying. So we'll just leave those for the next one. But yeah, hope you all had a good day. My day was good until I woke up and started seeing some of the news. Found out that the PS5 is getting a price hike, which means I'm not getting a PS5. I will be skipping the PS5 altogether at this rate and just wait for games to come out later. Because fuck that, it's way too expensive and it's not worth it. It's already hard to get and it's already expensive with scalping and whatnot. The fact that they're increasing the price only makes things worse because they're greedy fuckers. So I will not be getting a PS5 and I'm just gonna stick to my PC and my Switch. I'm actually looking for a desk right now. I finally found the desk that I've been looking for the longest time. I found a desk like a few years ago that I really liked. But it wasn't like shipping in my country. So it got me very frustrated because it was like the perfect desk for my needs. So for the longest time I thought, you know what, I'm gonna just have to contend with something else or like whatever. But I just found a site here in Romania that actually has it or ships it finally. So I'm finally gonna get my preferred desk after so many years. So I'm looking to get that. It's gonna be a lot bigger than the one that I have right now. So I'm really looking forward to that. So I was spending the day doing some measurements around the house to see if it fits and where do I place it and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm really happy. It seems like it fits where I want it to fit, but I need to do a few more like, you know, sketches around here to see exactly. Did I use all? Yes, I used all the skills. So I have to do a few more like, you know, sketches to see how everything would look and everything stuff. But I'm pretty happy. I'll probably be getting a new desk soon-ish. The annoying part is obviously going to be having to, you know, build it, put it together. But that's a small price to pay in order to make things the way I like them. And once I have the desk and I can see how everything fits, I might have to buy a few more like small trinkets and stuff here and there. But I'm not sure yet. It does mean that I might not be able to stream for a day or two depending on when the desk is delivered, because I'm gonna have to like make room here, unpack everything, open the things, you know, make room for the things to build them and put them together. But the good thing is I'm gonna have my favorite desk finally. And it's pretty open and spacious, so I really like that. It's also fairly large, so that makes me happy as well. I'm still deciding if I want it like black or like wood colored. I'm still leaning more towards black, but the black, like, they're not exactly the same size. Like they're slightly differently sized. So I'm still debating. The black one is not it doesn't have the perfect size. The way I want it. It has a few centimeters here and there off, so to speak. So that's kind of like the bummer. The wood colored one has the better sizes that I'm looking for. But the black one looks really nice. So it's kind of like, I can't decide. Which one do I want more? The black one that goes better with everything else. I'm probably going to end up sticking with the black one. Just because it fits my overall setup better. But the sizes are just slightly off. But it's a small price to pay, I feel like. For like a few inches off here on this side over to that side and stuff like that. But I'm finally gonna get my favorite desktop. So that's gonna be hype. I also haven't really seen, now that I think about it, like I was thinking back to the PS5 stuff. I also haven't really seen any new PS5 games that I feel like I really want to play on PS5. I don't know, it just feels like something has gone wrong, I feel like, with Sony and PlayStation. Most of the stuff that like in the past, it used to be like, oh man, I need a PlayStation. There's all of these games that I want to play. All of these games, this one and 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 this one, and they're all on PlayStation, but not really on PC and stuff like that. Now it's kind of like, well, there's like one or two games that I kind of want to play on the PlayStation when they come out. But is it worth buying a console for like 2 games? I don't know. Especially when most of the games I like nowadays do come to PC. So we kind of gone a full circle. It just feels like the stuff that's on PlayStation, and not just like exclusive in the sense of like first party exclusive, but like even third party exclusives and stuff like that. It's like, what am I looking forward to that's like PlayStation exclusive, at least for the time being, coming out soon? It's like Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2, and I think Final Fantasy 16 is gonna be PlayStation exclusive. I actually don't even know. Final Fantasy 16 platform. I think that one's also only for PS5 at release. Yeah, so there's like 2 games that I want. And I mean, don't get me wrong, they're really big games I really want. It's only 2. And one was Crisis Core from Crisis Core Remake. I think the Crisis Core one isn't exclusive. Yeah, that one isn't. PS4, PS5, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, and Windows. That one's estimated to be on all platforms. But even so, like for Final Fantasy VII Remake and for 16, right? Those 2. Those are both coming out late 2023 or 2024. So it's like I have a whole freaking year to think about it and then some. And I guess maybe I could keep an eye out for a sale, but I doubt it's gonna happen. Yeah, unfortunately, the PlayStation stuff, I don't know, recently hasn't really struck that itch for me. I do wonder though if Monster Hunter 6 is gonna be PlayStation exclusive at launch. The way, you know, World was on PlayStation and Rise was on Switch. So that's gonna suck a little bit. I won't be able to play that one as well if it's PlayStation exclusive. That's gonna suck a little bit. I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong, I kind of do want a PS5, but it's just hard to justify considering how hard it is to get and how expensive it is. I don't even know any of the I don't think any of the shops around here even sell it. What even is the MSRP? PlayStation 5 MSRP. They did increase it. Yeah. So the MSRP for PS5 is like $400 or 360 pounds, or, you know, let's even say 400 euros. That's the MSRP. And not only is it not easy to find in terms of buying it, but everything is like close to $1,000. 900 to $1,000. It's like, I'm not gonna pay fucking double and then some. Don't rip me off like that. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure the Switch is still close to MSRP. So, Switch. Nintendo Switch. It's 300 for MSRP. And a Switch in my country is like, what is this? Yeah, 300. 320, something like that. The OLED, the newer one, that one's 400. So it's like 100, somewhere between $20 and $100 above MSRP. Like that is fine, right? But PlayStation 5, like from 400 to 1,000, that's a big markup. That is way too big of a markup. As much as I would like one, it's not gonna happen. Like, PS5 is way too fucking overpriced. Actually, what is the Xbox? Xbox Series X is the new one? Yeah, Series X is the new one. Xbox Series X MSRP. What's the MSRP? 500 for... Okay, so 500 MSRP for Xbox Series X. And in the shops here in my country, it sells for 600. So it's 100 above MSRP. It's still more expensive. But again, it's 100 above, you know, instead of 400, it's 500. Instead of 500, it's 600. So like that's more acceptable in the grand scheme of things, right? It's a 20% markup on the Series X and roughly a 20% up to like 30% up on the Switch compared to, what is it? 150% markup on the PlayStation. 150% markup above base. That's kind of stupid. And this is not taking into account the increased MSRP now for PS5 because they made it more expensive. So that's gonna blow everything up even more. So awesome. Thanks, Sony. Fuck you, Sony. I used to like you, but not anymore. That's kind of sad. I don't know, it just feels like Sony has alienated a large portion of their old fans. Not all of them, of course, but you know, a large portion. Like the types of games that I was looking forward to on PlayStation and stuff like that, like they either no longer are on the PlayStation whatsoever, or they're like inferior versions of the same game that's more complete on other platforms. So like, what's the reason to buy a PlayStation outside of like first party stuff? And even with exclusive, most of them do come out on the other platforms like a year after. Yeah, I agree, it really fucking sucks that I have to wait to play a game a year, but I mean, it's still a small price to pay in the grand scheme of things. And it usually comes out in a better shape on the other platforms. Usually, not always. It's like with additional bug fixes or like the DLC included in the core version and things like that. So I'm finding it harder and harder to justify buying a PlayStation 5 outside of like exclusivity, I guess, like being the first to play it. But I'm not really that kind of content creator and stuff. Like, I don't care about being first. I know I should, but I don't. So yeah, I'm a normie in that sense. Like, I'm just gonna wait for the games to come to PC, I guess, because I don't really see the benefit of paying a fucking $1,100 for, or $1,200 for a PlayStation 5. Like, why? What is the point of that? To get the privilege of paying even more for a game than I would if I would just wait? I don't know. Doesn't sound like a good deal to me. I mean, sure, if you're a content creator and you can like write off those expenses and whatnot, that's a different story. But I'm not making gangbusters here to justify that kind of purchase. So yeah, maybe one day. I'll just stick to my Switch, honestly, and the PC. Wait, did I use all my buffs? Yes, I did. Okay. I feel it's just like overall a better deal to just buy things on PC. To be fair though, like upgrading a PC is more expensive than just buying a console overall, and like just in terms of amounts, but the PC can do additional things, so there's that. Like, I almost feel like I'd rather upgrade my PC and get more, not necessarily value, but mileage out of it, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. If it was MSRP, if I could find a PlayStation 5 at MSRP, then sure, that's fine. That's reasonable, that's acceptable. Like, I can justify that much. But 2.5 times more, that's a different story. And at this rate, soon it's going to be 3 times the price. So it's like, yeah, no thanks. Thanks, but no thanks. Ba-da-ba-bum-bum. Oh well. I also been reading some news, catching up on games a little bit today, and I heard Blizzard messed up Warcraft 3 even more, and again. Apparently, feels so bad, man. The thing back Like I grew up with Blizzard products, Blizzard games, and BioWare games, and both companies are basically now dead in a sense. It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. Like, I like to sit here and be hyped about, I don't know, the next World of Warcraft expansion or the next Diablo game or what have you, but doesn't seem like we'll be going back to that anytime soon. Blizzard just keeps messing things up and making mistakes left and right with their recent releases and updates. It's so weird also. Like, just 3 years ago or something, they did like the StarCraft 1 remaster, and that one came out great. So how do we come from that to like Warcraft 3? Even Diablo 2 was okay before that. Or no, Diablo 2 came after Warcraft 3, I think. But that was that other studio. What was it called? I forgot the name, because now they got renamed to Blizzard something as well. What was it? Studio working on Diablo 2 remaster. Vicarious Visions, right? And now they have a different name. Vicarious Visions. They worked on a lot of remakes and remasters. All right, now they're Blizzard Albany. That's what they were called now. They did such a good work on so many remasters. They did the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater remaster for 1 and 2. They did Crash Bandicoot. You know, they did Diablo Resurrected. What else? Didn't they also helped Destiny while they were still with Activision? So yeah, like the Vicarious Vision is very good at yeah, as a support studio. But now they just got turned into Blizzard, and they're forced to wear the crown of shame together with Blizzard. Indirectly anyway. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. I don't know, it's one of those things. It's like the whole Joker, you know, line that's become a meme. It's like, you live long enough to become the villain, and Blizzard definitely became the villain at this point. They didn't get to die a hero's death. They bit on more than they could chew, and now Blizzard just a shell of its former glory. And I'm not even mad or anything. Like, I'm not gonna bash or something like that. I'm sure there's plenty of people that still enjoy Blizzard games today, like, you know, Hearthstone as it is today, Overwatch as it is today, etc, etc, etc. I'm not trying to bash people who like the games that they make. If they enjoy them, more power to them. But as an old school fan growing up with Blizzard, it's kind of just like, I don't see anything here that from the things that I liked about Blizzard. It's like everything's more or less gone. There's some occasional glimpses of something that kind of looks like something I remember, but for the most part, it feels like Blizzard exists in name only at this point. And I'm a little disappointed in that. But that's just the way things are, right? That's just how life goes. Most good things have to come to an end eventually. And I guess Blizzard kind of reached that end of the line to an extent. At least for me. At least for me. Not saying for everyone. Some people still enjoy them, and that's their prerogative. Like I'm really not that like entrenched or anything to like start dissing people for the things they like. You like what you like, man. You like what you like. But you know, yeah, you also have to understand that, you know, there's new people enjoying the new things, and then there's people who feel left behind, that enjoyed something for years on end, and then that thing that they enjoyed just up and left, or you know, changed it to such a degree that it's just not recognizable anymore. And that's what happened to Blizzard for me, at least, and like BioWare as well, and a lot of others like similar stuff. It just makes you sad. It's like you kind of just have to move away. It's not even a choice kind of thing, in the sense of like, you can argue and fight over it, and I mean, some people do. I mean, some people are still invested, but I've unfortunately had the displeasure of being part of many communities over the years that have grown to a critical mass and then just imploded, basically, because people who had no interest in the thing, for instance, as just one example, started coming in saying, you know, oh, we like this, and then the community grew and grew, and then people just took over and ruined the thing. And really, all you can do is just move on. Because even if you fight for it, this is my opinion anyway, even if you fight for the thing, like once it reaches a certain point, like it's okay to fight for it up to a point, right? Once it reaches a certain point, once you've, you know, passed a certain point, there's no point fighting. Because even if you do manage to get your way, so to speak, and bring things back to how they were, it's gonna be like, you know, after a battlefield, you know, you've regained your country, but now you have to rebuild everything from the ground up. And sometimes it's just not worth it. It's just best to move on. And it also really, like, realistically, when it comes to these things, you know, we still live in a capitalist society. If you don't like something, the best way to voice your displeasure, realistically, is just not to pay for it. Just, there's no real point. Once you've reached that, you know, critical mass, there's no point fighting. You just leave and not pay for it anymore. As painful as it sounds, that is most of the time the best way to make your voice heard. You just don't pay for it. And if the money doesn't come in, it dies out or it changes. And that's really realistically what you have to do. And if you stop paying for it and it doesn't change, it means your interest and that thing, that product or whatever it is, you just don't align on it anymore. So you just move away, my friend. You just move away. And really, it's not that big of a deal if you think about it. Especially nowadays, there are so many things competing for your attention and for your time. Like I used to be, like a few years back, I used to be quite annoyed at the state of Blizzard and stuff until Final Fantasy came out. And then I made the switch when FF14 came out. And that was for me like the point where I kind of like just really understood this point of like, you know, there's no point being angry. Blizzard is where Blizzard is. You just move on. If they want to change their product, fine by them, but you're not a customer anymore. And if they don't want to listen, that's fine too. There's other things competing for your attention. You've got things like Netflix, and you know, you've got movies, and you've got TV shows, and you've got Netflix, and you've got games, and you've got board games, and you've got books, and you've got all of these freaking things that you can enjoy in the world. Why waste your time away fighting for one thing that, again, if it's past a certain point, there's just really no point to it anyway. You know, it's like the poisoning the well thing. Once the well's poisoned, you're not gonna unpoison it. You're just gonna have to make a new well or like, you know, relocate or whatever would be fitting in that analogy. So that's kind of how I work around it anymore. Like I don't really bash games online. Whenever I see bad news, it's more often than not just disappointment. It's like, yeah, I wish I could still enjoy this, but I'll just go play this other thing instead. I've got so many other good things. Like that's really what it comes down to. It's like a priority list. You just put things on a list and say, what's the number one thing I want to do? This. What's the second most important thing to me? This. What's the third most important thing to me? This. Fourth most important. And you go down the list. And at some point you have to draw a line and say, I can't tackle all of these, you know, 100 points on this list. I can only handle like 20. And you draw a line. And everything past that 20 is just not worth prioritizing. And even in that 20, you're gonna wait, generally speaking, because it's your number one, you're gonna work your way from the top to bottom. And over time, those 20 points, as you go through them, will change, of course, because new games come out, new books come out. That 20 list is constantly gonna keep changing. And things that were in your top 20 2 years ago won't be in your top 20, you know, 2 years later. Wise men say only fools rush in. Can't play games out. I mean, again, the whole idea is it's worth fighting for the things you care and believe in and things like that. I'm not saying people should just give up and never look to fight for the things that are important to them. I'm just saying after a certain point, it's more important to win the war than win the battle, right? And you win the battle in this case. Let's say maybe if you fight hard enough, you'll make Blizzard change or whatever. But what's important isn't that you win the battle; it's that you win the war, which is a better gaming landscape overall. You have more and better and etc. games overall at your disposal. For me, it's like I admit, like for the longest time, I just played like Blizzard games. Or just played like BioWare games because they were making the games that I really, really liked. But that's no longer the case. So instead of trying to make BioWare become the thing that I used to like, I'm just looking for the games that scratch that same itch, you know, whatever it is for me that I'm looking for. For me, it's less important that BioWare makes the games that I like, and it's more about playing the games that I like. The onus is on me in that sense to spend my time on the thing that is valuable to me. Changing BioWare is not going to change the gaming landscape overall necessarily. And maybe they don't wanna. Like again, they're a company. They can pivot if they want to. If they no longer want to make RPGs and they want to make something else or what have you, it's their prerogative. And I'm not gonna fight losing battles just, you know, to stroke my ego or whatever. So I just move on and just focus my attention on the games that I do like. That's why I play FF14 so much. It's like the game respects my time. It gives me a lot of things to do that I enjoy. I don't play it, you know, when I do play it, it doesn't feel like it's a chore most of the time. Like sure, there's some like grindy things and there's some things that kind of pull at you and make you feel like, oh, you gotta do this. But those things are few and far in between, honestly. And I mean, it's the whole idea of offering something for everyone. I get it. That's the nature of the beast. I just don't engage with the particular content that I'm not interested in. And that's it. I have a good time playing Final Fantasy every time I log in. Doesn't matter if it's 10 minutes or 5 hours. I just have a good time. And that's ultimately what's important, right? It's to value your own time and value the time you put into a game or into something else, and compare that time to something else that you could be doing in that same time frame. And that's when things like fighting about Blizzard and where they used to be, their glory days, that's when it becomes obvious that it's a waste of time, right? Instead of like making arguments about, going away and typing furious arguments about how Blizzard is shit, I hate it, whatever. You could just be playing 14 or whatever other game you like. You want, you know, I don't know, you're into horror survival or you're into something else. Just go play the other thing, and all of a sudden you feel better, right? Because you're enjoying yourself. You're spending your time in a way that's meaningful to you. That's ultimately what I would personally suggest to most people, rather than raging or getting super angry at a company. Understand that the company has its own objectives, and it won't always align with you. And what you're most interested in, generally speaking, is finding games that you like to play, right? That's your prerogative at the end of the day, as a consumer, in that sense, right? Your prerogative isn't to make sure Blizzard makes good games so I can enjoy the game. It's find the games that meet my needs and play those games and give my money to the company that makes the games that I like. And money speaks louder than words in that sense. And those companies, even the big companies, eventually, like, it's not really about like how much money or how little money you make. If they want to like go the gacha route, because I mean, I am playing FGO, don't get me wrong, I get it, right? Like slightly relatively low overhead in terms of spending and whatnot, and high earning potential, I get it. If that's the market they want to pursue, more power to them, and they're gonna have that market. If they can penetrate it, if they can maintain it, all that kind of stuff, whatever, you know, it's all marketing, finance bullshit, whatever. But that's fine. Let them do that, and you move away to somewhere else, and you start playing the things that you like. Like, I genuinely do not play any Blizzard games today anymore. And if I were to play, I would go back and look for my old CDs of like Diablo 2 and StarCraft and stuff, and install the old versions of the game that brought me joy growing up as a nostalgia thing. And I get the authentic experience, and I get to, you know, relive all those good memories. I wasn't supposed to do that, but whatever. I mean, let's, yes, I guess do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. Okay. Yeah, okay. Leave it at that. So yeah, you just go play those games, honestly. That's the sanest thing you can do for yourself. Okay, get these. Like, I'm genuinely not angry anymore. I do understand people who do get annoyed. Like, I'm thinking of like some of the other shows or series that, you know, you grew up with, whether it's like Harry Potter or Star Wars or Star Trek or something, whatever it is you grew up with. It does feel really shitty to have it taken away from you. That is definitely a feeling that's really hard to get over. I've been there as well, and I still am to an extent. Like, there's still some shows that I genuinely miss enjoying. Like, I don't think I enjoy almost anything Star Wars related that is new. Like, I do to an extent here and there. Like, there are some like shows or games in the Star Wars universe that I can kind of enjoy. Like, I did enjoy the Last Jedi or whatever it was, game or whatever from EA. I forgot. I don't think it was the Last Jedi. What was it? The Last Jedi? Or game Jedi. Oh, Jedi Fallen Order, I think it was. Yeah, that one. Jedi Fallen Order. I did enjoy that game. Like, it was fun, and I am by no means like, I don't really have anything negative to say in the sense of like, is it a fun game to play and all that? But it still didn't scratch my itch for what I wanted to start in a Star Wars game. It's no like Jedi Knight. It's no Jedi Academy. It's no Knights of the Old Republic. It's nothing in that space. So it didn't quite scratch the right itch for me. It was fun. I did enjoy it, but it wasn't the type of Star Wars game that I would have liked and was hoping for and waiting for. And then when they announced they want to remake Knights of the Old Republic, I'll be honest, my first reaction wasn't hype. My first reaction was, oh god, I hope they don't screw this one up. That was really my first reaction. I hope they don't screw this one up, because that one is so important culturally for like Star Wars games. It's, oh god. And then when they announced that they're suspending development on that game, I was actually relieved rather than sad, because it's such an important part, not just to my childhood, but like RPG and storytelling in games. Like, KOTOR is what led, among others, is what led to like current day like optional systems, I guess, in the game. I mean, sure, okay, maybe that's a little bit of an exaggeration, because you still had Icewind Dale and Baldur's Gate and things like that for like text-based, option-based systems and like choices in games. You still had that. But I feel like Knights of the Old Republic was the first one where it felt like when you made a decision, you could see it in like, because like also on the characters as they develop towards light and dark, but also like the fact that some characters would, you know, leave your party or attack you, or like, you know, quests really felt like they were different in some cases based on the options you made. I feel like that was part of the quote-unquote negative of things like Icewind Dale and Baldur's Gate, especially for like the transition in the newer generation of games, is because everything was kind of text-based and top-down view. Like, unless you had a good imagination and you know, you had experience with D&D and things like that, it was sometimes hard to visualize the impact of your choices as you are making them. So you'd pick a line and somebody would say something, or they would attack you, but it's all top down, so you don't have that direct connection to your characters and to the interactions between the characters. Whereas in Knights of the Old Republic, because everything was like, you know, first person and, you know, third person, like close up interactions, you know, everyone was more able to like absorb the decisions they were making. It became a far more personal because it was first person. It was no longer I'm making a decision for this character. It was I'm making a decision for myself to act out. And I think from that perspective, like Knights of the Old Republic was a major thing for games and RPGs and storytelling. And we see that even today in a lot of games. So to have one of those games, you know, be completely ruined by being brought back, it definitely would have struck a huge blow to the franchise and the gaming landscape. I feel like, even if it's like not like a physical blow in the sense of like, oh, it cost the money, but more like an emotional one. Like people they were able to connect to. I feel like that would have done a lot of damage in that sense, because we are very social and like emotional creatures at the end of the day. And when something like this happens, we do sometimes like react, you know, on our emotions rather than necessarily like look at it from the, you know, bigger picture and stuff. And I can't really blame anyone. Like, I do it too, so it's not really you know, me calling out anyone, or it's not like a critique against anyone else. It's just that's how we are as humans. And it's also partly why I understand when people kind of want to fight until the end of the day for something. But at some point you just have to admit that, you know, the horse is already dead, and beating it even further is not going to bring it back to life. You just have to move on. You just have to accept that it's dead and it's time to bury it. But like, even as I keep speaking about like, you know, Final Fantasy, I notice that I mainly speak about Final Fantasy and not Square Enix anymore. Because even if we start talking about Square Enix as a whole, you'll notice there's definitely a lot of games that don't cater to my needs, right? Like I like Square Enix games in general, but there's definitely some games that I don't like. So rather than focusing on Square Enix as a whole, I try to focus more on the particular studios and games. Although I understand in some ways it's pretty hard to do that nowadays, because so many decisions, if not most or all of the decisions, come from top down. You know, it's kind of intrinsically linked. But even then, right, like I look at Square Enix very little, and I looked more at the games. I looked at, you know, Final Fantasy, or like they what didn't they sell the Western studios recently, like Eidos and whatnot, like the Deus Ex stuff. I think they sold those studios. What else did they sold? I don't remember what was. So Square Enix West Studios. What were the Western studios that they sold to Embracer Group? There were a bunch of them. I think there were several studios. Like I think Eidos Montreal was one of them. That one is one of the more popular ones, I guess. What did they sell? There was like Tomb Raider, Deus Ex, and what else was there? Like I'm trying to remember. Tomb Raider, Deus Ex, Just Cause, I think, was another one. Hitman. All of those, right? All good games, don't get me wrong. All of those are good games, but the only one I'm personally invested in out of all of those was Deus Ex. I didn't care much for the new Tomb Raider games. I didn't care much for Just Cause. They weren't really, you know, for me. But I do think that there is some hope for that. It means that some of the games that you like from those studios, from those Western studios, could be coming back. So if you liked one of those games, like in my case Deus Ex, there's a chance that maybe a new Deus Ex would come out. But even then, you know, like we were talking about BioWare, not BioWare, yeah, BioWare and like Blizzard. It's like just because the studios are the same doesn't mean the people and the culture and the games and the thoughts are the same. So who knows if a new Deus Ex would even fit the mold. It'd probably be a completely different game now. But yeah, like for Square Enix, for me, it's more of the Japanese games that I'm interested in. Like, I'm trying to think all of them, because there's so many different ones that I don't even know all of them. But even for those, like I'm not necessarily interested in all of them. Like personally, I'm not a big Kingdom Hearts person, because I never was able to get into it early on enough. So just coming in late, it just kind of felt like too daunting. So I don't necessarily have the connection with that series as much as others do. But like Final Fantasy games, Dragon Quest games, things like that, those are my cup of tea. Nier games. Wasn't there a new The World Ends With You game coming out soon, I think? I don't know if that's still under Square Enix or what. I think so. It's like a new one, right? Or I guess it came out last year. Yeah, it came out. I don't know if it's like a remake or something, or what is it? Neo, The World Ends With You. It's like a new one. Yeah, okay, it's still under Square Enix. And I guess it's a sequel. Yeah. That one I would like to get do that one at some point. And it's on the Switch, so I could realistically get it. And on PC apparently. But yeah, just enjoy the things that you enjoy, my friends. Don't waste your time on needless petty arguments and fights online. People online can sometimes lose sight of the things that are important, whether to them or others. And then you have the trolls that are kind of just, you know, people that are bored and up to no good sometimes. There's no point, man, in wasting your time with that kind of stuff. Just boot up your favorite game and have fun, or your favorite show, and enjoy. And when you stop enjoying yourself, find the next thing that brings you joy. But enough about that. What about you guys? I was watching the Niji Sanji relay a little bit earlier, but I couldn't continue. It's still going. It's going for like 24 hours or something. It's a lot of livers. I dropped in, but only briefly because I couldn't. Obviously, 24 hours is, I can't even stay up 24 hours just to watch that and do nothing else. And Ina's doing PSO2 New Genesis. Oops, mute that. We're not allowed to do that. It's supposed to be a collab. It just started, and I think I'm guessing she's gonna be playing together with like Kubuki and Shien, I imagine. Yeah, and like a collab with the three of them. So that should be nice. I'm probably gonna have to just watch the replay. Or maybe it's just like individuals, like individual streams. Maybe it's not like a collab in the sense between the three of them, but more like just like sponsored kind of stream with PSO2 Genesis. But yeah, I'm gonna have to catch that one later, maybe. Magni's playing the Splatoon 3 beta. There's so many good games, man. Just enjoy your games. That's all I'm gonna say for you. Don't worry too much about the negatives and focus on the things that you can do and can enjoy. Life's too short to be spending it doing things that, you know, you're either not productive or you're not extracting value, I guess, out of it. I like this. That's why I've made a conscious decision to spend more time on the things I like and less time on anything else that, you know, doesn't bring me joy. I stopped watching videos that just make me miserable and sad, and just because it's so easy, right? That's the thing. That's ultimately the thing, right? It's so easy to get wrapped up in negative emotions. We instinctively, you know, gravitate towards those in a sense to get ourselves informed and whatnot, and like to protect ourselves. But it's so easy to fall down that hole of just like hating everyone and everything just because of all the negativity. And it makes you forget or ignore or miss out on all the good things that are happening around you instead in the process. So you do have to make a little bit of a conscious effort to, you know, focus on the good things. That's why I'm spending more time learning Japanese now, because even though like it's hard right now and I'm not necessarily drawing enjoyment out of the learning itself, I'm extracting value out of it, and I'm gonna be able to do stuff with it later down the line. Instead of watching like an hour of videos on YouTube that just make me sad, I'd rather spend an hour learning Japanese and make me happy, not necessarily now, but in the future. But I mean, even now, right? Like if you spend time learning something that you like, you'll see that even the learning process isn't that bad. And especially once you start, you know, noticing your progress. And you see how progressively you get better and better and better. I think that's part of the reason why I like and admire, but also envy Calliope so much. That girl does so many things. It's almost like crazy that she can fit all of that into a day. She knows what she likes, she knows what she wants, and she just goes for it. I mean, she's not the only one, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there are many others, but that like put in the same amount of effort or maybe even more and whatnot. But with Callie, it's so visible. Like you can really see all the things she's doing at any given time, and like the things that she's working on tend to be very visible, like very out there. So it really makes for a good like example or a role model, I guess. It inspires me, honestly. A lot of the things I've been thinking recently and trying to do recently have been just because I've been watching Callie, and it's like, man, I want to be like this too. Like I want to be more like this, more, you know, more focused on the things that matter to me, and just work on those. And sure, I'm not gonna get it all right from the start. I'm gonna make mistakes, I'm gonna fumble, I'm gonna get distracted and all of that. But just making a conscious effort and, you know, being aware of the things that I do like and I do want to do and achieve, it helps, you know, set your sight on something and move in that direction. Honestly, I listen to a lot of her songs as well because they're pretty motivating as well. It's like helps with self-reflection. May the focus be strong with you. Yeah, I like I said, I'm making a very conscious effort to learn more Japanese now, and it's hard because it's almost like, you know, when you go from a 0 to 100, it's overwhelming. And it's like I used to have like a very kind of small daily objective, and now that small objective not only became bigger in the general sense, but it requires more effort every single day, you know, to make that bigger progress. I spend more time, I learn more things in any given day, and it's overwhelming sometimes. It's just like so much, and it feels like, you know, just from day to day to day to day, even though like it's not just like one extra hour of work, sometimes it feels like it's 2 or 3 or 4 extra hours, because you still have to, you know, check back on the things you have learned and rehearse those, and like, you know, make sure you've remembered all of that kind of stuff. And sometimes it just feels like, oh my god, there's so many things, how am I ever gonna learn this? It feels pressuring, but at the same time, as you keep doing it, you're just gonna form a new habit eventually. And what is hard now is just going to become a lot easier in a month from now. And I think like that, you know, having that clear objective and direction, it helps me focus and pay attention to what I'm doing more, and like be more motivated. I get driven to do that thing. Like even today, it's like the first thing I wanted to do when I woke up, it was like, okay, I set myself a goal to learn Japanese every single day. That is the first thing I'm gonna do when I have the free time. Doesn't matter whatever else it is that I want to do today. That is one thing that I cannot miss out on today. And that was like, my attention went directly to, I gotta sit down. I gotta make sure I focus on get this done. And obviously, it's also important to like check yourself, I guess, in a sense, because you don't want to just do it because you have to, and check it off the list, right? That was my problem basically before, because I was doing like half an hour of studying every single day, but because it was only half an hour, it often kind of just became a almost like, okay, let's just get it done with kind of thing sometimes. Like subconsciously, it's not it wasn't me like going, oh, I want to cut corners, but it was more kind of subconscious. It's just like I would do it, and it's like, okay, I got through this, I got through that. Doesn't matter how much I've done, but I've done the thing. So I got the login for the day, I guess. I did my dailies, but it's less of that now. It's more like having a clear set amount of things that I want to learn every single day. And sometimes that takes an hour, sometimes that takes 2 hours, but it's kind of like, this is what I want to accomplish today. And you start seeing the progress. Like I said, I'm not quite confident yet in speaking Japanese on stream consistently, because I am well aware that I'm still like very early on, but just going through the lessons and things, I'm able to start thinking a little bit more in Japanese, or at least like trying to transfer the information that I have from other languages to Japanese, to like try and use more words. So like I've been able to build some basic sentences quite consistently lately, but I still don't have the vocabulary, so my sentences are very simple or very basic still. But with every single day that I spend learning, I learn new words, I learn new things. It's just, you can see the progress in real time. It's like, okay, I didn't know how to say this thing before. Now I know how to say this thing because I have these 3 other words in my repertoire that I can use. And before I could only speak of this one thing, now I can speak of this thing and this other thing. And it's small, but it's really motivating when you look back and it's just analyze the things that you've learned. It's so satisfying. And I do want to eventually, once I've made more progress on this front, I do want to start practicing drawing a little bit. Just it's less about being a good artist for me personally. Like I don't see myself as an artist in a sense, like I don't see myself making a living out of drawing or anything like that. It's not that kind of passion for me, but I want to learn how to draw just so I can express myself. I think that is pretty important for me in that sense. Just being able to express yourself, or like put your thoughts in a way on the paper, not just through words, but in this case through drawing, is valuable for me. And I wanna learn to draw better digitally for now. Not for now. That's all I kind of want to do, because like I said, I don't see that as like a life's mission for me or like a hobby that I want to pursue. But the ability to just express myself through drawings, that is important for me, and I want to start doing that more as well. But that's gonna have to wait a little bit, because right now it's about the Japanese. It's really nice to see the progress, and I've actually been able to watch, like I said, I mentioned this in the previous stream. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? But basically I've managed to start watching some anime episodes without subtitles and everything, and actually be able to like pay attention to the story. It was slice of life, but still, like, the point is, I could watch, I think it was 2 episodes that I watched because I didn't have time for more, but I watched 2 episodes and it's like, yeah, I understand what's happening here. Like I can actually follow through what they're saying and piece together the conversation. Still missing words, of course, here and there, but just being able to watch an episode or 2 and be able to understand what's happening instead of like, I'm not just saying like understanding the action, because that one you can usually kind of infer from what's happening on the screen, but like from what they're saying between each other, what characters are telling to each other, like what they're feeling and what they're saying. That was the like happy part for me. It's like, oh, I understand this stuff. I can actually get what you're saying, what they're communicating. It's like, it's a nice feeling, man. It's a really nice feeling. If there's ever a skill that I feel like everybody needs to have in life, is picking up, well, skill, but like, one thing they should do, I guess, is just pick a new language, learn a new language. It's one of the most satisfying things you can do in life. And it doesn't have to be Japanese. Like I said, it can be any language that you want or you have interest in for whatever reason. I don't know, if you're I don't know, a fan of I don't know, let's say football, right? I think it's very big in Brazil, right? Maybe learn Brazilian and interact with other fans from that region or for whatever. I don't know. I'm kind of just going off of very vague stereotypes, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like if you like a show that's, I don't know, made in Germany, you saw a movie that was in German and you really like that movie and you want to see what other movies from Germany are being made, you learn German for that. Or you like some of the Korean dramas that have been popular recently, learn Korean for that reason. Or Chinese for the historical shows or whatever. There's usually a catalyst for learning a language, but whatever it is, find a language and learn a second language. It's not just helpful to like speak another language and consume content, but it also helps you think differently. It expands your way of thinking and way of looking at things and understanding things, because there's so many differences between languages. Some languages have gendered language. Some languages have words that, the sentence structure is different. The structure, like where does the verb come in the middle or at the start or at the end or something like that. It's like so many differences. And all just by learning another language, you start thinking and looking at things very differently. Yeah, it's amazing. I think we'll learn things like that more easily. Like English, I learned by watching cartoons with no subtitles and just picked up words. Yeah. I mean, that is the thing. Ultimately, like if you have a reason to learn the language, like intrinsic reason for your own benefit, not forced upon you, you're gonna have not only more fun learning a new language, but an easier time. Because you're focused, you're paying more attention to what's happening. And cartoons are usually a very good way, because a lot of cartoons are aimed at children, right? Like fundamentally, that's one of the main reasons why the medium exists and is being used, is to communicate to children. Like drawings, picture books, things like that. Cartoons is a direct like extension of that. It's like cartoons are generally made for younger audiences, and it's a very simple way of replicating the learning process from when you were a kid. When you're a kid and you're learning your own language, your main language, you're using very basic words to talk to your parents and the other kids around you. You have a very small vocabulary, and you hear others using words, and then you piece things together little by little. And as you expand that knowledge, you understand more and more and more and more and more. And cartoons generally are great for that, specifically because they're aimed at children a lot of times. So by watching those kinds of shows, you get that same experience as you did growing up. That's how I learned most of my English as well. Almost all of it. Like, I remember clearly that most of the lessons I had in school, I was always ahead of the curriculum, like almost exclusively. I'm not gonna say always, because I'm sure there were some things that I learned from my teacher that I can't remember right now. But I do remember clearly that most of the time, whenever the teacher would ask us something, I would already know it, because I was already invested in, you know, cartoons and games and things like that. So it helps. It definitely, genuinely does help to engage with things that you like. You learn far better and far faster if you're doing something that you like. That's just how the mind, the brain works. That gray matter in your skull works. Because for instance, right, I know more Spanish than I do French, only because I learned Spanish passively by, well, not necessarily doing something I enjoyed, but I was learning it while doing something that was, like, you know, important to me or whatever. It's like I learned Spanish because my grandma used to watch, you know, telenovelas and stuff like that on TV, but the TV was like in the kitchen, in the dining area. So while we were eating, she would watch these shows, and, you know, they had the subtitles in Romanian and whatnot. And over time, I just kind of picked it up and passively learned Spanish. But by contrast, for instance, I spent 8 years? No, I don't think it was fully 8 years. I started learning French in 5th grade, I think it was, or was it 7th grade? I don't remember exactly, all the way to the end. So it was either 6 years or 8 years I studied French in school. And I do not remember anything. It went through one ear and went out the other, and I know basically nothing in French. Like, I'm not gonna say I know nothing, right? But I would not be able to speak it. Like, I can hear some words here and there when somebody speaks French, and I can recognize certain things here and there, but I don't know enough French to even pretend that I know French, right? Like, I'm pretty sure I know more Japanese from this past year. Like, I've learned more in this past year in terms of Japanese than I've learned French in all those years. And I remember more, partly because it's recent, but just like, that's how little French stuck with me, because I had no intrinsic motivation to learn it. And the teacher wasn't like super like into forcing us, I guess. So like, I was definitely like a passing grade student for French. It's like I learned just about enough to get my passing grades, because I had no intrinsic motivation to learn French. If I had, that would have been a different story. So even me, right? Like, even I, as a person that speaks 4 different languages, even I have trouble learning languages because of that intrinsic motivation. That's why it's so important to have a good motivator, whatever it is, but it has to be important to you rather than an external factor. Okay, this. But yeah, I'm hoping some of these talks like motivate you as well to pick up a new language, or just not even just a language. I think that for me personally would be my biggest suggestion for anyone, like learning a new language. But whatever it is you enjoy, just pick it up. Just start working on that thing that you enjoy, and start learning it and getting better at it. You'll feel much better doing that than just, you know, focusing your attention on something that doesn't matter to you, or that just makes you unhappy and miserable. Just aim your energy at something more productive. And like I said, if you ask me, language is one of those things that can bring you the most satisfactions and value, not just because of the doors it opens in terms of like opportunities for like, you know, in the real life, in the real boring life of work and whatnot, but just like different perspectives, interacting with different people from different countries and learning things from their perspective and seeing something different and understanding things differently. It really kind of like dawns on you just how big, how large our world is, and how secluded you sometimes are by just speaking one language. I think that is the biggest thing for that is the biggest takeaway I can you know point to for anyone that speaks only one language. You don't realize just how small the world is by only speaking like how large the world is and how small your little bubble is until you speak a second or third language, because you're very comfortable with your native language, and it's easy to forget and like appreciate things by only speaking one language and by only thinking in one specific way. Speaking multiple languages really helps your brain develop and see things from different angles, think differently about different issues, find different solutions to different problems, all of that kind of stuff. It's probably one of the most valuable things you can learn in life. It expands your view of things tremendously. And I imagine there's some diminishing returns to that. Like probably learning 6 languages is not going to change your worldview or understanding as much as like learning 2 or 3. But the idea, like the core principle of it, is just learn a second language or a third language that you can like immerse yourself in and talk to people in that language, and you'll notice just how much your perspective shifts on things and how much more appreciation you have for things. Okay, well, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That is my teaching lesson for today. What else can we talk about? I talked a lot about languages and stuff. What else can we talk about? All right. I mean, I'm still farming, obviously. It's slightly on autopilot because we are doing the same thing over and over again. But yeah. Are you going to finish the box farming? Not anytime soon. We're more or less started. I have to farm a lot today on this node in particular to clear up the shop. And once I cleared up the shop, the real farm begins, basically. In the sense that we'll be focusing exclusively on boxes. And because right now I'm using 1C that doesn't have bonus drops. And I'm also still using some setups that include Arash. So that's like 2 Cs that I'm missing. I need 1 more drop, I think. No, actually, I think I have 5 now. So I have 1 for each slot. No, I had some other things. Like I had a new stage that I had to do in the event. And I wanted to do that, but I'm gonna leave that for tomorrow because the node that I'm farming right now disappears in a few hours. So it's specifically for the shop, to clear out the shop, that I'm trying to farm today. Because I wanted to do the other mission, but there's no point doing that right now, honestly, because that one's gonna be around for a little longer. Oh fuck, I forgot to stun it, and I forgot to use my attack buff, I think. That's why it survived. Which buff did I forget to use? Yeah, the attack buff, makes sense. So right now I'm trying to clear out the shop, and after that we can focus on farming the big node. until the end, because that one's also gonna be easier to farm. But I'm already technically farming boxes, just slightly slower, because I'm interested in the shop drops. But after this, it's just a straight line to farming boxes. I'll also stop opening boxes once I've cleared the shop. Actually, I think I don't even need to open boxes anymore. I have to check the shop one more time, but I think I don't even have to open boxes anymore at this point. So I can just focus strictly on farming. Of course, I do have other things to do in the following days, so it isn't gonna be like the most hardcore grind out there, but again, my personal goal is just to beat my old box count, which is around 65 or so. As long as I can like get more than 60 boxes farmed, my personal goal is accomplished. Like if I can get to 70 boxes, that's a victory for me. But I do want to try and push further than that. I would like to hit 100 boxes if I can. If I can hit 100 boxes, I'm gonna be really happy. But I'm not gonna like try and do that over anything else. Like I still have other responsibilities and things to do and take care of. But if I could, that would be good. Like I'm not, like I said, I have my priorities list, right? Going from top to bottom, and this one's high up there at the moment in the list, but it's still not at the top. So if anything, you know, I have to prioritize something over this, I'm gonna prioritize it. Okay, I'm gonna burn another apple. Let's see, how do we sit now? I know I need a lot of bronzes, more bronze that I need to farm. That's the main one. Can I clear this? No, I can't. I'm just a little bit shy. For that, I cleared all silver. Okay, I cleared the silver shop, so that's good. And I have enough for the foes. And then I just need bronze stuff. Bronze, fluid. Okay, let me see. So it's bronze, gold, and for bronze I only need 200. Alright. So I can switch like 10 of these. Right now at least. Right, that's the idea. I'm gonna have to do more than that, of course, so that I can buy this one. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna buy that just to get it out of the way. Okay, and that's the gold shop as well done. So now we're mainly farming just bronze coins right now, which of course I do not have Cs for because I didn't bother getting any. Do I have anything to buy with the boars at this point? I don't think so. I don't think I need the boars for anything. Yeah. Excuse me. Oh, actually archer pieces, I guess, because we're below 200. I'm gonna get these. I'm gonna get the archer pieces. And for monuments, I'm good. I'm good on everything. Fine, I'm gonna get the archer pieces. Surprisingly, only 10 per box. Interesting. And then this, I'm just gonna take these for now, because I need to get that stockpile back. I'm gonna open a few more boxes just to get to like a rounder number or something. I don't know what this is. This is 14, I think. I'm probably gonna stop at like 15, maybe. Stop opening. I mean, stop opening boxes. 15 or 20, whatever. I don't know how many, like what box we are on right now. Well, I'm gonna see in a second. And once all of these are done, we'll just focus on farming. I mean, to be fair, I can technically stop farming this node if I wanted to, and just go to the bronze node specifically, because that one has just bronze nodes and I don't really need. Actually, no, I still need some, right? Yeah, okay, this was box 16, never mind. So we're gonna have to go up to box 20, I guess, just to have it nice and round. What was I saying? Yeah, no, I still need to farm this node a few more times because I need 200 of each material afterwards. 200 bronze and 400 gold actually for the faux cards that unlock, I think, probably tomorrow or something. So I do need to farm this node a little bit more. I need to clear the bronze shop and get enough currency for the foes. On the bright side, I am getting a lot of mana prisms out of this. This was my main goal. That's part of the reason why I really wanted to farm this event, is I need to sell all the XP cards and stuff for foes. Not for foes, for mana prisms. Okay. Shop, burning cell. Okay. Okay. 240 mana prisms, just like that. That's what I want to see. I need to get a lot more because I need to start buying these, and I also technically need to catch up on some of the older ones. I know I can't get enough mana prisms for everything unless I farm a crap ton of boxes, but even so. Master XP and Mystic Code XP. That one does seem pretty good. But I also have, like, from the rare prism shop, the old ones. The personal coaching I still don't have. You know what, I'll get this one just because. I don't need all the statesmen. Yeah, you got the Bella Lisa. I still don't have that one. I need to unlock that one. I'll get this one too. Probably shouldn't. Also, I need to get the Mystic Code. I don't think I have that unlocked. But did I? I think I may have gotten it in the end. Let's see. We got personal training that I need to do. Chaldea lunchtime I didn't get. This one I need to probably get. It's another. I think I did get the Mystic Code, I guess. Yeah, okay. That was more of a personal kind of, like, I really shouldn't have done that per se, but yeah, kind of one of those just because. Mm-hmm. I still don't understand why this one is still here, because I know I did all the missions for it. This one definitely should have been marked completed. But okay. Mana Prism, Exchangeable Lisa. Yeah, these all I need to get. And I did do everything here as well. Pretty sure I did everything in this one as well. But yeah, mainly the C's. Like, it's 5k right here. 5k Mana Prisms. 10k. 15k. 20k. 20k Mana Prisms. Plus this one. I need 25,000 Mana Prisms. Not counting anything else like tickets and whatnot that I have to get. That's 25 freaking K Mana Prism. On the bright side though, at this point I'm pretty much selling all the XP cards that aren't 5 stars, more or less. I don't need anything because all my servants are max level. So the only things that I need to level at this point is units that I get, new ones. And like things that I grail. And for the units that I need to grail, those already need a lot of XP, so may as well just use the 5 stars. Because even non-class 5 stars give more XP than like class bonus 4 stars. So it's just a no-brainer. More XP for lower cost overall. So at this point, like, I'm just selling everything that's 3 star and 4 star. And actually, you know what? I want to do something here. Because I forgot. Automatic burning. XP. Okay, I marked 1, 2, 3. I can't mark 4 star, unfortunately. Okay, so those are still gonna happen. But XP cards are already getting burned, all of them. C stay because I need those from bombs, and foes are still staying because I still need those for like other lower star rarity servants. But yeah, pretty much at this point, all my 3 star and 4 star XP cards get burned for Mana Prism. So I can finally start getting an influx of Mana Prisms because I've been slacking on that a little bit too much. But we don't have to worry about that too much anymore because now we should be getting a very steady supply. Because I know they don't need to save those 4 stars anymore. Which is good. Man, I really love my Nito and my Cersei. They're both really nice girls here. And Cersei's portrait with those eyes, man. She has such nice eyes. Cersei has beautiful eyes. Like, seriously. Some of the prettiest eyes in the game. I do like those high heels though. High heel gang. Let's go. And the piggies. Such a silly but cute NP. I love it. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. I love this song so much. It really, it reminds me of Persona music. And that always you know, makes me smile. It really has that vibe to it. Okay. Hey, bond up. Bond up, boys. It's bonding time. Level 8. Our Nito's going places. Just going up in the world. Makes us proud. Nito makes us proud. Okay. Also, in case you're wondering, that carousel that you see at the top, that one's that's a folder I have on my PC with artwork that people have made of my character, and they've posted like under the tag. You can find the tag on my Twitter as well, Shiva Lost, double L, and I regularly check that tag, and when I see new art, I add it to the carousel as well for easier access and just, you know, have something pretty to look at. So if you want your art showcased on the stream, I don't include the name because that's kind of hard to like include in a carousel here. I'm only highlighting the images themselves, because it's randomized, so they don't always display in the same order, and I wouldn't be able, I personally don't know how I would be able to like randomize images but also display names and stuff. So like if you want your tag to be present like for as an artist, you can place that on the image itself, but you know, I'm still gonna like it and thank you for it on Twitter. But if you just want to have it on the stream, you know, in the carousel, you know, post under the tag, and you might see it up there. You can also see the tag under my head. I guess I should move my character just a tiny bit lower so you can see a little bit better. There we go. You can see the tag now. You can see it better now. There's the tag. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, what were we? Oh, yeah, right here. Okay, and do this here. And attack buff, right, that's what it was. I got out of the zone for a second there. I zoned out. Like this, I guess. Dun, dun, dun. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. All right, it's been 9 years. I think, yeah, today I think it's the 9th anniversary of FF14, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if it's like 9 years. I think it's since the remake, right? Yeah, since the remake, since ARR, because that was 2013. Yeah, 9 years since ARR came out. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, because August 27th. Yep, it's exactly today. 9 years of FF14. Hey, Apex. And I think the new event, the Rising, I think it's called, started today. It's incredible to think that it's been 9 years since ARR came out. It really, like, sometimes it just doesn't feel like it. Like, I know it has been that long, and I can look back and see the progress, but like, wow, it's been 9 years. Like, 2013 seems so far away, and on the one hand, but also really not that far away. So it's a weird feeling. What about you, Apex? How are you doing, my friend? How is your farm going? I'm still working on clearing up the shop. I'm pretty close to clearing it. I cleared silver and gold. I just need to clear the bronze shop, really. And get just a few more silver and gold mats. Just to... for the foes as those get unlocked. Which is, I imagine, is probably going to be tomorrow. Moving heavy stuff around. I'm gonna have to do that in a few days, or like a week from now or something. I'm gonna have to do that very soon myself. Because I'm looking to buy a new desk. And I have to put it together and also like move things around to make room for it and all that kind of stuff. So I get you. Or rather, I will get you in a few days. And get that feeling in a few days. Once I have to put all the desk stuff together and move things around. Yeah, I finally found a desk that I really wanted. Like I think, I don't know if you remember, like 5 or 6 years ago, I was talking about a desk that I found that I really like. But the problem with it was that it wouldn't get delivered here in Romania. I looked for all ways of like workarounds and things to get my hands on it, but I just couldn't. And I found out like a week ago a store as I was browsing. We were looking into like, you know, new stuff to buy for the house, to the apartment. To you know, we needed to throw some old stuff away, and we found a site where I found that very specific desk that I wanted. So I was like, you know what? Finally, I can get it. It actually delivers here. It actually delivers to my country and stuff. So it's like, yeah, finally, hype. So I'm super happy about that. Yeah. I'm still not clear how it works because it is the same desk, but it's a different company that makes this desk. So I don't know if it's like one of those instances where somebody stole the design from somebody else, or if it's like a collaborative effort. Like I didn't look into behind the scenes of all of that, but it is that desk. It's just from a different company. So maybe they, you know, they have some kind of agreement for these regions where the main company can't operate, or this is some kind of second company. I don't know the details, of course. I didn't look into it. But I mean, I can get it. That's what's important to me. It has the same like general dimensions. It has the same design, the same like components. Everything is the same. It's just a different company. So all I can assume is that maybe the company that made this desk probably has some agreements with them. Because this doesn't look to be like a small company from their website and whatnot, but who knows? I'm not smart enough to figure all that kind of stuff, all that behind the scenes stuff. But it's the same desk. That's what matters to me. It's the same freaking desk. And I can't wait to get my hands on it. It's so much bigger than my current desk. Or rather longer, not necessarily like wider. It's not wider, but it's longer. And I have more space for things. And compared to my current desk, the best part is that this desk has like, you know, it's in parts, but like the partitions, like the metal in between the plates, the wood plates, they actually come out. So it's like metal wood. So it's like for like certain things it's really bad, because like if I put my mouse pad, for instance, I only have so much actual space to work with because of those metal bars. They're at the same level and slightly above the wood platform. So it's like the effective use area is actually smaller because of that, because you have these surfaces that are just like protruding and like don't have a smooth surface. But for the desk that I like and that I want, it's actually like below, and it's kind of like you screw the wood on top of those metal bars from below or something. I'm not exactly sure how they screw, but it does. I looked at the design from all the angles, and like the surface area itself is like straight. It's probably not like perfect. I imagine there's probably some like small indentation between the woods that like don't perfectly align or something. But at the very least, it's like straight surface, so I could still put a mouse pad on it and not have those bumps and stuff. That is the big one, the big takeaway from it. So I'm really hyped about that one. If only because of that. If only because of that. Take everything else away and it's still an improvement. But it has other good things about it as well. It's just based on like the build design. There's more like effective space to use on the desk. This one has like support bars under the table that take up a lot of space and they're fairly close. So like with this desk, I can't really push my chair too close because I hit these like bars. I hit my knees against these like support bars. Whereas on the other desk, the support bars are at the back of the desk. So I have a lot more surface area at the desk. It's just an overall better, more useful, more like ergonomic design. So I'm really looking forward to using that desk. I mean, I already spend so much time at the PC. You know, one of the most important things at the end of the day is to feel good, right? And comfortable at the PC if you're going to spend that much time here. And the other good thing about it is that it's a little bit wider, longer. So I can put more things or like space things out better on the desk. I'm so looking forward to that new desk, man. You have no idea. Oh boy. And it's also like the general like wideness, I guess, is also the same as this desk. So if I wanted, I could make something like a U-shaped desk kind of thing, where I can just put my chair in the middle and spin around from one side to the other, right? So like if I need to do something on this side, I turn my chair around. I don't know if I'm gonna do that, but I could do that. And it does sound like it would be fun. I don't know yet if I'm actually gonna do it, because I'm trying to make sure, like, more than anything, it's ergonomic but also like productive space. So I don't want to clutter it too much. But if I wanted, I could make it a U-shaped desk. I wonder if anyone made a U-shaped desk like that, like in real life, like actually use it like that. I don't think I've seen any. I didn't look very far, to be fair, but like I don't think I've seen any U-shaped desk surface areas. And give me that O-shaped desk and leave me there forever. Yeah, I could see that being fun. Like L shape, I've seen a lot, but U shape, not that many. I guess the closest thing I've seen to a U-shape desk place is more of like a V-shape, like a corner desk. I think that's the closest I've seen to like a U-shape in practical terms, like online pictures and stuff like that. That's the closest I've seen for like PC setups and whatnot, builds. Bam, 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 bam. So how did your shopping go yesterday? Did you buy everything you needed to buy? Did you clear that mall out? And you ravaged their whole inventory? They're my nachos. Nice. It's been a while since I last ate nachos. I don't think I found any good place that makes like good nachos here. Like actual nachos, not like nacho chips. I mean, I can buy nacho chips, but like I don't think I found any good place that makes actual nachos. Yeah, no, I understand. I meant more in the sense of like, you know, how you find fast foods or like, you know, Italians restaurants and things like that. I don't know of any place specifically here where I live or in the vicinity that actually like makes / sells nachos. That's more of what I meant. Like I can buy like nacho chips, you know, like bagged nachos, and then buy those and make something with them myself. But like, I meant more in like a classical sense of any restaurant that makes like good nachos or something like that. Or like quesadillas and stuff like that. Or tacos. I don't think we have any good Mexican. Maybe there is. Maybe, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I can make some at home for sure. But just the idea of like going to a store and actually, you know, finding a store. But apparently there might just be a place. I just have to find out where that is. Huh, interesting. Actually, there might just be a place. Where exactly is this? Oh. Oh, I think I know where this is. I think I might know where this is. I think here. I think you might be there. Oh. Oh no, it's nowhere near close where I live. I have to drive for about an hour to get there. But I think I know where it is, as in location wise. But I didn't know of it because it appears to be like an inner courtyard of a complex. So you can't actually see it from outside, which also explains why I probably passed by it without even knowing it was there. Especially since I usually went down that street after work hours most of the time. So maybe it was closed because it seems to close at 5 p.m. I don't know if it's open in the weekends, but during the week apparently closes at 5 p.m. So it's like, okay. That's a bit early for a restaurant to be closing when people are still literally at work or just about to leave work. But okay. That also explains why I've never seen anything of it. But now I know where the goods are. So I might just schedule a trip at some point to give myself some proper nachos and quesadillas and all that good stuff. It's actually relatively close to my workplace. It's just that nowadays I work from home, so that's the thing. Like it technically is close to my workplace. It's just that I don't ever go to work anymore because I work from home. So I guess it does still count as somewhat close. It's like 10 minutes or maybe even less, maybe 5 minutes away from, no, yeah, closer to 10 actually, because there's no way to get inside, so I'd have to go around, yeah, about 10 minutes away from my workplace. The good thing about working from home and the bad thing about working from home. Hey, go Cersei, go again. Show him who's boss, Cersei. Who's the boss here? Who wears the tall shoes in this family? Yeah, pretty much. The only thing that I have to check out is how long the cooking times last. Like how long it takes for them to cook things or prepare things. Because some of the places in the center of the town, they tend to make quote unquote fresh food, which means you oftentimes sit for like 40 minutes for them to make the food. 40 minutes, an hour, whatever. So it's like, it's cool when you're going out with more people and just hanging out. Not so great for an actual like eating out place. And sometimes you order things that you know shouldn't take a long time, but it feels like they're, I just want like, I don't know, a chicken sandwich or something, and it feels like that they're like literally taking the chicken out at that moment in time. That's how long it takes, and you can't just understand how exactly it took them almost an hour to make a chicken sandwich. But hey, you know, it does happen sometimes. I remember we went out with my coworkers one time, and it's kind of what we had happen. We had like 1 hour to go to a place, eat, and come back, and we spent like 40 minutes just waiting for the food, and then we had to like rush eating in like 10 minutes and to get ready to also leave and get back. It's like, yeah, I don't think we're gonna be coming here again, not in this circumstance at least. That's the only thing that I need to figure out. Like, is it actually a viable place to go eat during lunchtime, or is it something that I have to go visit after work hours, which doesn't work because they close at 5. So I'm not exactly sure how they expect to keep open if they only keep open when people are literally at work and not after work. But okay. Especially in Cluj, honestly, where most of the city's students and stuff are like IT people. Like Cluj, like my city's like half students and half like IT people, like in the general sense, obviously. And it's like most of these people come out after 6. Why would you close before any of your actual clientele is able and available? Yeah, some places do allow for that kind of pickup stuff. Like you can make an order in advance A lot of restaurants actually do delivery here, because we have like a delivery service called Glovo. I don't know if you have anything like that, but it's basically there's this service called Glovo that works with like a handful of restaurants and stuff that normally don't have delivery, for instance, and you can literally order through them and pay either, you know, online or when you receive the delivery, and they literally go to the specific restaurants, make the orders, pick the orders up and deliver them. So there's that for certain places, but there's of course like a lot of restaurants that have their own delivery service or pickup service, but not all of them. This one doesn't seem to have that. But the weird thing is just like they have no delivery service from what I can tell. They don't really have an online presence to like order on their website for delivery. And on top of that, they close at 5. Okay. I mean, they're somehow still in business by the looks of it. It seems like they're still in business, so I guess it works for them. And it's still kind of weird. Okay. More Cersei. All this talk about food, especially with Cersei on the screen, it's always about food. Talk about food, Cersei brings out the food. Makes you hungry just watching her and pee. Bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Okay, this one and this one and this one and then P. Bum bum ba-dum bum 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 bum. Ba-da-ba-bum. How are we on the materials? Because I want to stop. I probably don't have enough because it's the bronze bullshit, right? Yes. I have enough golds. No, I don't. I need 200 more golds actually. I need bronzes. Well, I got this, everything. Okay, cool. 450. 850. Oh, 850. Okay, so I need 1,050 bronze. Why are you like this game? Also, let me buy these just to clear those up. Actually, wait, no, I need more bronzes. Right, I need more bronzes. Because I needed the archer pieces. Because I'm below 200. Okay. Lots of bronze. A few more bronze. Yeah, lots of bronze, a few more silver, and a few more gold. Can I just say I dislike this node? I'm gonna continue. Yeah, I did say I'm gonna continue opening boxes until we get to box 21, and that's when I'll stop opening boxes. But for now, I just want to get my QP a little bit up, just to have room for flexibility if I need to level some skills again and whatnot for the next two like Grail font stages. And it's also like a nice round number to remember. Like I opened 20 boxes so far, and then from there on out we just start saving up, I guess. Welcome back. Land of Shadows Commissary. Okay, this was box 19 if I'm not mistaken. How many boxes have you done so far? I'm actually scared to ask because I know you and Apex are, you and Easy are both going pretty hard. I kind of don't want to know, but also I kind of do want to know. Somewhere around 170 or 180. Yeah, I thought so. And here I am as a scrub aiming for 70. Yeah, I got 19 boxes done. Also, yeah, I have everything. I can switch this one up for this because I don't really need that one anymore. That's fine. Any boxes, good box. I mean, I did do 19 boxes. It's not too bad. It's not terrible. Although technically I did fewer boxes than that. I got 5 boxes essentially just by doing the Grail fonts, because those also give you, I believe every one of those gives you like 600. So technically I only farmed like 13 boxes. Or 14 boxes? 14 boxes and 5 came from the Grail fonts. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Every single one of them gives like, it gives the one thing that like the Holy Grail droplet. They give 600 warriors tags. They each give a ticket, and then they each give 5 of a gold material. They are like the last one gives Genesis eggs, for instance. The one that came out today gives reverse scales. The one from yesterday gave scarab wisdoms. The one before that spirit roots. The third one gives fruits of longevity. And then you got some talons and some tallow. But yeah, it's 7 tickets, 7 boxes of tags, and 35 total gold materials, essentially. For completing them all. Plus a grail for completing them all. They're definitely worth it. On all fronts. I mean, even if you only care about boxes, it's still a holy grail at the end of the day. Even if you ignore the materials, even if you don't care about the box tags, even if you don't care about the tickets because you're, you know, a whale or something, a holy grail is still a holy grail. Those are very limited in number, no matter how you look at it. So those have intrinsic value regardless. So even if you don't care about anything else, a grail is still a grail at the end of the day. But they do take a while. That's the downside. And the fact that they're getting harder and harder as you progress obviously means it's gonna take longer and longer. And there's a lot of RNG involved. It's not particularly easy to manipulate. So there's some trial and error there, you know, changing movement every time and all that kind. Yeah. That also doesn't help that it's during a lotto event. That's what makes it even more annoying, or more than anything else. Because there's so many like layers to it, right? It's not just the combat that is RNG in terms of like, is the boss gonna crit or whatever. It's like making sure the engagements happen at the right time, in the right circumstances. You get to attack the enemy before it can attack you, or things like that. Or like for things like dodges that last multiple turns and things like that, make sure you attack first to activate the buff. Or like if it's a buff that runs at the end of the turn, make sure you only use it on your turn, not on the enemy's turn. And it's just a lot of small different things that can potentially go wrong. And you can't just bring your strongest units because of the cost. That's the thing, right? Is you only have so much cost to incorporate units in your setup. And the enemies also have a bunch of HP on top of everything and multiple break bars. So it's very easy for things to go wrong real fast. And resetting only really works to an extent as well, because of the ending the turn mechanic, I guess. Putting it that way. There's multiple checkpoints. So safe scumming isn't as usable as one would like here. And if you reset, you basically reset the whole event, because you can't leave out. Like once you start one of those Grailfons, you have to finish it, or you start from scratch. So it's not fun in that sense. I'm happy that I get to use Nito and Cersei. Cersei has surprised me as to how much damage you can actually do. I'm actually pleasantly surprised. I mean, it's not that much. It's 120k for a single target. It's not necessarily that much, but she doesn't have the defense down. She doesn't have like actual buster buffs. It's only 2 attack buffs. It's not too bad. 120k is not too bad. And the self-charge is still a self-charge, so definitely has that going for herself. Mm-hmm. The other good thing about this node is all the Tsukumo mirrors that we're getting. That's definitely a material that I don't mind getting more of. I'm also happy with Nito. She can deal 200k damage, which is really nice. 200k on the AoE. And she doesn't even have like a damage C or anything. Imagine having like a good damage C as well on top of everything. Castor is a hell of a yeah, pretty much. Castor, yes. That's one way of putting it for sure, yeah. Anyone high on Castoria can deal a lot of damage. Yeah, self-charge. Trying to remember how much my Musashi does, but I think it's about the same. I want to say it's about 200k per unit. I think it's about the same. Maybe it was more. Maybe it was 300k per unit. I think it was 300k per unit. Yeah, I mean, also she's 5-star. You know, I know it's not quite the fairest comparison here, but you know. Okay, let's finish the last box that I wanted to open, so I don't have to think about this one again. And with that, we will have had 20 boxes opened. I think I'll stop opening boxes after this point, because I don't really need anything else. And I did replenish a little bit of my QP back at this point. This event didn't get a rerun, I believe, right? Or did this one still get a rerun? We still have to do... I think it was next year's event that didn't get a rerun. I know the people playing JP were a little bit miffed this year for not getting a rerun of some event. But I don't remember which event. Oh, actually, right. Fests don't get reruns ever. It's the Christmas ones that usually get reruns, but with a limited cap on boxes of 10 usually, or whatever the cap is for unique rewards on the event. They didn't get a summary. Oh, Oh, they didn't get a summer. Oh, ew. That sucks. Summer reruns also have the most servants on them. Like a lot of servants. They're hard to target. 2 banners, multiple servants. Those are definitely annoying not to get back. By far the most annoying ones not to get back of all the events. Plus, of course, you know, welfares, but the Pokemon art welfare. Yeah, okay. No, I don't actually. I don't know if that was summer. Actually, don't know if that was summer. Let me check now that you mentioned that. I think that was a different one. I want to say that was maybe. Actually, I'd rather not say something stupid. Let me check. That's anniversary. Okay, so last year's summer adventure was Okita, Soji, Anastasia and Vi, Charlotte Corday on the first banner, with Kama Avenger, Canis Rider, Shonagon and Berserker on the second banner. That was, and with like Leonardo da Vinci Ruler as welfare. That was last year's summer for JP. That was that one. But now that you mention it, where were the Pokemon collab ones? Which one? I think that was this year actually in JP. I'm pretty sure that one came out this year in JP. Not last year. Yeah, that probably too. I mean, there's a lot of good reasons, like good reasons why that should have come back and shouldn't have been removed. Yeah. Okay, so the one with the Pokemon collab like artists, that was this year. It was in April. It's like after. Yeah, it was this year in April. It was like spring stuff kind of event. Yeah, that one was this year. Yeah. Taisui Shinjun and the Trunk Sisters. Yeah, that was this year. Very recent, yeah. But yeah, the Caldea's Summer Adventure, that one had 2 like spicy banners, right? You have Okita Soji Altar, that is probably a very highly desired servant. I don't know in terms of gameplay because I didn't pay attention to the skills, but just as a servant, that one's definitely going to be high up there. Anastasia and Vi, I can see that one being really, really desired. I don't know about Charlotte Corday. I don't know her popularity. I actually don't know how popular she is. Maybe she is after Atlantis and stuff. I haven't gotten that far. But Kama Avenger, Canis Rider, Seishona going Berserker. Those three characters are all pretty liked. I think they run the banners without the event. I mean, that's at least one saving grace, I guess. You're still missing out on the welfare, I guess. The rider. And no, not rider. It's a ruler, I think, right? I think she's a ruler. I think. Yeah, Leonardo da Vinci ruler. The welfare. Actually, is she any good? I didn't actually pay attention to her skills. Quick arts buster for 3 turns. Okay, 20%. That's not bad. One ally's NP gauge by 20%. NP generation 30%. Party NP damage 20% overcharge. Okay, she does seem like a decent support. Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, that is definitely a moral, but also it's a kind of a stupid moral, because it means new player. It's like, what are you gonna tell new players? Well, you should have started playing 5 years ago. I'm sorry you didn't know about it. Or like, you know, you were too young, or whatever the excuse is. Like, you should have just started playing 6 years ago, forehead. That's not really a good like logic. That's what I tell my friends every time. So you're that friend, I see. You get hospitalized. You should have just not gotten sick. Yeah, your phone breaks. You should have just like bought a new phone. Exactly. I wouldn't say I get it. I understand your logic, but I wouldn't say I get it. I don't think we're quite on the same page on that one. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely does suck for the new players. Like, they do have a lot of catch-up mechanics and stuff. It was like you were speaking from my head directly. I mean, I didn't fucking spend years studying psychology to not come out of it with something. Even if it's just a little bit of something, but it means I'm not completely, you know, stupid and like hopeless. I can put to good use some of that some of that time wasted in college. I can see from other people's perspectives. I can put myself in other people's shoes. I think that's one of the few things good things that came out of me going to college. You can professionally be sarcastic. Yes, I can be in that sense, yeah. That's partly why I always kind of like find like internet drama really boring and kind of like not interesting, as just downplaying it, because some of it is so like, at least for me, it's like so obvious why it's happening, but also so obvious why it doesn't matter, or it really, people really shouldn't be going down that route. But at the same time, I know it's one of those like cynical things of like, this is so stupid, people really shouldn't be doing this, but I know better. I know that it's always gonna happen, and it's kind of just like you get disheartened, I guess, of just like seeing people be people, even though you know it makes no sense for them to react that way. It's really kind of just moments for me when I see a lot of the drama going online. Dun, dun, dun. I guess that's the downside of trying to rationalize everything. Yeah, I know. I was actually talking about that a little bit earlier. It's like I'm at the point where like I I don't really bother with online drama at all. Like I just instantly tune out whenever I see drama. I have so many other things, more important things, more interesting things, more productive things to do than worry about drama. Like I don't understand where people can find that much time in their daily life to waste away on pointless, useless, unproductive, meaningless things all the time. It's like I can't find more time to do the things that I want and enjoy and am interested in the world. And then you see somebody just waste away 8 hours going, you know, insane over some stupid nonsense. And it's like, do you really not have anything better to do? Do you really have no passion or interest in this life? Are you that devoid of like aspiration? I don't get it. Like that's one of the few things that I don't get about people, in a sense. It's like, on the one hand, I get that people are emotional and they, you know, we always get kind of driven by passion and like kind of like, you know, a little bit of that chaos that goes around, a little bit of that Hakos bells that lives in all of us, that we're kind of just go crazy over nonsense. But at the same time, there's more to life than that. Even chaos likes to have fun. Why would you spend so much time being miserable? At least trolls are having fun, right? Like, say what you will about the trolls, at least they're having fun. At your expense, it kind of sucks, but at least they're having fun. Like, they're at least getting something out of that exchange. You, on the other hand, like, well, you, a metaphorical you in this case, a person complaining. You, on the other hand, you're just miserable. So what exactly have you gained in this exchange? But I mean, you know, the Lord's garden is large, as they say in my language. There's an expression. The Lord's garden is large. It takes all kinds of people. I guess it's just one of those things where I guess their existence is still relevant because it adds to the contrast. Like it's that the whole thing of like, how can you tell if something is good or bad if you don't know what good or bad is? That's by contrast at the end of the day, right? So I guess you need some people like this to kind of just waste away their time and energy to learn to appreciate things by comparison. I guess it's just part of life. There's always going to be complainers because they just exist. That's just how the world is. Mm. Okay, swap again. It's really just the shop that I want to get cleared today. That's my main goal. As long as I can clear the shop today, we're Gucci. And from there on out is just farming some boxes every single day, little by little. If we're already at 20 boxes and we have 7 days left. Yeah. If I do like 10 boxes a day, that puts me at 90 boxes, I guess. Maybe even 100 with what we're doing today and stuff. And then plus 2 more boxes from the other stage. Because I did have a little bit of a slow start. It's fine. It would be nice to get to 100 boxes. Do 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 do. I just want to get to 70 boxes. That's the goal, right? Getting to 70 boxes. Because that means I beat my old record. And as long as I beat my old record, all is well. Yay, Cersei bound up. Let's go. Cersei bound up. Let's go. Nito Chris. I got a Nito Chris bond up earlier as well. She's bond 8 now. Did I use all my buffs? Yes. She's bond 8 as well. So everybody's bonding. We're all bonding here. You know, it would be cool to see, like, you know how like some companies you do these infographics and stuff like that, and it would be funny to see some of these silly numbers for like box events in particular, right? Where you have all these heavy farms, like what's the most used servant, what's the the most unused servant, just by like what servant before this event, like what was the servant that was really unused that got like a lot of use based on like bond level ups on the server or something. It's like this servant got 8 million bond level ups this event. It was like, it would be kind of cool to see like just what some underrated servants are, or like, you know, how some events just partly because of like people following guides and whatnot, but also just, you know, seeing how some servants might rise to the top in specific circumstances. Yeah, I know. I know they did that for anniversary, but that's what I'm saying. Like in this kind of context, it would be kind of funny to see like, hey, this servant got barely any playtime before this. During this event, this servant gained so many levels and so many skill level ups and so many bond levels. It's like, hey, look, from nobody uses this to staple in almost everybody's comp. It'll be kind of funny to see that kind of stuff. I'm not saying Cersei is necessarily in that camp, but it just made me think of like just the fact that, you know, I didn't have her until now, I didn't use her until now, and now all of a sudden she's like, you know, the staple in the 3-turn. Cersei appreciation week, yeah, pretty much, or at least Cersei appreciation days, because this node is going away in a few hours, but still. She did get at least 2 days, 3 days, I think, in the spotlight. Oh fuck, I wasn't supposed to use the attack buff there. I misclicked. Oh well. Oh fuck. Yeah, well. I messed up. Oh well. Oh well, we're gonna have to stun here. We probably still will be able to kill, I think. Actually, let me do it. No, that one should still definitely die because it's 120k even without the attack buff. It's pretty low. And we can use the face cards to clear out at the end. That's like an extra 80k damage for just 7k left over. Sure, why not? Bum bum. I'm good. I'm Gucci. It was just like a miss. Yeah, I was kind of annoyed that like, oh, I misclicked. I misclicked. I ruined everything. I ruined it. Beat the C drops out of her with overkill. Yeah. If only. If only it was that easy. Can you imagine Mume just going like I was thinking about like my old saying, you know, like how overkill is best kill, and the first thing that popped to mind right now was like Mume being like the nice, cute, silent, calm little thing, just dragging a giant axe around. Is just like, let me just slap you over and over and over and over and over again. Like this really calm person, but that's like really into overkill. I feel like that's how I come off sometimes. It's like I'm usually very calm and collected, but then I go overboard. You know, then I do overkills and stuff. It's like, yeah, you can just kill the boss, but what if you can kill it 10 times over in one attack? How about that? Mume is too good of an example. Yeah, but it resonates with me in that sense. It really does. You could just kill the boss, or you could murder it and all its like ancestors for 5 generations beforehand. And then you beat the boss and you just move on like nothing happened. You know, you just move on. Yeah, okay, I'm bored now. Let's go next. Or like on the opposite specter, right? You have those like you had, you know, when I did those like arts survival team comps, it's like just slowly torturing the enemy. It's like, why won't you just die? And I'm still here 5 hours later. Just leave me alone. Go away. I just want to destroy the world. Nope, I'm still here. 5 hours later, 300 turns later. Please just die already. You know? And I'm just smiling there and just slowly inching my way one step at a time towards the enemy's, like, you know, throat kind of thing. It's like, yeah, just morally destroy the enemy. You don't have to kill them really fast. Both examples are forms of overkill. One is taking it this super exaggerated, over the top, explosive power. The other one is just slowly taking away at somebody's sanity. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. That is my duality, right? From one extreme to another. I do the stupidest things sometimes, I swear. I still can't believe I spent almost, what was it, 8 or 9 hours on that fucking fight with the ghosts. No, it wasn't a ghost. It was King Protea, I think it was. Jesus Christ. 8 hours fighting King Protea, was it? I can't remember. I think it was. No, it wasn't that one. No. King Protea was long, but it wasn't that long. It was what was it? I think it was the Halloween challenge quest. It was the one with like I think the chocolate servants that were healing for like 40k, 30k HP every turn or whatever. I think that's what it was. That was the one that took for fucking ever. I think it was the challenge quests with like shadow servants or something. That was the one that took me for fucking ever. Because I was running ruler and shit. I was like, I could just not physically do more damage than they were healing. Like every other turn they would heal for more than I was able to do damage that turn. Or like I would have to use a turn to like get invuln up and stuff like that. So that was a free heal for them. But hey, you cannot deny its effectiveness. You cannot deny its effectiveness. I did not only play with the enemies, you know, like psyche, I also played with yours and everybody in chat. So I would say that was very effective. And to be fair, my psyche as well, but let's not talk about that. The important thing is that it worked. That is what matters. Some people spend 24 hours and days to do those like super big combos of like, you know, dealing the most damage in one turn. I just did the opposite. That's all there was to it. I just did the opposite. Extremes of a spectrum. I do regret not saving that stream because it was on Twitch. It would have been funny. The longest clip. That would have been funny. Go Burb, go! Make me proud, Burb. The Burb and the Jackal. You'd think these two wouldn't get along as well as they do. But a Burb that turns things into pigs and a Jackal that turns things into... Who did ghost mummy thingies? Two weirdos. Two adorable weirdos. Yeah, but what are the medjets exactly? Yeah, into medjets, but what are medjets? Medjet is just medjet. Don't ask questions. Fair enough. We'll just leave it at that. Yeah. Cool. Medjet is just medjet. Can't argue with that logic. Forbidden pharaoh, not pharaoh knowledge. Yeah. You know what's even funnier though than the medjets in FGO? The fact that the medjet in, like, you know, historical depiction and Egyptian depictions actually still look like that. I think that is the best part of everything. That's not just an FGO thing. I think that is the ultimate, like, best part. Seeing hieroglyphics and stuff with like a hooded thing with just legs, like that is peak comedy, peak historical comedy. They like to have fun. Sometimes I wonder how you and others, and, like, you know, can handle farming that many boxes, like hundreds of boxes, and, like, Toho and whatnot. It's like, how do you have the mental patience and fortitude to farm for 2 weeks straight this many boxes? It's actually kind of, like, admirable in some sense. I mean, yeah, the opening is clearly dreadful, but it's just doing the same, like, motion. I don't know, like, for that many boxes, you're looking at running the same stages, I don't know, 50,000 times, 100,000 times. Maybe not that much for you specifically, but for someone like Toho who does, like, or X0 who do like 700, 800, 900 boxes. Because you need like 2-3 runs per box. I guess if you start getting the drops, it becomes less and less for each run, right? So maybe towards the end, you get like 2 runs per box or something. But even then, you're still probably looking like 5,000, 10,000 runs overall. Still like an ungodly amount of runs. No, I get that. I get that, but it's more like you're doing it for like 2 weeks straight, the same thing over and over. It's like without break kind of thing, right? That's the thing. More that's more surprising, because like, yeah, I can put up with this kind of farm if I do it, you know, for a day or two, like in the weekends and stuff, and then during the week I play something else and then do some other things. But just 2 whole weeks of just doing the same thing over and over and over again without break, that's usually where, like, for me it becomes like a breaking point kind of thing. Like, I farmed crazy amounts of things as well in a lot of different games, but it's usually a little bit more spaced out. You know, I give myself room to breathe and recover from, bullshit grinds kind of thing. Like, I did the grind in like in 14. That was pretty daunting. Very few people actually did that one as well, where it was the yokai event, the first time when it was around. And all the minions, I had to grind fates in different regions, and some regions weren't as good as other. So I did spend like a large amount of hours, I don't know, maybe 200 hours or something, farming fates for all the minions and the weapons, like a moron, because I just needed to do it. But I still took some breaks here and there, like I didn't do it every single day. Like, I get that it's a background activity, but don't you have like those moments of lucidity or like self-awareness where you just kind of like for a moment you just get that realization that, hey, I've been pressing these buttons in the same order for the past 6 hours? Don't you get that kind of like moment where it's like, ugh, I kind of need a break now? Like, I just thinking about it made me tired all of a sudden. Not the action itself, just the realization. Don't you get that? Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just a fake hardcore player. Oh yeah, for sure. Then I stretch and get back to it. Yeah, okay. I guess I'm just a fake hardcore player. Like, I pretend to be a hardcore player, but I'm not. I'm just one of those like fake, people who just wearing a mask and like, oh, I'm a hardcore player, but I'm not really. Nisemono desu. That's me. I'm a fake. Brain sometimes activates, then I parry it and shut it back off. Wow. Wow. Go back to sleep, brain. You're not welcome here. You are not needed where we are going, brain. I mean, I guess I understand it, because you're also not streaming, so you can just kind of focus your attention on something else. So maybe that also helps in just like shutting off entirely a little bit. I guess that's part of the problem for me, I guess, because I am usually doing these on stream as well. So at some point I just become self-aware, or at least more often. Maybe that's the problem. And talking non-stop is also, I guess, to an extent tiring. If nothing else, on your voice, at least. Streaming feels like a double-edged thing, or if you have people to BS with, could go longer, but also streaming looks like it will drain me faster by just the act of doing it. Yeah, I think the hardest thing, I think, at least in my opinion, the hardest thing about streaming a farming session is having people to interact with. Because that, yeah, sure, that distracts you to an extent, but it also keeps your mind off things. But if you're just like streaming alone, like quite literally to 0 viewers, then that can be really daunting. Because it feels like you're not being productive, I guess. You're not squeezing the... Wait, did I use my attack buff? I think I did, yeah. You're not squeezing out the most efficient amount of farming, but also you're not necessarily like, you know, gaining anything out of streaming. I guess that's the more annoying part, or like more difficult part of it. But I'm still doing it. I'm still having fun. Oh, that's what matters. The other issue for me is that I do like playing games in general a lot. So like farming such long sessions, even though like I know why I'm doing, I have a reason for it. Like I'm not doing this just for the lols because I got nothing better to do. I have an objective in mind, but it's the idea of like, instead of, you know, farming these boxes, I could be, I don't know, doing something else. Like I could be playing Final Fantasy, I could be playing Monster Hunter, I could be, you know, checking out a new game that I haven't played yet or something like that. I think that one is for me more difficult sometimes. Because there's just so many things I want to do. But I get that, I guess, to an extent all the time anyway. It's not just with farming. I guess this is just when I get more self-conscious than ever. I could be doing this other thing, or this other thing, or, you know. I guess you just have to tune it out after a while. Maybe it also has something to do for personality and stuff. Because I tend to like overanalyze things and like over prioritize things. So whenever I don't get like the most optimal like return on my time, I always feel like I could be doing something more optimal at this point. Overthinking is not fun, I guess. And I need to stop doing that. My brain is the opposite. I almost prefer being not optimal and being a constant chill. Grind is always quantity over quality. Yeah, I understand that. Like, I mean, to be fair, like the whole thing about optimization and being optimal, it's all about like context. Like, what exactly are you optimizing, right? It could be optimizing in this case, you know, grinding as many boxes in as little time as possible. It could be optimizing, you know, getting the most returns per run that you do in some way, in some capacity. Or it could be you're optimizing, you know, spending as few actions as possible. And then you of course have like the giga optimization, where you combine every single optimization on every single thing to come to like the ultimate you know, optimal run kind of thing. There's definitely layers of optimization that you can do. Like for instance, if you're fighting like a boss in an event, let's say, but you know it's only one boss, you could just optimize for getting through the fight as fast as possible, and that sometimes might entail, instead of making the best team possible to, you know, one-shot the boss without dying or like not spending much AP, you could be optimizing just to deal as much damage and then just rely on the party revive to clean it up, you know, and then that means you're gonna finish it faster, but you know you wasted the revive or something. So it's not optimal in resources, but it's optimal in time. That's still an optimization. It's just in a different way. Do I need anything? No. No. Okay, so yeah, we're still farming just for bronze materials at this point. Throw myself at it and make sure the team will work if when I survive. Yeah, that has been my strat lately as well, for the most part. Just can't be bothered to like spend time figuring out a good team that can actually survive. Just make sure it's good enough to deal most damage, so that when I actually revive, you know, I can clean it up. So it's just like make a team that's strong enough that can survive long enough, and then just revive, finish. I mean, I don't really get to use those revives anyway most of the time, so may as well make use of them if they still in the game. If they exist, why not use them? That's also why I didn't really feel bad using the summons in Elden Ring. Like I saw a lot of conversations at the time about, you know, people harping on others for using summons and like not getting the optimal experience or whatever. Or like, you know what? I don't care. I'm gonna use them. They're in the game. I'm gonna make use of them. I'm not gonna sit here and learn every single attack pattern of this boss. I'm just gonna use this summon to tank for me, and I'm just gonna slap the boss from behind. And I do not feel bad about it. It does suck though when they start nerfing stuff. Yeah, that's kind of that I always found that funny, the classic Souls meme on people complaining about how their people play. The devolving one is my favorite for Elden Ring. What's the devolving one? What the fuck did I just do? Oh, fuck me. I messed things up. I used the wrong... Whatever. I fucked things up. I got distracted for a second there. Oh well, I fucked up. Anyway, the evolving one. Oh, okay. I missed the context of the evolving one. Is my favorite in Elden Ring. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird for me. Like I really don't understand that because fundamentally, like literally, if you, I like that is just like it always like I don't get it because I think about like something like you know, Dark Souls, and even everyone's saying like, oh, it's so hard, and I get it to an extent. Yes, the games are really hard, but it's more about being hard until you learn how the game wants to be played. Like the game has its certain way of expecting you to play it, and the difficult part is kind of just understanding how it wants you to play it. But after that, like if you look at most people who either, you know, are pros at the game, so to speak, they usually, almost all of them, use some kind of cheese to fight the boss, or some kind of like item to like really quickly kill it or whatever. And I'm sitting here thinking like how is this any different? Like what is the argument you're trying to make here when you're literally just cheesing most things? People get upset when people don't struggle how they struggle. I guess, yeah, sounds like an argument. It's stupid. Oh yeah, the teleport glitching stuff where you kind of just go through walls and transport yourself across the entire map with the horse. I mean, that one at least I can understand, like on the fundamental level. I mean, speedruns are speedruns, so the goal of a speedrun is completely different from playing the game and enjoying it in a traditional sense. So like I'm not making that case, but imagine wasting time fighting enemies, true casuals. Yeah. Like at least I can understand from a perspective of like enjoying the game, that, you know, speedrunners don't necessarily enjoy the game as much as they enjoy breaking the game, or like, you know, getting the best time. Because we're talking about the right optimization a moment ago, and it's like, what is the optimal way of achieving this particular goal? And the particular goal of a speedrun is to cut down on the time as much as possible, and that usually ends up in two categories, and like two fundamental questions: are we allowed to break the game, or are we not? Those are usually the main two categories for speedruns, right? It's any percent glitchless and any percent with glitches. Those are usually the main, you know, separators. But like, I can understand making that case of like, you know, you shouldn't be doing this if you want to enjoy the game specifically. But as long as the things that you're doing are in the game, and you're using a particular strat that's within the parameters of the game, and it's successful, who the fuck cares? Especially considering it's mostly a single player game for the most part. Like, that's the weirdest part. Hmm? People trying to tell someone else how to have fun. Calm down. Yeah. Yeah, the internet is an interesting place. Everybody tells everybody else how they should behave, but never take that advice to their own hearts. Literally, the internet is literally the whole like do as I say, not as I do meme kind of thing. Because they almost never follow their own advice. It's interesting just how weird people can be. Yeah. Like for me in particular, it's the whole idea of like, especially when playing the game for the first time, it's like I'm gonna make use of those summons and just make make myself enjoy the game more because of it. But I do like, I start like, once you hit new game plus or start a new game, like I could see myself not using summons or not using summons as much, or using different summons, just as I get better at the game. I only inert myself one time and end up going to an almost equal broken build. Yeah, I think those games, those types of games are generally the most fun. The games where, like the single player games where you can kind of sort of do whatever you want within the parameters of the game, and the game's like not overly concerned about like balance of like ensuring every build is as strong and as like reasonable. It's like when you kind of just pull things out of your ass, combine them, and just get some like stupid OP broken shit put together. It's fun, man. It's fun. It's just fun. It's simple, efficient, mindless fun. I think that's one of the things I dislike generally about newer games, is like they're so afraid of having like cheat codes, for instance, in single player games. Although that one is probably for a different reason. It's mainly because they can't monetize the shit out of it. But it's just like some of the older games were so much fun because you could either break them or just use cheats every now and again and just do some stupid things. Play the first level of the game with like an overpowered weapon that you don't get until halfway through the game or something. Because just why not? Sometimes you just need that simple kind of fine. I don't know who he was that said it. I think it was like a developer on EverQuest or something. I can't quite remember, but it was a saying along the lines of, if you give gamers the opportunity, they'll find a way to optimize the fun out of it. And it really does feel like that, but not just from gamers, but also from like developers. It feels like nowadays everybody's trying to optimize the fun out of things and just make sure like everything is proper, prim, working, balanced. Everything is like all of this effort to make things clean and universal and whatnot. It's like, I mean, okay, I guess, but it's not really that fun. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you're just gonna break. Overly balancing kills me. Same. Like, I get it. It makes sense in certain types of games, 100%. Like, I understand balance in multiplayer games and like PvP games and things like that. But when you overly balance in like single player games or like co-op games against AI, like that's where usually for me it's like, you really didn't have to do this. Just let the player, like, sure, again, even in that case, I guess there's a caveat to where you can say certain games are designed with a certain level of difficulty and you design the game from the ground up for a specific type of like general experience. But again, that's kind of like splitting the hair, I guess. That's what killed my enjoyment of Destiny. Yeah, that's definitely what killed Destiny for me as well. Well, I didn't play Destiny 1, I played Destiny 2, but part of it was that kind of thing of like constantly balancing, constantly rebalancing. I mean, to an extent at least, I understand Destiny because it is a multiplayer co-op PvP game, but at the same time, it just felt really daunting to constantly have to re-farm weapons because this weapon was no longer useful, or this weapon is suddenly, rebalanced as no longer useful, or it's like, just let me have fun with the weapon that I like. Destiny 1's exotic was just so much cooler, then they all just slowly became same-ish. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. It definitely like put me off quite a bit because of that. They're same-ish, but at the same time, by constantly balancing, even though they're same-ish, it also means like certain weapons suddenly become weaker. So if they were just same-ish, that wouldn't be as bad as same-ish, but like, you know, they're all still strong. But they keep rebalancing things, and some things that were previously good now are bad, and you have to get a completely different weapon that you might not even like. For me, that was the biggest issue. It wasn't the fact that they were same-ish, it was that like the weapon that I liked using all of a sudden wasn't good anymore. Like the enemies became stronger and then my weapon was weak, or like my weapon got nerfed and now I wasn't killing things in one shot. Or like I like to use hand cannons, for instance. Like I really like hand cannons in Destiny 2, but most hand cannons for the longest time were not really usable in PvE because they just didn't have the firepower. And whenever I got like a good hand cannon, or like that could actually handle like reasonably well, then they would nerf it for one reason or another, usually because of PvP or something. And it's just like, man, let me just let me just use the gun that I like. I just like this gun. I like how it looks. I like how it feels, but I can't use it because it's trash. That for me was the biggest thing. Like I just wanted to use the weapons that I like, and quite often the weapons that I liked weren't good, and the weapons that were good were weapons I disliked or actively hated in some cases. Like I just didn't like using those weapons, and it just felt bad. So after a while I was just like tired of keep having to farm weapons that I don't like and don't want to use, and having to stash or dismantle weapons that I actually liked using because they're literally unusable. I think that was the thing for me specifically. It's not fun. Like the treadmill is fun as so long as the, you know, the reason why you're on the treadmill, you know, brings you joy and stuff. But if you're just on the treadmill because somebody forces you on the treadmill, that's just it ruins it, man. It just ruins it. And that's how it, for me, Destiny 2 felt. It was just like a forced treadmill that I was on, not because I wanted to, but because I had to, in order to keep up with like the new challenges, the new difficulties, all of that stuff. First with the constantly increasing light level that they capped on weapons, so like you couldn't use weapons from older seasons in the newer ones, but also the vaulting stuff. That was the other like really annoying things. Like I had these weapons and all of a sudden I could only use them in like one type of content, and that's it. It's like, well, what even is the point? I'm just gonna farm new weapons that I don't care about. At least let me farm the weapons that I don't care about with weapons that I do care about and like. At least give me that. But no, I have to farm weapons that I don't like and don't care about with other weapons that I don't like and I don't care about. So I'm not even having fun being on the treadmill. So it's kind of, you know, self-defeating prophecy. Or self-fulfilling prophecy, I guess. Like breaking games is usually the most fun part. Making OP builds. Like say what you will about my like stupid FGO like immortal runs. That is still a form of breaking the game, right? It's like putting up a team together that just won't fucking die. It just refuses to die. You can't make that in every circumstances, but you know, it's a form of breaking the game. It's like, it's fun in its own right. And I don't do it all the time, but like it's one of those things you just pull out and you just go like, haha, this is funny, right? unfortunate. Even like in older games, I remember playing like Heroes 3, and sometimes like I beat all the campaigns in Heroes 3, so it's, you know, you do it once and whatnot, but then, you know, it's nice to like use some of those cheats and just give yourself an army of, I don't know, you know, castle, like great holy grail in every city, and just have like an you know, stupid amount of resources, and just get like stupid amount of units, and just, you know, run to the enemy with like 200 dragons or 200 archangels or what have you, or like a 1,000 liches, and just be like, haha, there's nothing you can do about this. I'm just gonna bash your head in with like an army 10 times your strength. Yeah, StarCraft 2, like even in that case, like even if you only use like one cheat or another, it's like, oh, you know, instead of like having this slow game and being methodical about it, let me just give myself a, you know, 10,000 resources, put up 10 barracks, and make an army of 200 marines, and, you know, run into the enemy's base where they have like 10 marines. Like even something as basic as that, every now and again having something like that is just fun. There's definitely a level of charm to that, of being able to do that. I also like doing that in like Warcraft 3 with like the heroes, right? Because I mean, StarCraft 2 had heroes eventually, but like in Warcraft 3 in particular, you had the heroes and artifacts and stuff. It was always kind of fun to just like spend some, you know, put in a cheat for maybe money, or sometimes invincibility, but whatever, just, or like infinite mana, and just go to town with Illidan with permanent metamorphosis or some stupid thing, and you just eradicate a whole base with just Illidan and nothing else. Yeah, it's dumb shit like that. This is just simple fun, simple basic fun. No complicated like steps required to achieve fun. It's just step 1, turn on game. Step 2, have fun. I also remember like playing things like not Knights of the Old Republic. I think you can do that to an extent in Knights of the Old Republic, but it was like in Jedi Academy, I think there was a cheat code that you could just give yourself the lightsaber. So even though in the game you would only acquire it much later and force powers much later, you could just, you know, cheat your way to force powers and lightsaber, and you just start off the game and just mow down through levels with a lightsaber that you normally wouldn't have access to, and force powers that you would normally have access to. It's just simple but fun. I really should look at some of the games that I have, and at some point go back to some of these silly games and just have some stupid fun. Oh, you know what other game I really liked playing, especially with cheats? What's it called? I think, let me see. Oh, Blood Rain. Blood Rain was a really fun game. Because, I mean, the game itself is more or less all about the hack and slash and just like visceral fighting. So you just slap on the invincibility code and like infinite ammo, and you just start churning out bullets left and right and just jumping from one enemy to another. It's super fun, especially when you start using like the hand blades and stuff. Oh god, that was another like simple, effective fun. Very basic, very satisfying. And they even remastered the game, so you can get it on Steam now. That's like supposed to work on your system and stuff, and they're pretty cheap. I would definitely recommend picking up Blood Rain. It's just simple, mindless fun. So really nothing complex about it. What other games did I enjoy in that same vein? I'm trying to remember. I mean, it's not like it's a big title or anything. It was a B tier game. It wasn't like AAA. It was like a B tier game. But that is one thing. Like back when we were growing up, when we were younger, like the 2000 stuff, B tier games were still good, still popular, and still fun. Nowadays, it feels like everyone and everything is only really talking about AAA. And I'm calling myself out in at the same time. So like, I'm not saying, you know, just other people are doing it, but at some point I feel like we lost track of just like having fun, and we kind of just end up talking about what everyone else is playing. I think it is just like a realization more than anything. But yeah, back then it's like you said, I would play pretty much anything you put in front of me. I played all sorts of games that nowadays I probably wouldn't be playing, just because in part I have more options, more, you know, less time than then. So like when I do pick up a game, I want to make sure I am having fun, not flipping a coin. But yeah, back in the day, some of these smaller games and stuff, not only were they fun because you had less options, but you would make your own fun in them. And just like things like with cheats, right? You don't even have that nowadays. So like, even if it's a game that I don't like, if I can't use cheats or something else to like make my own fun, and I just absolutely have to play by the game's rules, sometimes it's just like, I'd rather not do that and just play a game that I know I'm gonna have fun within the context of the game without any changes. I hate Tetris, and I had like 3 variants of it on Sega Genesis. Yeah, same. Play a lot of like Genesis, you know, old school games like that, and on the SNES as well. Played a lot of games that I probably wouldn't play otherwise nowadays, but I played the shit out of back then, just because of, you know, the number of options and stuff. But it's even just small stuff like we were talking about, right? Cheat codes and things like that. Even small things like that can turn like a mediocre experience into a good time, like a good fun time, even without anything else changing. I remember a lot of games in the past where the trainers, they were called, or used to be a thing, where you'd like install this trainer thing that you just press a button and basically would quote unquote inject codes into the cheat codes into the game while you were having it on. And that alone made a lot of games fun. Like, just, you know, just press this button, now you're invincible, or just press this button and now you have infinite gold, or press this button and you have infinite ammo. Yeah. I mean, even GTA, the old games had cheat codes. I don't know about the new ones, but even GTA 3, like, I would spawn in tanks and spawn in planes and spawn in weapons and increase, you know, or increase or decrease wanted levels at the press of a button. Even those games had cheats back in the day. Maybe the new ones don't, but the old ones, they sure as hell did. I stopped playing GTA when they stopped giving me flying car cheat codes. Yeah. That was for me. Like, for me, that was it, right? I was never like a fan of GTA games personally. Like, it's not my kind of game, my kind of storytelling, my kind of everything else. But I remember having a crap ton of fun in GTA 3 and Vice City just because of the cheat codes. So like, I go do a mission or two and be like, yeah, cool, whatever, this was fun, yeah, okay, let's just put in the cheat code for a tank and let's start blowing the town up with a tank, you know. that was fun for me. It's like we interrupt this scheduled story gameplay broadcast to bring you Tank in the middle of the street. And I just shoot my way through the town, and then once I had my fill, be like, okay, that was fun. Now, okay, now let's go back to the story. Yeah. Cheat codes just can make games 10 times better just by existing. Yeah, I used to do that a lot. Like, I'd find a building that I thought I could, defend or something. Maybe either give myself weapons or just like, buy some weapons with the resources. And then I go off on the building and start increasing the stars and just waiting to see how long I can survive. Yeah, that was definitely a thing for me as well. Sometimes you just want to become a washing machine in Banjo-Kazooie. Yeah. Just simple fun, man. That is there is beauty in that simplicity. And I feel like a lot of games forgot that nowadays. Surely not all of them, and the only problem nowadays is there's so many games, so many options, that finding those games that, normally would find their way around to you in some way or another, or is just harder because it's just more saturated. I'm sure there's plenty of games like that still, but it's just harder to find them. But when I was looking for like Monster Hunter Rise mods stuff, we just replaced. Yeah, but it's not the same thing, right? Exploits are not the same thing, not only because of the way you do them, but also because they keep getting fucking patched all the time. So even when you do find a cute little exploit that's like not necessarily harmful in some way, it's gonna get patched out. And sometimes it's not even an exploit, it's just, oh, the numbers didn't quite align as we like them, so we just nerf it. Like, let's say even Elden Ring, right? Elden Ring comes out, you have fun with your like, let's say your mimic. Next patch comes out, it's nerfed. Next patch comes out, it's nerfed even more. Next patch comes out, it's nerfed even more. Like, well, awesome, I guess. That alone, like, I'll be honest, just seeing the patch notes, like, sometimes it's obviously it's positive, you see some improvements or some fixes to bugs, or a weapon was underpowered and it's like just not competitive, and it's nice to see those buffs because you're thinking, oh hey, I have a new thing to play with. But the nerfs, on the other hand, is just kind of like, well, there's one toy taken away from me, there's another toy taken away from me. The disc version of Elden Ring, just because I knew I'd want to do something and Rizzo Pimi One Day. Yeah. I think that for me is the biggest thing. I miss games before the current era, just because, yeah, I get that sometimes they were broken, but in that broken state, you could get some hidden gems and, like, just fun experiences out of it. It ships, and that's the game now. Yeah. They really found a way to optimize the fun out of games. From a lot of them. I think the moral of the story, more than anything else, I don't know for sure, because like I said, I haven't been able to keep up with all the games, but I think part of the moral of the story is we need to play less AAA games and go start looking for some B tier games and see what's there, and see what, like, kind of nonsense we can pull out. Because I'm sure there's probably some games that fit you know, the criteria we're describing here right now, that are recent and we just, I don't know of, or like we glossed over, something like that. I'm sure there's a bunch of them out there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But if you do find some game that fits that definition, also if it's co-op, that would be kind of cool too. But if we find some kind of, like, if you find or figure out some kind of you know, maybe co-op or even just single player game that kind of fits that criteria, you know, that has cheat codes or something like that, let me know. It was, oh yeah, right, I was saying, like, I was looking recently over like mods on Nexus. I remember back in the day playing like Dragon Age with mods. That used to be a lot of fun. It give my, you know, new skills or new classes or just new unlocks of things, or you know, new stories. Obviously that was fun, but like, just, you know, modifying things to get a different experience. And some of these mods are actually more like cheat codes realistically, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, I made so much fun for myself just through mods and cheats. It's kind of disappointing how many games nowadays forgot about that. My non-ASR games are basically everything in the Hollow Knight game. Most from the Hollow Knight was basically a cheat code run because I wanted to goof off hard. The mod that takes all the account data and puts it in an editable JSON file. Every charm costs you 0. So you keep equipped every charm. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun for sure. There is so much fun to be had with with just goofing around. But it feels like nowadays, like, a lot of people just look down on you for doing those kind of things. Or in some extreme cases, they would even look to ban you for doing that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know if I could get away with like playing like a modified kind of like game on stream or using cheats on stream, because somebody somewhere is gonna flip a lid. +30 charms on was unstoppable. Yeah. Simple fun, simple fun. That is the name of the game. 100%. I miss the days of OP stuff and just imbalanced things. But like imbalanced for the good in that sense. Of just having things that like are over the top. Bum, ba-da-ba-bum, bum. Another thing that I like in games is games that don't like hard lock you on progression. That's another way of just like preserving that kind of OP state. A lot of games nowadays like hard lock your progression at specific points. Like you can't level past this point if you're this far into the game, or you can't unlock, like, these skills are locked until you complete this quest, that kind of stuff. And you can't just like become over the top stupid strong early on and just breeze through the game. That was another fun thing about like even thinking back to like FF7 and FF8. like especially in FF8 with all the stupid junction stuff that you could do and the card transformations, and you could become like stupid OP very early on. A lot of games don't allow that anymore nowadays. It's like paced progression. There was another fun way of just like, you know, making your own fun by just over leveling here and there, or like unlocking a certain skill early, or a weapon in the case of FF8 is getting, you know, end game weapons and in the first hour of the game and whatnot, other nonsense like that. I feel like a lot of games nowadays don't allow for that. Even like if just thinking of FF games, a lot of them don't allow for that anymore. Or even when they do allow it, it's kind of just a little bit. Like you can't just go balls to the wall OP anymore. Like I'm thinking even if like FF15 for instance, because that one was I think one of the more recent ones. You could upgrade the Ultima weapon very early on, but it was only up to like the penultimate state, and to get the ultimate one you still had to go through a large portion of the game to get access to the thing, to unlock it and upgrade it to max level. But even if you did get that, a lot of the power in that game wasn't actually in the weapons. So even if you had like the Ultima Blade, it really didn't do as much, because it was like kind of like multiplicative off of your own skills and whatnot. There's always something to like block you. Okay, did that. Okay, it's way harder now. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at one of these days. I'm gonna have to look through my backlog of games, see some of the stupid games that I used to play, and just pull out one of these and just have some mindless fun on stream. I don't quite know which one yet. Oh, you know what was another game where I really had a lot of fun, quote unquote, cheating my way? It was Disciples 2. That game was really fun, and it's really tactical and all of that kind of stuff. But you know, you had things like permanent death for your heroes and units, and things like that. So it was a pretty punishing game until you get into it. But one of the things I really enjoy doing in Disciples 2 is literally just like cheat your main character, main hero, to max level, because heroes in that game could be, you know, you could contribute to battles. Like it wasn't really easy to like cheat your way with your castle necessarily, or like progressing through the games, but you could make your hero super fucking strong, and then just have your hero carry you through the game. And certain heroes, like in particular, like one of the things that was really interesting about the game, so you had different types of heroes, like let's say the knight, you know, that can attack one target. They're pretty beefy, they deal good damage to one target. And then you had things like mages that can hit every target on the field, but they hit for like almost nothing in terms of damage. And one of the issues, I guess, in the general sense, is that the knights were very strong early on, with mages being kind of useless for the most part, because they were really hard to keep alive. But the main problem, I think, well, problem in the general sense, was that once you hit a certain point, there were caps on certain stats. I think damage was one of them, where it was just capped like 300 damage or something, or 500 damage, I don't remember. So after a certain point, if you could continue to upgrade your hero and keep them alive and all of that, mages would outscale knights, just because they could hit the entire field. And one of the simplest way to cheese your way, cheese Disciples 2 and have fun with it, is like make a custom map or something where you could just level your heroes, because you could export heroes from one map to another, and you just like level like a mage to max level, so that would you'd have a ton of HP, it makes them super tanky, but also deal a fuck ton of damage and in AoE. And from that point on, you just do like a normal map and work your way through it easily with just like, you didn't even care about your units on the map, but you could still, it would allow you to keep them alive because of the permadeath thing. So you just keep your units alive and upgrade them through battles thanks to your champion. That was one way of doing that. That was like a relatively simple cheese in the game. Yeah, it was pretty popular here in my circle of friends and stuff. Disciples too. It was a good one. I think the issue with it for me was that it was no longer compatible with like newer Windows versions or something. I think that's why I stopped playing it. But it was a really fun game. It was a really, really fun game. I should definitely take a look over it when you get a chance, even if just watching some videos or whatnot to get an idea of how it looks and how it plays. It was basically the same type, generally speaking, like Heroes games. Like it wasn't quite grid based, but it was like the turn based, like unit control, party based kind of thing, where you had spells and stuff. But it was like more grounded in terms of like number of units and number of damage. Think of more like something like what's that game called that's popular nowadays? Darkest Dungeon, I guess. Think something like that in terms of like how the game plays, where you have a select number of units that you have to level, through combat, and that's about the only way you can level them. And if they die, they die. So it's something like akin to that. And one of the units on your party is the hero that can, level separately, like in a slightly different system, similar to like heroes, and get new skills and get new, access to certain specific abilities or like bonuses and whatnot. It's somewhere in between the two. Yeah, no, permadeath it is a thing in the game, but it's not quite in the same way, because the way permadeath works in Disciples 2 is if your party wipes, so like all of your units die and your hero die, then that is when everybody goes away, right? But if, for instance, your hero dies, but your other units in your party survive, you can still revive your hero, and vice versa with the units. Obviously, there's some campaign missions that don't allow for that kind of stuff, or like if you lose your hero, you lose your hero, whatever. But like for the most part, it was kind of like that, and you could always buy new heroes. So it was permadeath on a unit per unit case. So it was pretty difficult in that sense, but. Like I said, if you cheese it or use like a small mod or something, the permadeath isn't that scary necessarily. And you could also always lower the difficulty and things like that, so some fights weren't as scary, even though permadeath was a thing. It was one of those things that you once you get used to the game, the permadeath really isn't that big of a deal. Unless you're like literally being stupid and going to fight something that's clearly out of your league, Fire Emblem's baby mode. What Fire Emblem is that? And what baby mode? What's the new Fire Emblem game? I really need to get into it. What's the new one? Three Hopes? That's the one? And what does that quote-unquote baby mode entail? Like, what does it do? Like, I'm guessing it removes permadeath from units for one. Does it do anything else? Awakening and onward, I think they added a second mode. There is a normal difficulty slide and there is also permadeath toggle for units. So just disable permadeath. Yeah, I can definitely see that. That is one of the things. Now that reminds me. I don't know if you remember when I played XCOM. That's one of the things I really like about lower difficulty in that sense. Like sure, you know, there's the tactical aspect of XCOM games and whatnot, of managing your units, etc, etc, etc. But one of the things I liked about those types of games, more than like the difficulty, is like the power trip aspect. And I always kind of like just having one like uber strong fucking team, right? So that's one of the reasons why I like playing XCOM like on easy / normal instead of hard or even whatever the other Iron Man I think it's called. Just playing it on easy or maybe normal, because I like having one really strong team that shits on everything. So I didn't want to keep switching out my units every single fight. I just made like 8 units, I guess, and went out with the same 6, and then maybe 2 or whatever here and there, switching them in and out. And you also get like this connection to your units more that way, in a sense, because you have your team of, like, you know, professionals. It really made XCOM far more fun for me to just, you know, go with the like elite team. And just have your A team and just yeah, that is so satisfying. It's so much fun. Yep. The A team. Yeah, that's a show I almost forgot about. Do you remember A Team? The show with Mr. T. That was a good time. God, that was such a stupid show. I loved it so much growing up. It's probably one of my favorite shows, like most favorite shows out of all of them back then when I was growing up. It was so fun. So stupid, but so fun. I think it was I think A Team where like MacGyver took its influence from, because these idiots would just build nonsense things out of nothing. I pity the fool who doesn't remember the A Team. Agreed. Oh my god, fucking A Team was so good. Oh my god. Nostalgia hits like a truck. That was a fun show. Oh, seed drop. Yay! We got a seed drop. Let me see. Okay, so I need 400 of these. I need to get to 600 essentially. Get 200 for this, and then 400 for this to get everything. Okay, we're gonna continue farming this node a little bit more. I already have maxis, so I can't fit anymore. How many more drops do I need before I can MLB? 4 more, I think. No, 3 more. I need 3 more drops. Yay. Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, yeah, I could just use 2 more, because that would like essentially mean I'm maintaining the same number of drops with 1 lessee. You're right. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. What other games? What other games I would like to look over my list of games. Let me look over the list of games. What do we have? Actually, let me do this attack. I was trying to get real tired before the 18 got brought up. Saved by Mr. T. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good show. Yeah, man. What other games do I have in my library that hits the nostalgia? B tier. Oh, Dungeon Siege, that was another one. Nostalgia stuff. Dungeon Siege was one that I played a lot growing up. Morrowind, I played way too much of. Fable. King's Bounty. Oh, Midnight Club 2. God, I fucking love that stupid game. I'm not usually one for cars, but Midnight Club definitely had a vibe to it. I think I tried installing it recently, but it didn't work on new systems. I think it's just, it hasn't been updated, so it's not supported on newer system. But that was a fun game. There probably is some kind of workaround that can make it work again. I just have to look into it. Yeah, my phase was all about like the riced up cars. So I played Midnight Club 2, I played the Underground 1 and 2, and Most Wanted, things like that. That era Need for Speed. I really like the tuned cars and like the, you know, cars, like the street race kind of quote unquote culture and stuff like that. Loved Underground. Yeah, same. Like Underground 1 and 2 are still my favorite car games to this day. Underground 1, I feel like had the better general vibe, but Underground 2 had more optimization and customization. So it's like I generally enjoy playing, like in terms of like playing systems, I enjoy Underground 2 more, but as a just full-on game, Underground 1 was more fun. It's a little bit more dated. Like you could probably play Underground 2 today and it wouldn't feel too bad. Play Underground 1 and you will feel just how old that game is. Oh god, Twisted Metal as well, yeah. Fuck, I played a lot of that game as well. And Carmageddon, I don't know how you pronounce it, how you choose to pronounce it, but Carmageddon was another one. Jesus, Carmageddon was so stupid as well. Twisted Metal and Carmageddon. God, those were a lot of fun. See what I mean? Dumb games that are just fun. There's no strings attached. It's just dumb fun. Best fucking games of our childhood. And Serious Sam. I'm looking over my list. What if we just had a dude who holds onto 2 tires? Yes. All of that kind of bullshit. I was just scrolling through my list and I just reached Serious Sam. That was another bullshit game that aged like fine wine. Remember that? Remember Serious Sam? Jesus Christ, that was so much fun. So stupid but so fun. This one's less dumb, but it was still like a very big part of my growing up, just having fun. Warhammer 40k, Dawn of War 1 and 2. God, I played a lot of those games as well. Dawn of War 1 and 2, both great games. Dawn of War 3, we don't talk about. Dawn of War 3, we don't talk about. But Dawn of War 1 and 2, oh my god. Probably the best 40k games overall on PC, like in terms of like just atmosphere and general experience. And like just also in terms of you know, customization, because you had access to so many, especially Dawn of War 1, you had access to pretty much every single race. So you could just fuck around with every single race and units. Yeah, Dawn of War 1, the first one, has multiple expansion to it as well. So you can pretty much, it's the same game no matter how many expansions you get. It's just, it adds the additional races and playable races. So you could literally play as, I think, I want to say, I don't remember, but I think it was every single race. So they even had the fucking Sisters of Battle in Dawn of War 1, man. They even had the Sisters of Battle. I think that was in Soulstorm where they introduced the Sisters of Battle. It was such a fun game, man. Sisters of Battle and Dark Eldar, yeah, that was Soulstorm. So you can pretty much play with whichever you want. And and the way they were done, they were also kind of standalone somehow. So like you didn't need the previous ones. I don't really exactly know how it worked. It wasn't like a typical like expansion thing on top of the previous game or something. I guess it was just a newer game or something. I'm not exactly sure how it worked. But yeah, 40k, I definitely recommend. Dawn of War 2 does work with the expansion system though. So for that one, you do need the previous versions, as far as I remember. I could be wrong, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. You could pick, and they had pretty much every single faction. Dark Crusade introduced the fucking, what were they called? The Necrons, yes. So you even had the Necrons, Sisters of Battle, Dark Eldar, you know, Imperials. It was a ton of fun. You know, obviously the orcs and all that kind of stuff, the Tau. Warhammer 2 was less like that overall, but it was still pretty good. And like what Warhammer 40k Dawn of War 2 did well was the hero play, because you could make a team like especially in the campaign, like that was great for that. It had good like hero builder team, you know, fun in that sense. And just having fun with your like 4 little ultramarines that just fucking wreck everything that moves and exists in the same plane of existence as you. That was always fun. Ah, man. Good times. Good times. Good old times. What else? I mean, I still see some other games here on the list that are not really in the, like, I break this game for the lols, but like Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen, you know? That's another good one from back in the day. Crash Bandicoot. You know, those are some classics as well that were a lot of fun. Not mindless break the game fun, but fun. What else? What else? I think I've ran through most of the things that I have here in my Steam library that's worth mentioning. Oh, Sacred 1 and 2, Sacred Gold and Sacred 2. Those were other games that I spent a crap ton of time on. They've had a very big world with quests and everything. It was a Diablo-like, I think, game kind of thing. If I recall correctly. I think that was the closest, like, comparison. I think I played more Soul Reaver than Legacy. I think Soul Reaver was overall more popular in my area as well. I think more people know of Soul Reaver than Kain, than Legacy of Kain. I actually, like, I learned of Soul Reaver first before I learned of Legacy of Kain myself. Spyro. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Okay. Did I use? Yes, I use all my boss. Titan Quest. That was another one that I played. But I tried installing it recently, but I couldn't get it to work either. There's another one that I really wanted to pull up recently. I almost lost a sister because of Spyro 2. She deleted my save file the day after 100% of the game. Oh fuck, I misclicked. I misclicked again. She almost didn't make it. I mean, you already 100%ed the game. There wasn't anything else for you to do. May as well start over. I mean, it's not a repeatable game at that point. There's nothing for you to do. She just did you a solid. Let you experience the game again. I didn't even get to stew in it. Haven't touched it since that day. Wow. She just, wow, man. That is one big grudge against that game. I think heavy meant emotional damage. But I understand. I do understand. I actually learned to deal with that in a different way. Like I learned to accept that because there was a period where my aunt had bought a PlayStation 1, I want to say. I think it was PlayStation 1. I can't remember the exact timeline. I think it was the PlayStation 1 with Tekken 3, I want to say, or PlayStation 2 with Tekken. Whatever. It was Tekken 3, I'm pretty sure. May have been PlayStation 2 actually. I think. It was Tekken 3 Gold. And she had bought the PlayStation but she had not bought a save cartridge. And you know what that means, right? I had to play through the entire Tekken. Like every time somebody would want to come over so we could have fun and play games, I would spend the previous day like 8 hours playing through the entire game and trying to unlock all the characters and whatnot for when people would come over, and leave the console overnight open playing, you know, just so we could have all the characters and play around with it. And I would do that every fucking time. Dude, I finished Tekken 3 like, I don't know, fucking 50 times. Just to unlock all the characters and the secret character, because there was like the professor that you had to play some special mode for, I believe it was like some kind of side-scrolling game mode, and then you had to do, I think, volleyball for Gone or something. And I would do all of that fucking shit, like play with every character, finish the story with every character to unlock this and this and this and this, and then move on to that and get that and get that, and then do the side mission and do that again, just so we could play with, you know, with everything. Oh my god. Like, I learned to not hold a grudge against losing save files because of that. I was mentally conditioned by that. Oh my god. Imagine having to do that every single time somebody comes over. And the other thing was like, since it wasn't my console, it was my aunt's, I obviously couldn't borrow it all the time, or, you know, for extended periods. So it also meant that we had to make the best out of it whenever I did get it. So we would have people over more often, or like every single weekend. And if the power went down, obviously, you know, I had to redo it. I couldn't leave it on the entire week during school. So pretty much every single weekend, like week after week, I'd have to do this. I became pretty good at Tekken by necessity. I knew how to play pretty much every character. I mean, obviously not like, you know, very, very good, but I mean, I beat the campaign with every single character and every game mode, so yeah. You brought back more trauma saying power outage. More Spyro trauma. Imagine how I felt. Because that wasn't just a one-time thing. Oh, brother. My childhood was a mess. I wouldn't say I was prepared for it, more like I conditioned myself for it. Sorry, I had to take a moment to eat a little bit of something because my throat was getting dry and sore. Or I wouldn't say dry, but yeah, I need to eat a little bit of something just to. Starving, but also so tired and lazy. I can understand that. Did I? No, I did. I forgot to use a buff. I forgot to use the buff again. That's fine. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's repeat the process. You know, talking about all games, that just reminded me of another thing. You remember how well, remember one thing that's I find like interesting is just how language evolves over time, I guess, and trends and stuff. And I just remember that back in the day, like, you remember terms like PK and IMBA? As those are gaming terms that you don't really hear nowadays anymore. Like, instead of IMBA, you have like OP nowadays. I don't even know what the IMBA used to be. It was short for imbalanced, basically. It was before OP became a thing. You'd hear it a lot in things like, you know, PvP oriented games. It was pretty popular around like Dota and things like that, and CS:GO, and like those more like general, you know, group games. It was pretty popular back in the day. Yeah, but it was more about that, like the idea of like how things change, right? And we refer to things very differently nowadays. And you don't hear PKing anywhere almost nowadays. And IMBA, like, I saw that one recently in the comment on YouTube at some point. I was like, holy hell, this is an old guy like me. Like, nobody nowadays uses IMBA anymore. That's like such a 2000s term. Yeah, I mean, something like that, yeah, I can definitely see being very game specific. Amy. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. But yeah, that would definitely be more of a, like a, and they, like, for, it's one of those terms, like, you know how we refer, like in Monster Hunter, we refer to Geritodus as Jerry and things like that. There's like game specific kind of things. Or Rathlos is Rathy and things like that. Or like the pickle. Those are definitely game specific terms. Where these two things come from: game title restrictions for character limits. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that one. Yeah, that could definitely also be a thing. You had to be more resourceful back in the day with your characters. I think that was also part of why acronyms became very, very commonplace in games, like character limitations, even in chat and things like that. And made it easier, also cross-language kind of thing, to make communication possible. Gamers are resourceful, man. Where there's a will, there's a way. People will find ways to make things you know, easy on themselves in the weirdest ways possible sometimes. Mm-hmm. 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 But yeah, some of these terms are so outdated now. It's kind of funny sometimes to just look back and see. I don't know, I always find it interesting to just kind of look back at things and reminisce and look at things and how they changed. So many things have changed in so many different ways. But even now, like 20 years later, I still look at some of these games and have fond memories of them. Some of them I even played recently and had a good time with it. Like some games really do survive the test of time, whether it's due to nostalgia or just like being good games. You still see people playing like old Final Fantasy games today, or like just old games today nowadays. And that's just the hallmark of, like, you know, a generation, I guess. And Diablo 2 remake was fun because you could see all the old people using the same terms as back in the day. Yeah. I mean, that's what builds community, right? It's these kinds of things, and that's how how people see each other and recognize each other. It was a language I haven't read in 20 years. Yeah. It's really fun, isn't it? You have found your people. You can tell who your people are from a distance. That's the good thing. It was awesome. Yeah. That was part of the reason why, like, I was looking over like things from like you know, the Blizzard now has like the whole classic WoW thing. Like I was thinking for a long time of like maybe getting back into TBC or Wrath just for old time's sake. But I don't think I can put up with some of the nonsense around that community nowadays. Just like general WoW community, I mean. But like a part of me just thinks back of like all the good times and all the memories I had, and it's just like, man, I kind of want to go back and relive that in that same sense as you did with like Diablo 2 remake. It's like, man, this brings back so many memories. But I feel like it wouldn't be the same. Part of the reason that I really don't want to get back into it is because, as opposed to like old like vanilla Wrath, vanilla TBC and stuff like that, everything's already figured out, and people, like, just because of also the direction of like retail WoW nowadays, everything's like so hyper focused on efficiency and like getting everything done and like pushing everything done. It just sucks the lifespan out of the game. You can't just take your time the same way you did back in the day. Everyone is just rushing through things and like pushing everything to the limit. And I even though like I have really good memories of Burning Crusade and Wrath, it would probably be an absolutely terrible experience nowadays just because of the community mindset. I probably wouldn't have a lot of fun with it. Like I would have fun a little bit with it, just, you know, getting back into the whole early level experience and, you know, being alone in the world a little bit. But I feel like everything beyond that would just be annoying. I don't really want to deal with like the whole general like community sentiment that's nowadays about pushing, you know, level as fast as possible, get your professions up as fast as possible, get your gear, run this, do your tournament, do this, get ready for this raid. The next patch is coming in 3 months. You got to get ready for that patch. I just want to have fun, man. I just want to have fun. I think that's part of the reason why I enjoy FF14 so much. Everything is so much chill. And everybody's kind of just going at their own pace and whatever they want. Like there's no like community sentiment pressure thing to like, you know, do this as fast as possible, do this as efficiently as possible. Like sure, there's always some people everywhere in every game like that, but 14 is just chill. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. But for me, Lost Ark is not like a fun game on multiple layers, but like, don't get me wrong, I did have fun with it overall. It was a fun like early experience, and I enjoy the general story and world, but it's the whole like everything in this game is a grind that takes forever, and it's just I don't know, like doing all of this content by a checklist every week, and it's not like easy or quick content either, and then you have to do it on multiple characters if you want to be efficient and all of that kind of stuff. It's like, no thanks, no. I enjoyed the story, I'm done. I actually technically noped out early. I got to like 1100 or whatever the item level was required to get into tier 3, but I never went back. I was kind of just like burned out by that point of just grinding stuff daily just to get my item level up. I got to 1100, but I never actually went into the story for 1100 for tier 3. I definitely don't have the patience for that type of like gotta go fast mentality for games anymore. I like games that allow me to go fast if I want to, and then take a break. That's part of the reason why I enjoy things like, you know, Rise, Monster Hunter Rise, for instance. Like I can go at my own pace whenever I want to, and then like if I jump into co-op, then I go fast, and then when I want to slow down, I go solo and stuff and take my time. And the same with 14. Like most of the content in 14, you can kind of do at your own pace. And if you want to like, you know, burn through it all in one day, you can. If you want to take your time, you can. Yeah, sense of FOMO which chooses you to not do content. Yeah, I definitely get that. I completely understand. I can definitely relate to that. And I've grown more and more tired of FOMO lately. That's partly why I only really play FGO nowadays. It's the only real game that still has FOMO in it that I play, I guess. I mean, 14 has some FOMO, to be fair. Like I do have to be fair. It does have some FOMO systems, especially in the PvP PvP side. But it's just FOMO that I don't care about, and it's also very little overall in the grand scheme of things that I don't really mind it. And most FOMO, I guess, like the closest thing you have in FF14 that's like quote unquote regular FOMO is like the seasonal events that don't come around again. Like they happen every year, but every year it's a different seasonal event. So like if you don't do it this year, you missed out on it and the rewards from it. But the rewards do come up on the cash shop, so if you really wanted something, you could just buy it. But by and large, those like quote unquote seasonal FOMO events, they're like 5-minute events or 10-minute events. So you just log in, get it done in one day. You usually have like 2 weeks. It's not like FGO events, you know, where you have to farm or grind for like 2 weeks. It's literally just jump in, 5 minutes, jump out, and you're done with the seasonal. And I'm okay with that kind of FOMO in the grand scheme of things. You get a little bit of, you know, text, a little bit of story, a little bit of world building. You have a good time with some characters here and there. You get a little bit of fleshing out the world, and then you're on your way. It's not just you, honestly. It's not just you, because that is kind of the thing, right? I mean, okay, putting raids aside, right? If you're not gonna do raids, why are you playing, let's say, Lost Ark in a general sense? Like, or like a lot of these games, right? You usually have an objective to work towards the bigger thing or the next thing. What's the point in grinding your gear up to higher and higher levels if the content you're doing with it is content you were already like breezing through when you were like 200 item levels lower? Like at some point, like there's no incentive to upgrade your gear in that sense. And yeah, you're right. You can focus on the horizontal progression like Makoko's, but that's a finite progression. So eventually you're gonna be done with that as well. So like usually like the idea of like grinding gear, and that's the other thing, like Lost Ark is pretty heavy on the vertical progression. I know a lot of people are saying it's all about the horizontal one, but I didn't get that impression. What I got the impression as like somebody who just jumped into it is it felt like I have to go through all the horizontal progression before I can finally get into the all the vertical progression, before I can finally hit the horizontal progression that I'm interested in. And it's kind of like counterintuitive in a sense. Like I have to do all of this kind of stuff that I don't like to actually be able to complete the horizontal progression that I care about. No, that's fair. Like I understand the joy of getting better gear and getting, you know, a better setup altogether. But the idea, even in that sense, is like if you want the best gear, you want to do the raiding, right? That's kind of the thing. So if you don't like the raiding, or you don't want to put up with raiding every single week for like hours on end, that already kind of shoots your objective in the foot instantly. RPG in a nutshell is grind for gear to be able to grind for better gear to not really do anything with it. That's one way of putting it, yeah. But yeah, if you're not doing raid, you're not really getting the best gear, right? Because it's still an MMO kind of like experience. So if you don't enjoy doing that content, you're not gonna get the best gear anyway. So it's kind of a double whammy. But really for me, like the biggest issue was just the fact that the horizontal stuff was interesting to me in Lost Ark, up until I realized that in order to do the horizontal stuff, I had to keep pushing for the vertical stuff. I needed to keep pushing my item level, to unlock the next story, to unlock the next areas, to unlock the next quest, to unlock the this and 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 this, just so I can do the horizontal stuff. And that was, for me personally, the thing that just kind of was like, you know what, I'm done. Like I do not want to put up with the vertical stuff. I'm not interested in vertical stuff, and pushing through this just to get to the horizontal stuff for like 3 months, like no thanks. That's really what for me was the nail in the coffin. Like the whole idea of horizontal progression is that it's horizontal. If it's dependent on the vertical progression, it's no longer horizontal progression. Okay, I think that was another C. I think there was another C, but I didn't see. Yeah, it was an OC. Yeah. Nice. I don't think it's enough though to actually. Okay, I still need to farm more. We're not done with those. Just need to get like 400 and some change. Yeah, that was like the real killer for me with Lost Ark. Otherwise, the game was fun. Like I'm not gonna take jabs at the gameplay itself because the gameplay itself was pretty fun, but it's the vertical progression that really killed it for me. I just don't like. I feel like the vertical progression isn't fun in Lost Ark. That's the one thing I would say isn't fun in Lost Ark. It's the whole vertical progression of like doing all of these 7 different types of content to get all of these shards to upgrade your gear and fail over and over and over again just to get to the next tier and fail again. It's that part that is really not fun in the game. And because of that, I'm not willing to put up with that to actually get to the good bits. Whereas in some of the other games, like in FF14, I still have to do vertical progression. I do. I have to level up my gear and upgrade my gear and, you know, get ready to be able to do the new dungeons and the new stuff. But the vertical progression isn't core to the experience, and it's like not super painful to get through, which makes it, you know, painless to go through. So like I'm putting up with the vertical progression without a problem in 14 because it's not much and it's not super painful, and then I just focus on the things that I do like on the horizontal progression. But yeah, Lost Ark, unfortunately it lost me. I'm gonna have to get up soon for a few minutes and also get a drink because I ran out of drink. Bum 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 bum. Am I gonna start dinner? No, don't leave me alone again. I still have so many more boxes to farm. I don't want to farm alone. Don't leave me alone, please. Please. Don't leave me alone. Please don't leave me alone. And all of that. All right, attack buff. I'm kidding, man. You go get your food. And go get your food. Okay, what are we doing here? Yeah. There we go. At some point I would like to go back to some of my other like older Final Fantasy games I haven't played in a long time. That would be kind of nice. I gotta find like one like older game to pull out of my like archives, so to speak, and play again. I feel like I need a small dose of nostalgia in my life at this point. FF4. Yeah, I haven't even played FF4 because that one is one of the games that I didn't have access to growing up, and I never really got back around to, you know, going back in time. Yeah, losing save data. I get that. I get the feeling. There's so many good games again from my past that I would like to revisit. Actually, why is this here? Oh, right, it was. But I could have sworn it was here. Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I want to revisit some kind of old game that I used to play. Hopefully not one that's like super long. Oh, I remember another game. I don't have it on Steam. I played it at a friend's house. Do you remember Black and White? Does anyone remember Black and White? And Black and White 2? Dude, that was such a fucking stupid game, but also so fucking good. Oh my god, you do not. Okay, so Black and White was one of those like Sims like god simulator games, and you were like a sort of like god of a town, or like of a settlement, I guess, a village. But every god in this world also has like a guardian pet animal kind of thing that you have to raise, and you also use to enact your will and stuff. And I don't remember if like in Black and White 2 you had like a cow, a monkey, a lion, and a wolf or something like that you could choose from. And you had like this gigantic like creature. Obviously the cow was the funniest to use usually. And there were some other ones. I think there was like a giant turtle for the enemies and stuff. But it was just one of those like, you know, games where you could pet and raise your gigantic animal minion and your village kind of thing, and you use your pet to protect your village or ostracize your village or take over the other villages and whatnot, things like that. It was such a stupid, mindless, dumb, fun game. Yes, it is a ridiculous looking game. It's a stupid, fun game. It's a dumb thing. It's just like, again, one of those like we were talking about earlier, right? B tier games, but like, holy fuck, was it stupid but fun. Especially when you were running like with a cow or something like that. They make it even more ridiculous, right? Like you have this guardian deity. It's like you see something big like a tiger, ooh, menacing. Nope, you're just gonna pull out the cow or fucking monkey. Well, yeah. The cow was just the most ridiculous thing. Your guardian deity is a fucking cow, okay? What more do you want to explain about this game? What more do you want me to explain about this game? You had a giant fucking cow protecting your town, your village. Okay? It speaks for itself. Oh god. It was great. Cowzilla. Yeah, pretty much. Oh god, such a good fun game. It was fairly successful because the first game had an expansion and the second one had an expansion as well. Or some kind of like, you know, yeah, expansion type thing. So it was decently successful at the time. So many good old games, man. So many good things. And some of these are not playable nowadays on the newer system. I think that's the real travesty. Yeah, I think that is the worst part about PC gaming to an extent. You'd expect PC of all places that's like so like customizable and like backwards compatible to an extent to actually be able to run some of these old games, but in a lot of ways PC is the least backwards compatible platform in Windows games. It's unfortunate. Do you remember MDK 2K? That was another stupid fun game from back in the day. It was like a sort of platforming kind of thing, but it was a fun game back in the day. It was pretty popular. Robot dog with 4 arms, a drunk weird scientist, and some guy with a weird head that could kind of sort of fly, but not really. I mean, again, to be fair, there were a lot of games even back then. It's not like it was like super few games, but and you know, between consoles and PC and stuff like that, there's bound to be games that not all of us have played or know of, but it's just the idea of like we're reminiscing a little bit. Oh, I fucked up again. Oh my god, I fucked up again. Got distracted and I fucked up. Whatever. Yeah, it was a platformer in the vein of like, you know, Ratchet and Clank and those kinds of games. Stuff, and you had levels that you had to play through with different characters and kind of stuff. Yeah, MDK was like it came out in 2000. And it was popular around that time up to like 2004 and stuff. But I also like I don't expect you to necessarily know of it, because it wasn't, again, it's most of these games that we're talking about right now are, like I said, like kind of B tier games. So they were popular, but they were niche. So if you weren't in a particular niche or in a particular group, some of them wouldn't be like necessarily super mainstream, or like you'd know of them outright. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, thank you for attacking Ultra. I actually appreciate that in the grand scheme of things. I could definitely use that attack buff. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there were a lot of games from back then that I played. I definitely was more of a PC person because I didn't have access to consoles for the most part. Is just through other friends. You look like you need some MP charge. I got you. Yeah, that's definitely what Ska Hawk just did there. She was a real sweetheart. She helped me out. There were a lot of games from back then that I played mainly on PC because of the circumstances. Like I definitely know a lot of the games from console era and areas and stuff, but definitely have a little bit more experience with the PC stuff. Another game that I personally really liked a lot. Yeah, I think that was the name, right? Yeah, No One Lives Forever. I think I mentioned that a few times on stream before. It's a dead game. It's a dead game, and I don't think we'll ever see it come back again. But No One Lives Forever was a game I really liked back in the day. It was basically a James Bond with a female character. And you can think of like all the typical James Bond tropes with like laser watch and things like that, but only turned on its head, with female accessories. So like you had like a laser lipstick, or like nose powder, explosive stuff, and things like that. But it also had the whole like typical spy stuff of like guns and you know underwater like swimming bullshit, blah blah blah. There was even a level I remember that was like in a Japanese area or in Japan or something, and you even had like throwing stars and things like that as a weapon. It was definitely a fun game. Spy Hunter. By the name, I don't remember it. But if I look at it, maybe. I didn't play Spy Hunter, but I played a racing game that fits that same like general visuals and like aesthetic and everything. But like the car that I was using in the games I played didn't actually like have a gun. It was just racing. So I don't know if I did. Actually, no, never mind. I did play Spy Hunter, but for Nintendo, for the NES. I did play Spy Hunter on the NES. I played that one. That's why it looks familiar. Okay, never mind. I didn't play the other one. Yeah, I did play Spy Hunter. Yeah, I remember this one now. Yeah. I remember this one. The old one, like I said, that one for the NES. I didn't play the quote-unquote newer one for like the PS Vita, PlayStation stuff, the 3D one. I just the old NES one. It's like the DOS slash NES stuff that I played. Hmm. And there was another game very similar to this that I played. It wasn't Spy Hunter, but it was something that looked very closely to this one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the PlayStation one I haven't played. That looks a lot more like. Yeah, no, I didn't play anything like that. It looks very high techy, I guess, for the time. Yeah, it's the 1983 version that I played. The old one. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember this old one. Mm-hmm. 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 Man, I really do enjoy going down memory lane in this way. I was also watching somebody play Heroes 3 recently, and that gave me a kick for sure. I used to play so much Heroes 3. It's unreal just how much I've played that game back in the day. I remember so many, like, I played so much that even like fucking almost 20 years later, I still remember how to play that game. I haven't played that game in like a decade, and I still know how to play that game. That's just how much I used to play it. I still remember how to prioritize building stuff, you know, how to do this and that, like how to make more money early on, how to maximize, you know, unit usage, what units to prioritize, what skills to get on my heroes, all that kind of stuff. Like, I still remember all of it, even though I haven't touched Heroes 3 in like a decade. Ah, man. I probably should. You know what? I probably will look into finding a way to maybe install Heroes 3. I think I did try to install that one as well recently, but it doesn't work with like new monitor resolutions and stuff like that. It's just kind of wonky. So I think I need to find like some kind of workaround to get it to work. I don't really know what yet, because resolution is one of the biggest issues, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. And Heroes 3 is also one of those games from before the days where windowed mode was a thing. So you have to do very weird shenanigans to make it to work. From what I remember. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, I think I found something that should work. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, okay, I think I may have finally found a solution. You know what? I might just install Heroes 3 at some point soon and give it another shot. Man, the nostalgia. The nostalgia. Dude, I used to play so much of that fucking game. It would be fun. It would be even more fun if I had somebody to play it with, like on stream or something, and just mess around. But even single player, that game is so much fun. I used to play random maps a lot. Create these like Excel maps and just like amass huge fucking armies of units. Hey, we used to have like an internet cafe back in the day here in the city where there was a group of people that were really into playing Heroes 3, but you know, that was back before like internet was like really a big thing, and you know, online play wasn't really that strong of a thing. It was mostly LAN stuff, and they would go to that internet cafe to play Heroes 3 together, and they'd be there like sometimes for a whole fucking week playing the same map. They'd make the like big Excel maps with underground and all of that, and they just have like sort of rules in place, I guess, by which they played. So like no, they used to have like no castle stealing and things like that prior to month 4 or something like that, for instance. So like it's all like they get like a sort of like buffer window, because they used to play like on the hardest difficulty without any resources, you know, dry start, all of that kind of stuff. And they would just be playing it for like 4-5 fucking days non-stop. And then, you know, they have these epic fucking battles at the end. You know, they stake it all on like one big fight usually, depending on like on the situation. Sometimes they'd play out the whole thing of like, you know, I'm gonna take your castles, I'm gonna slowly draw you out, blah 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 blah, because I'm stronger than you, there's nothing you can do about it. But there were also sometimes, you know, these like battles that would take like 2-3 hours to resolve, because they were going in with like insane fucking number of units. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, imagine battles with like 18,000 liches and like 5,000 minotaurs and like 800 dragons and stupid amounts of units like that, and it would take for fucking ever to resolve. But it's so fucking epic. And like every time these guys would meet up there, you'd see the whole fucking internet cafe just like pile around these two guys usually, and just watch those two guys duking it out, like, you know, the big leagues kind of thing. It was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. But it was so freaking epic. Jesus, oh my god, oh god, I just thinking back to those times, man, it gives me such a good vibe. Like back when games were simpler, I guess, in a sense, but Jesus Christ, those are some fine epic memories. it's hard to explain into words without, you know, actually experiencing it and be able to visualize it, right? Like, I mean, I'm telling you these things, but like, imagine seeing it for yourself. Imagine seeing these big freaking armies with thousands upon thousands of units that take forever to resolve, you know, on two very well-built heroes with, you know, all the good stuff, all the like high attack, high defense, lots of magic points, all these artifacts, and just trying to resolve these like immense fights. It's like, oh my god, it was so fucking awesome. Could handle that kind of scope. I mean, they could. I guess, I don't know, I guess games were just built different back in the day. I mean, to be fair, like nowadays, most of the like heavyweight lifting in games is graphics, really, in most games. It's graphics that's intense. Heroes 3 is a turn-based game where the only thing that happens like visually on the screen is a sprite animation moving in like 3 different frames, and there's some math calculation going behind, you know, behind the scenes while that animation is resolving, but it's still just a clump of numbers. It's like this, when this unit attacks this unit, this is how much damage happens, and the resolution is, I don't know, 10,000 HP minus 8,000 HP. How much does it leave? That much. That's how many units you have left, right? So it's technically not that intense for that kind of game, because visually it wasn't like super, you know, impressive. It's mostly tactical. No. Heroes was more like a stack game, right? Like you have 7 slots for units, and you have more units of a given type. Yeah, okay, I can imagine why that would be confusing, but no. If you look for screenshots, you can kind of see how the battles look and like how the unit stacks work. And that should give you an idea. But yeah, no, it was very simple in that sense. They had a lot of units because, and in that sense, it took forever because they had to resolve these huge armies, whittling themselves down because of the huge numbers and the huge stats. But it's no less epic what I'm describing, just being able to see it. Like if you were there to see, like, and also like if you just play Heroes 3 for a little bit and you know what it, like when I say 900 dragons, that probably doesn't tell you much until you understand just how hard it is to get 900 dragons, you know, or 18,000 liches. Like those numbers don't tell you much in abstract, right? Until you realize that, you know, in one in-game week you can get like 2 archangels or like 2 dragons, right? And you need, you know, the extra things like dwellings and other castles to be able to recruit more, right? When you think about like the small scope of like just how few units you can amass in a given week, you know, especially early on in the game, and for how long and how big the map needs to be for you to be able to amass those numbers, it's all about like having that perspective, like, oh, it's a very large map with dozens of castles, dozens of artifacts, you know, all of these like small secret things that you can find and combine and use to your advantage to like slowly increase that number. But yeah, Heroes 3, it's definitely one of those classics that I would say is one of those, like, if you can make it work. I think the Heroes 3 biggest like issue is just compatibility more than anything else. But if you can get past the compatibility and install it, Heroes 3 is 100% a game that survived the test of time and is as good today as it was back then. Sure, not in terms of like graphics, like all these high like super HD sprites. They're like, yeah, okay, it's a dated game in that sense, but like everything, like if you can look past, like, you know, in the sense of like indie games, right, where they don't have the most, you know, they go for pixel art, or they go for something like more artistic. So as long as you can look past the like the fact that it's not AAA super HD graphics, Heroes 3 survived the test of time in pretty much every conceivable way. And it's a game that anyone can play, today and still enjoy it as much as people enjoyed back in the day. It's 100% a game that's as fresh today as it was back then. And it's pretty cheap on good old games, so it's like really not that hard to get your hands on it. You just need to find a mod that allows you to, like, you know, fix the things like what do you call it? You know, full screen slash like screen resolution thing. Oh, dude, I have so many memories. It's just like I many of them kind of just got locked out over time because of circumstances, because of like just the internet being in the internet. Like for the biggest thing is that I haven't been put in a position where I can talk about games as much. It's usually we're playing games or we're playing together, but like in terms of like me enjoying games, I'm super fucking passionate about games, and I love playing games. Like especially some of the older ones that I played for a long time, like Knights of the Old Republic. I was passionate about that one when I played it, and I like talking about games. I like dissecting games and looking through them. It's just in most like day-to-day conversations and streams, there isn't really a situation where it often pops up for me to get like really into it, like really into it. But whenever the conversation shifts in a direction where I have a lot to say, I have a lot to say. You know, I'm kind of like that. Like there's some games that I not only could talk a lot about, but like dissect in a lot of different ways. This Disciples 2 was another one that I really enjoyed and have fun, like just looking at the small details and just appreciating and admiring all the little things about it. It's just especially in this case, like Heroes 3, like it's a strategy game, right? And with like a lot of options, so like every single playthrough is slightly different. Like sure, you can go for like meta builds and things like that, where things like every playthrough starts looking the same to an extent, but overall the game is large enough where you can have like especially if you're now like super experienced with the game, you could have like 20, 30, 40 different games, and every single one with them would be different from each other, because they still have things like different factions, different heroes, different skills, specialties, all of that. So every single playthrough is unique for like the first, I don't know, 40, 50, 100 games, until you actually start like learning everything that's in the game. And it's also a very big game in terms of like the options that you have. Like you could literally sink hundreds of hours into that game and not see and know everything about it. And even myself, like I keep talking about how much I played Heroes 3. I guarantee you there's still things that I don't know about that game, despite how much I played it. I guarantee you there's just so many different things in that game that you can combine and, you know, play around with. You know, it's also one of the like old school games where you have like map editors and things like that, so you can even make your own things to play around with. So there's that. Or even if you're not playing around, just create your own like dream scenario kind of thing. And I think you could also download you could download maps and things like that online. You know, and have like unique story experiences and campaigns and stuff. I think they even made like a whole freaking like fan-made expansion to the game. If I recall correctly, Heroes 3 has one of those, like a fan-made expansion that adds new things to the game. Or like modifies things from the game. Or both, I don't know. But like even just the base game, it had like 2 expansions if I'm not mistaken. And both expansions I believe also added to like the game in terms of like new units, new factions and all of that. So there's definitely a lot to enjoy there. Okay, go enjoy your food. Actually, probably should get up soon and get something to drink. Okay, actually, let me see after this run how many materials I have. I might have to take a small break as well soon because my throat is starting to hurt a little bit. I have been talking for like, what is it now? Almost 6 hours. My throat hurts a little bit. 5 hours and a half. Bum, bum. Dude, everybody's playing Splatoon 3 nowadays, right about now. So many people are checking out the beta of the Squid Game. Ba-da-bum-bum. Okay, let me do this one last run real quick. Wait, did I use my attack buff? No, I didn't. Again. Okay, I think this, I might just do it after this run because I tried to rest my throat a little bit, but it's Probably a little bit too much. I probably should just take a break now. After all. Mm-hmm. 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 Actually, stop that for a second. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me see how. I finished. Okay, yeah, I still need a few more because I don't have enough of the bronze materials for the foe. So I have to do a few more runs. 1 or 2 more runs, actually. Not that many overall. I think we're getting pretty close to finishing that one up. Mm-hmm. 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 But yeah, I'm gonna take a small break now, rest my throat a little bit, you know, get something to drink and all of that kind of stuff, and I'll catch you all in just a few minutes. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. And yeah, a little bit of a bite in, I guess. Not I didn't get to eat like properly, but I did get a bite. And I got myself a new drink. I just remembered, like, I was thinking back once I got up, I was thinking back to Heroes 3 and stuff, and just remembered one of the guys. So in Heroes 3, there's like a hero that you can use for the rampart called Ryland, if I'm not mistaken. If I remember correctly. I'm just gonna Google it really quick, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, Ryland, yeah. Ryland was a character in like one of the heroes for the rampart, the ranger. And one of the guys that I was mentioning, like that was like always there and playing those long games, he used to use this character a lot and, you know, play with rampart a lot. And he basically got the nickname of Ryland for everyone. Like everybody at the internet cafe knew him as Ryland. Like, that was his nickname basically. Partly because he was using this hero, but just like generally speaking, like everybody knew him from just how good he was with, you know, the rampart and all that kind of stuff. And Ryland became one of my favorite champions because of that. Just because of, you know, the inspiration. You know how like you nowadays you see like people like, you know, get inspired to play a specific character or race or something in a game, like a faction or whatever, because they see somebody who's like really good at the game with one thing or another. That was basically Ryland for me. The guy Ryland who inspired me to play Ryland. And I learned a lot about heroes from him, like either talking to him or just watching him play. Like I learned like what are some of the like the good champions, what are some of the good skills, you know, why this skill is good, why this one's not so good. At the very least in the meta that was like happening in our neighborhood. Like I can't speak globally, obviously. Some regions might have different metas or like things like that, who knows. But like as far as like playing heroes at a very high level kind of thing and understanding how skills work and all that kind of stuff, he was really good at the game. Like he had a deep understanding. He was also part of the inspiration for me to like properly analyze games kind of thing and not just play them on a surface level. Like before I met him and like went to that internet cafe, and even when I was going to that internet cafe, for the longest time I kind of just played games like anyone else, you know, like I was new to a game, I was just like, yeah, I'll do stuff, something happens, and maybe I'll learn things as I go along and things like that. But after I met him and I saw him play and all that kind of stuff, and like explaining how the game works, and I learned much about like understanding how to analyze games and how to like understand systems and things like that. And it's thanks to him in the sense that I developed like a passion for games, not just for playing them, but like understanding them. It was like my first inspiration into like the scene of gaming beyond just like playing games. Spent so much time watching that man play. It's partly because of him that I also developed like a passion, so to speak, or like a fondness for the Rampart town. Like I used to like different castles before I met him, and after I met him, like my quote unquote fondness for castles changed quite a bit. Because there's like 9 castles. 9 castles, the 10th is like an expansion thingy, like a fan made. And it's like trying to like remember all of them and all the units specifically. No. No, that's not what I want. I want to see the specifically the Rampart stuff. Give me a sec, because I'm looking at the wiki right now. I'm trying to like remember all of the units and stuff like that. Because there is a lot of things to like remember, and in a short time, like I can't like remember all of them off the top of my head. I'm trying to like speed run a little bit through the wiki here, just to remember everything. Necro. There was dungeon. There was stronghold. And there was fortress. And there's the conflux. Okay, so I got everything here. Okay, let me take another gander here at this thing. Let me see, can I rearrange this reasonably well? Okay, I can. So I can still farm while I'm looking at this kind of stuff. Trying to do two things at once here. Let me rearrange these tabs a little bit. Fortress Tower. No. But. Wait, where's my castle? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where's my castle? There's my castle. There's my castle. So yeah, there were nine quote unquote factions that people usually used to refer to them based on their town name. So you had fortress, tower, inferno, conflux, necropolis, castle, rampart, stronghold, and dungeon. Those were the 9. Each with its own units, each with its own heroes, proficiencies, skill sets, things like that. And like when I started playing initially, I really liked Inferno because of the unit designs, but I really didn't know much of the game, as I was an angsty, edgy teenager. So of course I played Inferno. I had to. It had the demons, the ifrits, and the devils and archdevils, and you know, edgy boy face. Until I learned just how bad Magogs are actually. I still like some of the units in Inferno, but I don't like the castle as a whole and its structure and everything. It's actually one of my least favorite now. After you know, playing the game more. Fortress was another one that I kind of liked because of the hydras. But Fortress is kind of like hit and miss. It had some really strong units and also some very weak units. It wasn't an all-around very strong like town. It had some very strong units like the Basilisk and the Gorgon. But then it had some of the most trash units like the Gnolls and the Lizardmen weren't all that good either. Tower I never really liked initially. Like I really didn't like the tower initially, but then I learned about, you know, how the units worked and all that kind of stuff, and I definitely started to have a different appreciation of the town and its strengths. So even though like I wouldn't start playing with tower if I were to play the game most of the time, I did learn to appreciate what it brings to the table very, very much. And between the Nagas were like super strong. Titans were very good in many different ways. Some of the other units weren't like super great, but the fact that they had an archer at level 1 was also a very good boon when you upgraded the gremlins to master gremlins. That was a pretty nice addition. to tower. The fact that they could learn additional spells was really useful. It was always useful to have a tower in your game if you could get your hands on one. One of my favorite towns all around, even though I learned that it's not like a really good one overall, but I still just generally like the vibe of the game units, was the Conflux, because it had elemental units. It was really nice. It had elemental, it had sprites, you know, air elementals, water elementals, fire elementals, earth elementals, psychic magic elementals, and then for the strongest unit it had the Phoenix. I really like the Phoenix. They weren't particularly strong. Like, I mean, they're one of the weaker 7-star units, but I just love the Phoenixes. Then there was the Necropolis. I do not like Necropolis. I do not like using the Necropolis or playing as the Necropolis. I don't like the dead stuff. But my god, was Necropolis busted if you knew what you were doing. And especially in the expansion, I think it was. I think it was in the expansion where they introduced an artifact. Let me see. Cloak of the Undead King? Yeah, Cloak of the Undead King. When was this introduced? I think it was in one of the expansion. I don't think it was in the base game. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Yeah, I think it was introduced in Shadow of Death, I think. Cloak of the Undead King. It was a combination artifact that made Necropolis actually fucking OP if you could get your hands on it, and it was a simple combination artifact to make overall. It had only 3 items that you needed to get, compared to some of the other ones that like had multiple pieces. Like some of the sets had like upwards of like 8 pieces, I think. And it had pieces that overall like didn't conflict with some of the other strong pieces. It was definitely one of the better combination artifacts, especially if you're playing Necropolis. So the way Necropolis works with the undead units is that most of the units in Necropolis are fairly okay. Like, they're not super strong, but they're not really weak either. They're kind of like in the middle of the pack for the most part. But what Necropolis really had going for it was the idea of like, in Undeath, you know, you build an army. So Necropolis heroes have a skill called necromancy. So whenever you beat, you know, a stack of enemies, a portion of those enemies get revived as skeletons. That was the basic premise of necromancy. So you could amass a huge army of skeletons. But what happens is, if you get the Cloak of the Undead King, based on your necromancy skill, you could get higher tier units. So instead of like getting skeletons when you killed enemies, if you had basic necromancy, you would instead get Walking Dead, which wasn't really that big of a deal. It didn't really matter. If you had advanced, you would get wights or wraiths, which again wasn't that big of a deal. But if you had expert necromancy, which is where you'd usually end up with anyway, with, you know, necromancy as a skill, you'd get liches, which are ranged units as well. And boy, were the liches kind of broken, especially in those high numbers. And it was insane. Like, you could do like insane numbers of units with Cloak of the Undead King and necromancy. It was really insane. You could amass like, compared to a normal player without necromancy, you could get insane, stupid amounts of units because of that. It was one. It was like, it was so fucking broken that the guys playing, you know, in the internet cafe, literally banned not only the cloak but playing as you know, Necropolis as a starting city. Like, sure, you could pick it up later and whatever if you really wanted to, if you really wanted to. But yeah, that usually would put you a little bit of a disadvantage. But like the cloak was pretty much off the table always. It was banned in like the LAN games. It was just, everybody agreed Cloak of the Undead King was just stupid OP. It would allow you to amass an insane number of units that was just realistically not okay. You know, in a PvP, like player versus player kind of game. If you're playing solo, by all means go for it because it's so fucking busted. God, I fucking love that thing. And there were some other combination sets that were really good for different things. But I don't think anything really came close to just how broken that thing was. Trying to think like what other ones were like really super broken. Oh, Ring of the Magi was another one that was really nice. Like it would make spells last for stupid amounts of time, like 50 rounds, combat rounds. You just cast a spell and never have to worry about it ever again. Power of the Dragon Father was really cute as well. It wasn't like the most powerful, and it had a lot of pieces to put together. That was the not cool part about Power of the Dragons. But it did allow for like stupid tactics with that. Power of the Dragon Father. It made your units immune to spells level 1 through 4, which means you couldn't cast beneficial spells on yourself. But by contrast, you could cast level 5 spells. And one of the tactics with that particular set was just to run like dragons and like elementals that are immune to spells or whatever, and just cast Armageddon to deal damage to everything on the map. But since, you know, dragons are immune to level 4 spells, which I believe Armageddon was level 4 if I recall correctly. Like your unit, your dragons would be immune. But if you had this set, all of your units were immune to those spells, to level 1 through 4 spells, which means you could, you know, just do, you know, Armageddon, you know, spell casting builds and just kill everything with Armageddon while your units were, you're fine, you don't care about it. Elixir of Life was another simple but effective combo to build. The Cornucopia, that was like a basic resource set. Bow of the Sharpshooter was another good one if you had lots of archers. It would just allow you to not have like range penalties for like range and obstacles, so you'd always deal maximum damage with archers at any range. That was really good. Oh, Armor of the Damned. Well, that was Slow Curse, Weakness, Misfortune. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, that one was a pretty nice one for disabling. Oh, Angelic Alliance. That was a standard one as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, these were all introduced in Shadow of Death. Yeah, that's when it was into the last expansion. Yeah, and Angelic Alliance was the other one. Rampart, Tower, Fortress, from Castle creatures to be mixed without morale penalty for the players. And cast Expert Prayer at the start of combat. Mm-hmm. And that one included items with like really big bonuses to stats. So that set was very strong overall. But it was a little bit of a pain in the ass to put together because it required 6 items. And they were all kind of like strong endgame items, which usually could only be found in like really dangerous like locations and stuff. Where was I? Right, this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That one was another strong set. But yeah, like I just remember the Cloak of the Damned of the Uncanny King. That one was absolutely fucking broken, and that made like Necropolis extremely strong. And not just that, there was the other thing with Necropolis that made it kind of busted, which was the Dragon Transformer, which is a building unique to Necropolis, where you could sacrifice other types of dragons to turn them into, you know, bone/ghost dragons, which made ghost dragons extremely potent, even though they were like among the weakest, like if not the weakest dragons overall in terms of like just raw power. But you could get a stupid amount of them just by like getting, you know, ramparts and dungeons and just sacrificing those dragons and turning them into ghost dragons. It was actually kind of insane what you could do in Necropolis. It's definitely one of the most busted things you can play if you know what you're doing. Otherwise, like Necropolis isn't like super strong if you know, don't maximize your returns from them. Some of the units are actually kind of weak early game, so you can struggle a little bit early on if you're not careful and if you don't play your cards right. But if you know what you're doing, and once you get rolling, like Necropolis is stupid strong, and it only gets even more ridiculous once you've actually like you know, built the artifact in the expansion. Castle was one of my favorites though, for the longest time. It had some of the best units as far as I was concerned that I really liked. It had the Crusader, it had the Zealot, it had the Champion, all really cool looking units. I mean, you probably can tell by now that I really like the colors white and blue, especially combined. And guess what colors is Castle, right? White and blue. It's all white and blue. Inferno's like red and black. Fortress is kind of yellow green, you know, swampish. Tower is white and blue as well, to be fair. Tower is a lot of white and blue, but you know, the units aren't all white and blue. Some of them are red, you know, like the Magi. Some of them are brown, whatever. But like Castle is literally everything just white and blue. So that one definitely was my favorite for the longest time, and it still is one of my top castle like towns to use. And then we come to the Rampart. Rampart I didn't used to like when I started playing. It's the elven kind of town, right? You have Pegasi, you got unicorns, green gold dragons, dendroid, like, you know, tree men. You got elves, dwarves, centaurs, all that kind of stuff. It's very like naturey, like you know. And I didn't used to like that castle too much until like I saw Ryland play, and that's when I started really appreciating Rampart more and more. It's probably still not one of like I probably wouldn't catalog Rampart as a particularly strong castle overall. It's definitely in the upper half. I don't know, like I actually have to make a tier list, I guess, at some point to like compare the units and think about it more in depth. But I still wouldn't say it's like one of the top 3 probably. It depends on like what you're comparing them to, like overall kit of like just the units, overall resources, costs, all that kind of stuff, heroes and skills, things like that, because there's multiple things to go into. But just as a castle, Rampart I wouldn't say is like in the top 3, or maybe I wouldn't put it in the top 3. I think my top 3 would probably be Necropolis by far, just because of its potential overall. Necropolis is probably number 1, I think. Dungeon would probably be number 2 for me. Arguably, like there's a case to be made for Dungeon not being number 2, but I still think it is. Stronghold is I would probably place number 3 in terms of a castle. And I don't know, Stronghold has some some wacky things going about with it in terms of like upgrade paths. Like it allows you to rush high tier units very early in terms of like resource costs and stuff, so you could get like things like behemoths earlier, like tier 7, like level 7 units before I think any other castle. So it has some clear benefits on that front, but I don't think like most of the units in the Stronghold are necessarily strong. Tier 1 and 2 are kind of garbage. They only get Archer on tier 3, which is like for like expert play and like hard difficulty play. That's really not good. Having to wait until tier 3 to get archers is a death knell oftentimes in your early game, and it sets you behind a lot. It does mean that they have fairly strong and tanky archers in that sense, but it's kind of useless in a hard map. Welcome back. But other than that, I mean, ogres are kind of nice, thunderbirds are kind of nice, cyclopses have their uses, but it's a tier 6 ranged unit that's kind of underwhelming. Behemoths are broken, I'll give you that. Ancient behemoths with ignoring defense, I think that was your trait if I recall correctly. Yeah, it reduces the enemy's defense, like it makes units super squishy. That was the thing, really, the behemoths, and you could get those very early. So that's kind of why I'm thinking Stronghold like 3rd place, maybe Castle 3rd place, and Stronghold 4th. Castle has some really good units overall. It has marksman, it's tier 2, and it's an archer that shoots twice, makes it really good. It has Royal Griffins that have no retaliation. You have Crusader that double strike. You have Zealots that I believe had morale boost. Oh no, they had no melee penalty. That's what it was. So they could deal maximum damage even in melee range. That was the thing with them. Ranged units. And they were pretty strong as well. You had the fucking champion with its attack bonus and everything. That was another like really strong unit with its jousting. And you had archangels that could even revive units, although that revive wasn't as strong as it sounds on paper. Like it was strong, and you can make it work with the right setup. But like archangels were just strong units, full stop, right? They just like numerically they were very strong. So like I feel like Castle also has good heroes overall. I think the main drawback of Castle is just how expensive units are. It's definitely the most expensive castle, if I recall correctly. Out of any other castle, it has the most expensive units. Nothing even comes close, I think. Well, I guess tower comes close. Nah, no, just on tier 7. On tier 7, it's close because of the titans. But everything else, like, everything else is kind of like, yeah, everything's more expensive. I guess tower has nagas that are more expensive on that front. It's just castle is really expensive overall. It's just really expensive. But other than that, like, it has really strong units across the board at every single point, especially if you play on the higher difficulties. Archers at level 2 with double shot is a fucking godsend in endgame. That's also why Rampart, I like, a part of me wants to place Rampart higher than Stronghold just because of the Grand Elves. They are tier 3 level units, to be fair, so they're more expensive, but that also means they deal more damage, and they're not particularly hard to get. And even though, like, Stronghold's ranged unit is also level 3, Rampart's Grand Elves shoot twice as well, so that alone makes them better. Like that alone makes them in every way superior to Stronghold archers. Double shot, like, again, anything that gives you an advantage of reducing the enemy's units before they get to you is extremely powerful. So Grand Elves beat out Orc Chieftains any day of the week, easy. They also have more health, if I'm not mistaken. And I think also higher attack. I'm not sure. Let me see. Yeah, definitely higher attack. Higher defense as well. 15 HP versus... I guess the Orc Chieftains have more HP overall. But I don't think that's sufficient to make it worth it. They're also slower in terms of speed, so they always attack lower. But yeah, like, Rampart beats Stronghold in the early game hands down. But like later on in the game, there's some really clear advantages for Stronghold over Rampart. I think one of the biggest issues with Rampart is the Dendros. I think those are Dendros are very good, but they're also very bad because they're super slow and they need to get to the units, to the other unit, in order to bind things into place. So you kind of have to rely on things like teleport or something. Like if you're trying to neutralize a unit to not get to your archers or something like that, Dendros are kind of annoying to make work. Dendros are very nice though, because one of the skills that you usually use in advanced play is tactics. So you can reposition your units and start with them further ahead on the map, which really negates some of their weakness. So I guess Rampart would be pumped up just because of that to probably 4th place. I still don't know if I would place it higher than Castle. And I also don't know if that's my bias talking because it's Castle. It's hard to say. I would, like, at the very least, I would say they're about equal for 3rd place, I guess, Rampage and Castle. I would still probably place Dungeon above those two, just because of everything that Dungeon brings to the table. It does have some pretty strong units overall. The tier 1 unit is one of the strongest, if I'm not mistaken. Is definitely high up there. It's inferior to skeletons, I guess. Skeleton warriors, skeletons. It's inferior to that, but it does have some benefits in the fact that they're immune to binding. to blinding, so they're always kind of good on that front. Yeah, they're inferior to skeletons in pretty much every way. But I mean, skeletons are kind of too strong, if you ask me. It's definitely one of the strong, like probably the strongest. Yeah, it's definitely the strongest level 1 unit. Skeletons are kind of broken. Like I said, skeletons, fucking Necropolis is it's insane. Necropolis is just fucking insane. Especially if you know what you're doing. It's unfair just how much that castle bullies everything else once it gets rolling. It does have a relatively slow start and expensive buildings more so than units. Like getting progress on your town is a little bit of a pain in the ass on hard difficulty. A little bit. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's the worst. Probably not the worst. Dungeon is probably the worst, I would say. It needs a lot of materials across the board. It needs way too many materials, I feel like. And it has the most expensive unit in endgame as well. Yeah, I think, yeah. Crystals. 47. That's just wood. Okay, that's easy. I guess Conflux is technically more expensive than Dungeon. Yeah, Conflux is more expensive. But I mean, it's fairly close, to be fair. Dungeon definitely costs a lot more gold though than Conflux. But like across the board, Conflux is a weird one, honestly, because a lot of the cost in Conflux is due to like special buildings that you oftentimes only really need to build once in one castle. You don't really have to repeat it again. So Conflux has a pretty high cost in terms of like resources, especially like rare resources. But most of them you don't really need to build more than once. So it is a little bit deceptive. And I believe most of the cost also comes in like the upgrades for like the units buildings. I think it was, trying to remember. Conflux is a little bit of a weird one, in all honesty. It's a fairly weak castle overall, a town, I guess. It's a fairly weak town overall, but it has some really like solid points to it. So it's like almost always pretty much always worth to have a Conflux in your town selection, just because of some of the things that it can do, like having easy access to basic air and earth from the academy is a godsend. The artifact merchant is a godsend. It has a lot of good things to it, even though the units themselves aren't particularly strong. It has the most trash level 1 unit, so it's really not great in that sense. It has literally the most trash level 1 unit, and it's not easy to get a lot of them to make them work early on. They do have a level 2 archer, so they have that going for them, and they have a level 3 archer, so they get a lot of their damage early on through that. Level 4, they have energy elementals, which are pretty nice, but like nothing super spectacular, I would say. Like they're strong on one end and weak on the other. That's the problem with Conflux also, as like they're like duality in terms of elements. Like, hey, I'm immune to this element, but I take extra damage from this other element, so you can counter them relatively easily once you get access to just a few spells here and there. Um, Earth elementals are slow as fuck, and magma elementals. Yeah. Yeah, Conflux is a weird one. Like, I keep looking at it, I'm trying to remember, like, what were the strong points, but... Conflux was a very weird one, where it kind of, like... Conflux counters Conflux, which is weird. Because it has this whole duality on elements. So, you know, one unit counters the next unit, and the other unit counters the previous unit. It's just kind of like... I don't know what they were thinking. I think the one thing that it has going for it is the fact that all the units are immune to Armageddon. So, well, minus the pixies, of course. All of the units except the pixies are immune to Armageddon. So it renders that particular strategy useless. Because that was a fairly, you know, common tactic at the time. So I guess they're sort of like a counter culture, counter meta thing built at the time. And their heroes weren't particularly great. They had they had a few heroes that were kind of okay. But like not particularly stand out, I would say, in the grand scheme of things. And some of their better heroes were actually support heroes, which made it a little bit eh. I guess Monair was definitely one of their best units overall. Just because it starts with basic offense and logistics, but... And the other one that was kind of good was a hero that literally is a support unit with bonus to gold. It's like, no. I don't know. Conflicts I always liked, but it's not really that great. It's all about that Rampart. Rampart had a bunch of good heroes between Rylan, Mafala, and Kira, all super fucking solid units. Super solid, all three of them. And they have good you know, development trees for skills. They almost always get everything you need for a proper end game build. They're generally hard to mess up. They're generally hard to mess up. And then Castle didn't have too much in terms of units. It didn't have a lot of good, like good heroes. It depends on what you were building. Edric was okay. I mean, to be fair, actually, at the very least, in terms of like starting setup, they have a bunch of good heroes. They had Edric, Orin, Sorsha, all pretty solid. Valeska was pretty good. Tyrus was pretty good. So yeah, you have a lot to work with. Catherine was pretty okay too in the campaign. Roland was pretty okay in the campaign. Oh, Sir Molich was pretty okay too. Adela was really good just because she starts with basic diplomacy and bless, so she could have a decently good early game just because of that. Yeah, okay. Like, there's definitely a bunch of good heroes. I wouldn't say all of them develop very well though. Adela had a tendency to get bad skills during her evolution. Well, bad skills in terms of like meta. I mean, she almost, like, I remember playing with Adela a lot, and
like I can't give you exact numbers, but I probably won in every 3 games or so. She would get a stupid skill at the worst fucking time where you know it would just like ruin your hero like direction, I guess. Like my best results generally were with Tyrus, but she's a Cavalier Knight. She's a Knight with Cavalier bonuses, has basic leadership and basic tactics. She usually learns diplomacy, but she has such a hard time learning like air and earth magic, which in big maps and things like that where you kind of need to traverse large distances with teleport and town portal and all that kind of stuff, Tyrus has a tendency to become like very stuck to the ground because of that. So you end up having to rely on things like confluxes to get air and earth, you know. So she was like, she's also a little bit of hit and miss on that front. But those two are definitely my favorites overall. Dungeon though, man, I have a soft spot per dungeon, and I will always do. It is a strong castle, it's like, that's one thing, but it's not just a strong castle, it's just a fun castle. I just absolutely love the Minotaurs for one. And it had like 2 of their best the best servants. One of their like the top, in my opinion, the top 2 heroes were Dace and Gunner, and Dace has a bonus to Minotaurs, and he could make those Minotaurs shine. Though that, like, using Minotaurs with Dace was always a fun time. And he has tactics as well, so repositioning is always easy with him. What else was there? Sorry, I got distracted for a second. Okay. Yeah, what else was there? Yeah, dungeon, right? The dungeon. Dungeon is another one of those castles that kind of has a slow start a little bit, because you only get archers at level 3 and 4 respectively. So level 1 you have troglodytes and harpies. Harpies are kind of okay in a sense. They're a semi-archer, I guess, in a way, because they can move forward and back when they attack. So they kind of work like archers in a sense, but also not really, because they get retaliated on. At least they're regular harpies. Harpy hags, I think, have no retaliation. Yeah, so they basically become a sort of archer in a sense. Like, they're pseudo archers. But the good thing they do have, like, both the Evil Eyes and the Medusa have no melee penalty. So even though they like, if you put a unit next to them, it can, you know, they can't shoot, but they'll still deal full damage at least. Minotaur Kings are always nice because they have positive morale at all times. Dude, Minotaurs are the fucking best. Minotaurs don't care who you put them next to in any party. They just want to fight, and they'll join you for anything that involves a fight. I love Minotaurs. Minotaurs are Shiva's best friend, 100%. And then we had Manticores. They're pretty nice. And of course, the almighty Black Dragon. The strongest, like, just outright dragon in the game. I think in terms of raw stats, it was second only to Archangels, if I recall correctly. Attack, defense. Yeah, all the stats are inferior to all the stats are inferior to Archangels except health. Everything except health is inferior, yeah. In terms of just raw stats, Archangels are the best, if I recall correctly. Yeah, nothing else comes close. Heck yeah, nothing, no. I think the only thing that can technically be considered close is the Titan, but only because of damage variance. But they have lower attack and defense anyway by default, so it's kind of like not really. But yeah, it was always those guys. The Archangels, raw stat wise, are the best. But I mean, having a dragon that's immune to all spells is pretty nice to have overall. The only problem with that is that they like, yeah, sure, they can't get debuffed, but they also can't get buffed. And in endgame, sometimes buffs can be even more powerful than debuffs. So it's one of those like slightly double-edged swords. It depends on how you play, honestly, because you could always go for things like Orb of Inhibition or something, for instance, to not allow the enemy to cast any spells. So you're taking out both the offensive and the defensive things out of the picture completely. So if your army is stronger than the enemy, awesome. You've just set yourself up for success with something like the Black Dragons. Although, to be fair, you can do Orb of Inhibition even without Black Dragons, right? Just to take out defenses altogether out of the picture. But if you're running multiple dragons, may as well use Orb of Inhibition. Or you could not, I guess. You could just not use Orb of Inhibition if you use a lot of dragons, because you're already immune to most things, and you can just fuck up the opponent, I guess, with debuffs, potentially. Just one of many strats. But yeah, Necropolis in particular was kind of just busted and stupid. Yeah, I need to get back into this at some point. Inferno. Inferno's definitely at the bottom. I just don't know which one I would rank lowest, Fortress or Inferno. I would almost 100% rank Tower above both. It's like the Titans and the Nagas alone make this castle worth it. And on top of that, the extra spells that you can get. I don't think I could place Tower at the same level as Inferno or Fortress. Stronghold is pretty strong. The only problem with Stronghold is it's limited to Mage's Guild level 3. That's really the only big issues with it. think Fortress is just all around the weakest castle. Yeah, actually, can I say that politely? What are, like, in terms of units at least, what are the good units? Imps familiars are kind of terrible. Like, do you have what? No, no, no. Familiars are trash. Magogs are assholes because of the fireball attack that hits your own units. So you don't really want to upgrade your Gogs to Magogs. Like especially like mid to late game. Hellhounds are okay with Cerberuses. Cerberuses are pretty decent for a tier 3 unit. Not like amazing, but like not bad. They're actually pretty decently strong in terms of offense. I think they're one of the strongest tier 3 units, if I'm not mistaken. If I recall correctly. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, yeah, they're definitely one of the strongest units on the tier 3, if not the strongest. They have that going for them, Cerberuses, and they also don't have it to retaliation, and they can attack multiple units. So Cerberus is definitely... Horned Demons, as far as I remember, they don't do anything, right? They don't have any special abilities. They're just kind of just strong units, I guess, with nothing else. Yeah. You got Pit Lords, which can summon demons that are not particularly great. Ifrit Sultans are kinda nice. Especially with Fire Shield. They're kinda nice. And I think they're pretty strong as well. I think they're one of the stronger... Pretty sure they're one of the stronger units in tier 6. If not, I wouldn't say they're the strongest unit though. I'm pretty sure they're not. In terms of attack and stuff. Yeah, no. Yeah, they're tied with champions and Scorpicors. Oh right, I forgot. The Dread Knights, the fucking Dread Knights, yeah. Those are definitely the strongest tier 6. And the Archdevils are kind of meh. And they have minus to luck. No, I guess they get points for Cerberuses and the Ifrits in terms of units. That's about the only thing outstanding in Inferno. That's about the only thing that's like really worth mentioning. It's 2 units. Meanwhile, Stronghold does lose points because it's limited to like level 2 mage. No, but level 3 mages guild, mages tower. So that's definitely a downside. Being limited to level 3 always sucks. Inferno at least has level 5 on that front. But in terms of units, level 1's kind of like meh. They're not bad, but they're not particularly good. They're kind of just eh. Most tier 1 units, to be fair, are kind of meh, especially when compared to skeletons. You do have a level 2 archer with Lizard Warrior, but it's actually one of the weakest tier 2 units overall. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Magogs, even Magogs are stronger. And like, technically even Gogs are. Even Gogs are stronger without upgrading them. Serpent Dragonflies, yeah, those can be pretty nice. They can be pretty annoying, but I also feel like they're one of the weakest tier 3 units overall. So like, sure, you get weakness with Dragonflies, but I don't think that makes up for their like bad stats overall. Greater Basilisk with Petrify, that is definitely one really strong unit. Petrify is extremely powerful in the right circumstances. So that alone makes Greater Basilisks awesome. And then on top of that, you have the Mighty Gorgon. Now that is a really strong unit with Death Stare. And then you have Wyvern Monarch, which has Poison, which is another great tool to deal damage. And then you also have the Chaos Hydra with attacking everything around them and no retaliation. Like, even though they're limited to Mage's Guild level 3, I'm honestly still inclined to place it above Inferno. I genuinely think Fortress is a stronger castle than Inferno. Overall. It has some like very glaring weaknesses. But overall, I still think it's like a better castle overall. And plus, spell power, defending against, okay, cages, hellhound, or castle getting the middle of those here to teleport to another town. I think that one of the things that's nice about Inferno is the castle gate. If it's a map with multiple Infernos, you get free town portal from that, I guess. No. Allows to buy boats. Yeah, that's kind of useless. Cliff of Fear. Here's defending. Yeah, I don't know. Like, both Fortress and Inferno are pretty weak on a lot of different fronts, but they also have some nice benefits. I would still put Fortress above Inferno personally. I'm not gonna lie. The more I think about it, the more I just think Fortress is better overall. What else? You're full. Nice. I'm glad you enjoy your food. Okay, let me do this. Conflux. I think that one's the third weakest. I still think that one's the third weakest. As much as I love aesthetically how Conflux looks, it's definitely one of the towns that I like most in the game. I don't think it's a particularly good castle, if I'm trying to be objective. I don't think it's that good of a castle. It's good as a support town, because of the extra buildings it has. So like, yeah, you have things like the artifact merchants, you have the magic university. Both of those make for a great support town. But other than that, it really doesn't have much to offer. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I would probably place Conflux even below Fortress as an actual castle. Actually, would I? Would I really? I mean, numerically, they have their stronger units. But like, in terms of ability and skills, I don't think Conflux has stronger units than Fortress, honestly. Like, they're gimmicky, that's the thing with them. Like, in particular situations, I would definitely say Conflux units are stronger than Fortress. But Fortress units are universally better. Like, something like Wyvern Monarch with Poison that can just takes your damage away against almost anything. Mighty Gorgon with the Death Stare that works against pretty much everything. Greater Basilisk that Petrify works against almost anything. Meanwhile, what do you have with Conflux? Oh, this unit's immune to air, but takes extra damage from earth. This other unit is immune to earth, but takes extra damage from air, right? You have these kind of like back and forths. It's like, sure, in some situations they could be good. But like, if I were to hit end game, I don't really see myself having any of the units from a conflux. Storm elementals are there's very strong damage wise storm elementals, I'm not gonna lie, but they're weak overall, like, I think, if I recall correctly. Maybe I should check again. Maybe storm elementals are strong. 25, 30. What was it? Actually, I might have to take that back. I forgot some of the numbers on that thing. Wow. 2-8. Actually, I might have to take that back. Never mind. If these numbers are correct on the wiki, I'm gonna have to take that back. Storm elementals are actually very strong. The only problem is their damage variance, but on the lower end they're on par with other 2-star units, and on the high end they're pretty much stronger than everything else as a tier 2 or even tier 3 unit. 2-8, 2-3, 2-4, 2-4, 2-3, 2-3-5. Like, never mind. Conflux is objectively strong. On the low end, they're on par with everything with tier 3 and tier 3 units. And on the high end, they're stronger. For all the uselessness that the tier 1 unit is in conflux, the storm elementals and ice elementals are genuinely strong. Like, genuinely strong. I actually kind of forgot about that part. They have the strongest tier 2 and tier 3 units once upgraded. I still remember one of the biggest issues is the cost of the town overall. Like, they use a lot of rare resources, so that's that getting to that potential is kind of annoying. But never mind. 12, 8, 4, 6. Are you kidding me? Dude, what the hell? That's kind of weak. What happened? Energy elementals are kind... I guess they have flying. Flying, would that justify all of that loss? Dude, that's kind of trash. 5, 9, 4, 6. 6, 9. Dude, everything. Yeah. 6, 10. D7, 9. Yep, energy elementals, they are trash as I remember them. I guess I forgot about the storm and ice elementals. Those are good, but energy elementals is actually kind of trash for a tier 4 unit. One of the weakest ones. I guess it has decent speed, but that's about all it has going for it, really. But even that is like not super impressive. That's about the only thing it has going for it. And Earth Elemental, I'm pretty sure they're below average as well. if I recall correctly. Yeah, Pit Fiends have a ton of damage. 12, 16. 610 bullshit. Yeah. Magma elementals are trash, just as I remember them. Magic elementals are also kind of bad, but at least they have no enemy retaliation and magic immunity. And damage to creatures with magic immunity. No, minus damage to creatures with magic immunity. Oh, that's what it was. I mean, there are some benefits to elementals, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. They're immune to things like death, stare, and poison, life drain, things like this, that. But I guess in particular scenarios, Conflux could be strong. But just overall, it has weak units. Tier 2 and Tier 3, I was surprised. I actually forgot about those. The only problem with Tier 2 and Tier 3 units in the case of Conflux is that when you get those units, they're actually not ranged. You have to upgrade them to be ranged. So that is a bit of a kick in the shin. But I mean, considering just how strong they are, fair enough. I had forgotten that part. I'll give that to Conflux. It actually has very strong Tier 2 and Tier 3 units. Probably the strongest, if I'm not mistaken. Tier 2, I'm 100% sure it's the strongest unit in terms of just the raw damage and stuff. And the fact that it's ranged on top of that, and it's an air elemental that has high movement and range, like that one's pretty good. Ice elementals, no slouch either. The only downside to them is that they have damage variance, very high damage variance. So they either hit very weak or they obliterate everything. But I mean, even on the lower end, they're more or less on par with most other units in that range. Yeah. I might just... actually, do I? No, it's just Tier 2 and Tier 3. I don't think that outweighs the strength. Yeah, Tower would still be on top of Conflux. It's... yeah, Necropolis is just trash tier. But as much as I say that it's a trash tier, I'll be honest, I do enjoy playing Necropolis sometimes. It's just so fucking broken. I don't want to admit it, but fuck me, Necropolis is broken as hell. It has a slow start. That is its biggest issue, right? The walking zombies are kind of nice meat shields, but that's about all they are. The wraiths, situationally nice, but not particularly great. They have some uses though, I'll give them that. I mean, skeletons, they're the strongest tier 1 units, and you can replenish them and maintain your forces or even increase them. So no complaints there. Skeletons, fuck yeah. Vampire lords are pretty strong overall, and they can, you know, replenish themselves. They also Don't allow for retaliation. Nothing to complain there. The power liches, fuck yeah, great unit. I don't know if it's like, I didn't look at the numbers, but it's definitely one of the higher tier 5 units if I recall correctly. But I mean, it's an archer. 10, 12. It's stronger than the zealots. There you go. 11, 15. Master Genies are stronger, but they're not ranged. Mighty Gorgons are definitely strong. I mean, Gorgons are Gorgons. And I mean, Pit Lords have raw damage on their side, so yeah, but they're not ranged. Like, Power Lich is tier 5 unit, one of the highest dealing damage units, and it's a ranged attack. And I mean, if you have the broken artifact, you can make a crap ton of liches. So, what more is there to say on that front? Dread Knights, there's really not much to talk about. It has Death Blow. Death Blow is a fucking broken ability. They can curse enemies. I mean, curse. I think, what did it do? It reduces enemies' attack. Minimum damage. It always deals minimum damage. Yeah. So it has curse, and then it has death blow. 20% chance of dealing double base damage when attacking creature stack. Yeah, it's like, it's not super broken death blow, but it's still one of those attacks that you think oh, I can take this thing on, and all of a sudden it deals way more damage than you ever thought it was possible. They just come out of nowhere and hit you like a fucking truck. Their damage variance is a little bit big, and that is a downside to an extent. But I mean, their damage variance is more or less like high end, right? Like, their base is on par more or less with most tier 6 units. It, like, the low end, I mean, Champion is kind of the exception. That one has 20 base. War Unicorn has 18. Scorpicore has 14. Cyclops is 16. Naga Queen is Naga Queen. It's just flat 30. And like Necropolis has 15 to 30. Like, that's the thing, right? But combined with the death blow and the curse, Dread Knights are really scary, actually. And Ghost Dragons can also be very scary in certain situations. Not the strongest tier 7 unit, but it can be, just because of the things that are going in its favor. Like, if you're on a map that has like a lot of ramparts and stuff like that, or like dungeons, you could always just take the other dragons, sacrifice them, and make an army of ghost dragons. And they also come with a higher population than other dragons. If I'm not mistaken, they're one of the few units, tier 7 units, that you can recruit 3 of in a maxed out castle. If I recall correctly, Dragon Vault is a +3 instead of the typical +2. +4? I don't remember. Mm-hmm. I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure it was, or oh no, it was Conflux, I think. That had, yeah, 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. No, I guess I would. I guess I'm misremembering on that front or something. Hmm. Eh. But I mean, you can still, like I said, if you have other dungeons and ramparts, you can always just transform the dragons into those and get more dragons that way. So there's always that strat there, and you can still get an insane number of dragons. Plus, their aging ability is not half bad. Sure, it doesn't work on like non-living things. But that's not a lot of units, and they're also not like particularly common units. Like the only like common unit you'd see in an end game, I guess, would be the Black Dragon. That would be immune to it. And again, undead stuff like so Necropolis. So if you're playing against another Necropolis, obviously bone dragons and ghost dragons aren't as useful. But I mean, you won't really see a lot of conflux stuff, so elementals are kind of just not really that big of a deal. And golems, for the most part, you won't see in endgame. Unless, like, specific situations, I guess. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's one of those things. It can be really strong, or it can just be kind of like average. Mm-hmm. It is one of the few units that doesn't require rare resources on base form, like on non-upgraded form. So it does have that going for it. I don't know. I just still think Necropolis is one of the strongest ones, strongest castles in the entire game. I don't think you could convince me that Necropolis is not number one. Like, you'd have to make a very strong case, and I don't think you can make that strong of a case for anything to be ranked higher than Necropolis. Like, just looking at everything, I'm pretty sure that would be like the right placement for Necropolis. Necropolis is pretty much number one, 100%, as far as I'm concerned. I don't think there's a good case to be made. Some of the other placements, I could be definitely convinced. Like, I'm still not like 100% sure that Dungeon is worth placing number 2, just because of their build evolution of things. Like, there's a little bit of a difficulty in reaching your optimal, power spikes. But I don't know if that's that hard. And the dungeon units, even unupgraded for the most part, are still fairly strong. Most of them you don't need to upgrade to necessarily make them worth it. I probably would still keep dungeon and level 2 Like second place. I think the more contentious one for me is like who's third place. I feel Rampart and Castle are pretty much neck and neck for that one, and I don't know like what would tip one over the other. I feel like those two are both really solid castles. I'm still personally leaning more towards Castle because I feel like their units are overall stronger overall and slightly more versatile. Slightly more versatile. Well, I know I wouldn't say versatile actually. I would say Rampart units are more versatile, but Castle units are more reliable and flexible in terms of like what builds they fit into and like what comps they fit into. Like they're just safe, strong units without like gimmicks or anything else, which makes them very reliable in that sense. Whereas Rampart units are a little bit more gimmicky. Like you have things with like a binding on the Dendroids, you have blind on unicorns, but also have aura resistance. That's really nice. You do have the double attack on Grand Elves, but you also have double attack on Marksmen, so I guess that would still go to Rampart just because it's a tier 3 versus a tier 2. But then you have Royal Griffin with unlimited retaliations. You have Crusaders with double attack. You have Zealots with no melee penalty and pretty solid range damage. Champions with Jousting are also really solid. Archangels with +2 morale, which also very valuable. Like I just feel like Castle would be number 3 and Rampart would be number 4. Like just on that front specifically as a castle. I feel like I'm pretty like fair in the evaluation. I feel like I don't think I'm being unfair if I place Rampart 4. Am I too biased? Am I letting my bias for and appreciation for Castle push it forward? Am I missing something, or like am I ignoring something? I feel like that's fair. I feel like it's fair to place Castle 3rd and Rampart 4th. I would say that those 4 are placed fairly. But I mean, I'm willing to concede that there may be something that I'm missing and that I'm not thinking of right now that could tip Rampart over Castle. I feel like they are close enough where, you know, a good case can be made as to why one is better than the other. Yeah, no, I would still probably place Rampart 4. I guess an argument could be made for Rampart. It has better economy. The units are slightly cheaper. The upgrade path isn't, the cost isn't as high as with Castle. Castle is pretty expensive overall. One of the most expensive in terms of resources. 40. No, because Rampart needs way too many crystals. That's way too much of one specific resource, and that cuts down on flexibility. And for Castle, most of the expenses and resources is really on the Archangels more than anything. No, I still think castle is fair to be number 3. I still think castle is fair to be number 3. And rampart would be number 4. It has better economy in terms of like resource management, resource gathering, and all of that, but it's way too heavily reliant on one resource, and it's way too like inflexible, I guess, overall a little bit. Although to be fair, like most of these crystals are also tied to the last tier unit, but I feel like just overall Gold Dragon isn't as strong of a unit as Archangel overall, first of all. Second of all, it's almost as expensive and prohibitive to acquire, not necessarily to get. Like once you have the building, it's not as expensive as the Archangels are. But some of the units in Rampart aren't like as solid. Like I feel like Castle is just that town that's like is just all around good. It's like it doesn't really fail on any front. It's just solid and just fits in almost anything. And the problem with that is that it's so solid and it's so all around that everything that comes short of it ends up below it. And it's not that everything else below Castle is trash. It's just Castle is like a solid 8 across the board. Like a solid 8 across the board with no real weaknesses. Or like the occasional 9 and 10 here as well. Like Archangels are really strong, but to be fair, they're also the most expensive 7-star unit in the game. So it does come at a cost. Right, that's the balancing. But like, it's just Castle is just fucking strong. It's just fucking strong. And the fact that you have the I believe it's also the fastest unit in the game at 18, right? Yeah, 18. Okay, Phoenix is faster, I guess, at 21. But I mean, most people don't use Phoenix at endgame anyway, because it's overall a weaker unit. I mean, it's so weak that it even has additional population compared to everything else. But like, yeah, sure, Phoenix is faster, but aside from that, like literally as in terms of like endgame units, Archangel is more likely to see play than Phoenix at any given point. And like of the like base units that you're gonna see in endgame, Archangel is the fastest. It's almost guaranteed to give you the first turn, which means you can buff debuff before the enemy, which that alone also makes them extremely valuable. Like, holy fuck, they're good. You know what I mean? Nothing else comes close. Archdevil is 17, I guess. That is good. But nobody really uses Archfiends in endgame because they have reduced luck. And I mean, reduced luck isn't the worst thing. It's not reduced morale at least. But nobody really uses Archdevils. I honestly... I mean, if you can amass a large enough number, sure, because they do have no retaliation. But yeah, I'm pretty confident in my top 4 and pretty confident in my bottom three, I would even say. Tower and Stronghold are the ones that I'm kind of like not really sure how I would place them in relation to everything else. I feel like Stronghold is overall not that great of a castle, but it has such an easy beeline to max level units. It's so easy to get to Behemoth Lair, and it's so unreliable, like doesn't rely on anything else. I mean, you have Goblin Barracks, Wolf Pen, you go into Cliff's Nest and into Behemoth Lair directly. Cliff's Nest is great with Thunderbirds anyway. And you're skipping Orc Tower, Ogre Front, and Cyclops Cave, which is the second. Like Orc Tower, you're sure you're gonna make on the side just because you need the ranged units. But you can skip Ogre Fort and Cyclops Cave, both which are relatively expensive. And Behemoth Lair fairly easy to get. And also has Freelancers Guild, which can be pretty nice in certain circumstances. The tower has more magic and stuff. It does have whatchamacallit, not a marketplace, artifact merchant. It has an artifact merchant. It does have that. It has the library. So like I wouldn't count it out. It does have overall one of the strongest tier 6 units compared to Strongholds. Cyclops is pretty good though, for especially for sieges. Ancient Behemoth is like ungodly strong just because of the defense down. If those Ancient Behemoths hit something, that thing is dead. Hey, another sea drop. Let's go. I think I have enough to MLB now. I think. I think I have enough to MLB one. So I need to keep 5, right? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if I mix 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that makes it 5. Yeah, okay. So I can MLB 1. And that keeps me at +5 still. Okay, cool. Formation, support setup. I forgot to put my support stuff. Okay. Why does nobody remind me that I forgot to do this? I put one more here. I don't need this, and I don't need this. There we go. There's my support setup. Fix that one as well. Do I have enough? I have 200. That was nice. I have 200. That's enough for that. And I got enough for the other things as well. I'm just gonna have to change most of these coins into the higher tier ones. And I guess we finished the node farming in particular here in time. I guess I can do a few more runs just to get a few more Tsukuma windows, mirrors. But we're done here, I guess. Okay, line up. Move this forward, I guess. Move this forward. And yeah, put Lauer in here. In the meantime. Cool. Yeah, that was nice to explore again, going down memory lane with heroes. I think the tower and stronghold are the more contentious ones for me, that I don't really know where to place. Like I don't have like I haven't made up my mind as to where those two would be in relation to everything else. I still feel like they're generally placed properly, like in the middle, but I don't know which one would be above which in that sense. I think they would be placed 5th and 6th. It's just the order that's kind of hard to decide. I feel like tower would probably go above just because it has access to low level archer, which gives it a good advantage early game on higher difficulties in particular. It allows you for a good start. You have a lot of spells that you can learn, which can potentially open you up later, you know. You have artifact merchant. Stronghold, actually, doesn't Stronghold also have artifact merchant? Or am I misremembering? Oh no, it has Freelancers Guild. It allows you to sell units, troops for resources. I don't know. Like, I'm kind of still placing Stronghold above Tower, but I feel like it's still pretty close. It's a slightly cheaper town overall to max out. And like, oh well, actually it's significantly cheaper to max out compared to Tower. But I mean, that's partly because of like Mage's Tower and stuff as well. Needs a lot of wood and ore, but those are relatively easy to come by early on in a good start to your game. No, I would probably place Stronghold above Tower, honestly. Honestly, I would probably place it above. Tower, I feel like just doesn't have enough good units overall. And they're all like, the good units are literally tier 6 and tier 7. And everything else is kind of just middling. Stronghold's units are also kind of more like late game, but at least you have Thunderbird at tier 5, which is really solid. Ogre Mage is decent as well, if for no other reason that it has Bloodlust. So Wolf Rider has double attack. It's a decent enough tier 2 unit. Nothing like really hard to write home about, but also not really weak. And you can beeline it to behemoths very easily. Like, I can't stress just how good that can be. Having a strong unit like that early on, relatively easy to come by and purchase and all of that. even if it falls off a little bit in some areas as a castle overall, I think, yeah, I think Stronghold is 5th. I think that is how I would place these. So it'd be Necropolis number 1, which is like bullshit S tier, get this thing out of my face. I don't want to see it. It's too broken. It's just in a league of its own. S tier doesn't even explain just how broken Necropolis, well, can be, I guess. Isn't always, but I mean, you have to be pretty bad at the game to fail with Necropolis, but not fail with any other castle. Like, if you fail with Necropolis, you more or less fail with any other castle as well. More or less. Right? Like, you have to be very, like, literally you just picked up the game and you don't know how the game functions. You have to be at that level to get a better experience with another castle than Necropolis. If you have even a basic understanding of the game, you know, Necropolis is gonna win. Easy, hands down, with Necromancy. It's just way too powerful. Okay, tier 2, wave 2. Like, I guess, like, the most beginner friendly town, I would still probably say is the castle. Even though it's really expensive late with the angels, everything up to that point is a very solid unit that you can rely on, and that's gonna perform pretty well in every scenario. Rampart is another one. Like, Rampart and Castle are probably like the most newbie friendly castles that you can pick up. I think those two are like the newbie friendly picks. Castle, I feel like, has the more solid units overall, but Rampart's units are just just a little bit stronger, and it has more like high mobility units that allow you to position yourself a little bit better. I mean, I say that, but then there's the Dendro, which basically do fuck all, but doesn't matter. And overall, the units aren't as expensive. Like, units across the board are cheaper with Rampart and Castle. So I guess if you're completely new to the game, maybe Rampart would come out on top of Castle. Maybe. But even then, like, tier 1 Halberder versus Centaur Captain, I guess I give that to Centaur Captain. Tier 2 Battle Dwarfs against Marksman, I honestly probably give that to the Marksman, because it is an archer with double shot. That one is fairly easy to quantify, I feel like. Wait, did I use all my buffs? No, I forgot to. Tier 3 is probably a little bit harder to give one way or another, but I would probably give it to the Grand Elves. Again, archer, double shot. Even though Royal Griffins are extremely good and no retaliation. Tier 4 Silver Pegasi versus Crusader is another tight one. I honestly don't know which one I would give it to, in all honesty. Crusader has double attack. And Pegasi have magic damper, which is potentially useful. But I don't think that's enough to really make them stand out. And Crusader, I feel like, is just... I probably would give that to the Crusader, honestly. Pegasi have mobility, but I feel like everything else just is better with the Crusader. And then you have the android soldiers versus zealots. I mean, realistically, I would give this to the zealots just because ranged unit, no penalty, yada yada yada. Obviously, the android units are stronger and have more HP, have more damage. It's just that they move so slow. So if you can't get them to move faster, especially against another player who's more or less guaranteed to cast slow, those units are sitting ducks. They're doing nothing for the rest of the game besides, you know, being chased around the map, or, you know, having them chase units around the map, I guess, around the grid without really ever reaching anything of consequence. So I would honestly give that to the zealots. And then you have champions and war unicorns. I mean, this one's kind of a toss-up. It really depends on what you value more. But I mean, in a tier 6 unit, you're looking mostly at value at that point. And yes, champions are more expensive, like quite a bit more expensive. But like sure, if we're talking about earlier in the game, like early game, yeah, unicorns probably win just because of cost effectiveness. But if we're talking mid to late game where resources stop being an issue, champion wins hands down. Better move, well, about the same movement. No, yeah, same movement. Just about the same health. Just about the same. Yeah. Damage is higher. Attack defense is higher. War unicorns, I guess, do have more HP once upgraded. Cavalry and champions are actually very close by, and just damage and speed that changes. Unicorns and warcorns, yeah, damage, speed, and health changes. No, damage stays the same actually. Yeah. I would probably give that to the champions as well. And then gold dragons versus archangel. In most scenarios, archangel wins that one as well. You could, in some cases, you could say the gold dragon's better, but tit for tat, archangel 100%. So like, just looking at everything, it's like, yeah, I would still say castle is the newbie friendly choice. Almost anyone can pick it up and do well with castle. And there's not much you can do wrong with castle. It also doesn't have high tier mages hall. It's limited to tier 4 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, not tier 5. It allows you access to almost everything you need. The only spells you wouldn't be able to get that's like core are fly and dimension door, but you can always get that from other castles. So it's like it has the most important tier 4. Because that's where you're looking for, fishing for town portal. So yeah, and most of the relevant buffs are tier 1, 2, 3. Their mages guild also doesn't have any like useful banned spells compared to some of the other castles. Not all of them. Like, you know, for instance, dungeon bans prayer. Necropolis bans prayer, bless, and cure. So you can't get those. Ramparts pretty fine. Doesn't really have, like, castle and rampart both have good selection of spell access. They don't really ban anything relevant realistically. Stronghold. I mean, Stronghold's limited to level 3 anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Tower is fine too. Conflux is, you know, most of them have the same like banned list of skills that you can learn. But I mean, yeah, and Inferno also, yeah, Bless and Prayer is also banned. Like that's I guess the main downside of Necropolis. You don't have access to Bless and Prayer. Cure also. But yeah, I definitely say Castle is hands down the easiest castle to pick up. The only real downside to it is the cost of, like, the gold cost specifically. But I generally feel like gold is the least like troublesome resource to get early to mid game. Well, okay, then maybe that's exaggerated. Gold is very valuable early on, but it's like something that's readily accessible. Not in large amounts, but it's readily accessible compared to like gems and crystals and all of that stuff. And Castle isn't really reliant on those. That's the thing. It really isn't reliant on those. The things that use up those resources the most is building the altar for angels. Realistically, Portal of Glory is the money hog, and Mage's Tower, which Mage's Tower is applicable to everyone. Like, most of your cost is in one building, and everything else is relatively easy accessible. Like, I just think Castle is the way to go if you're new to the game. Unless we talk about Necro, but of course we don't talk about Necro, because that one does have a little bit of a learning curve because of how it works, and it doesn't have that great units early on. Like I said, tier 2 is kind of trash. Tier 3 is also kind of trash. Like, not trash, but pretty close to trash. Tier 2 and tier 3, they're kind of just realistically just sponges for attacks. And you'll often end up relying on them to die so that your main units don't die. And the biggest issue for Necro, especially for a new player, is that they only have liches as a ranged unit, and you have to wait until level 5 to get them. And they're also expensive to get because it's a tier 4 dwelling. 5 dwelling. It's a tier 5 dwelling that uses up a lot of like basic resources. To create the basic thing require a lot of resources. It's like 10 sulfur or something. It's actually kind of insane how hard it is to get liches in the initial stages. So you don't have an archer until level 5, and it's hard to get, and it's not really that great unless you can amass them. I mean, they can actually be pretty good, but yeah, it's a little bit more tactical with them, because you want to clump units together to use the death cloud from them, and you kind of want to, move around with your other units basically to get to position yourself favorably. Like, Necropolis spirals out of control, but it does start a little bit slow, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can set yourself up for running behind, at which point if you don't snowball early enough, everything else up to that point, like, it just keeps you lower level I guess, relative to other players, especially if you can't find the artifacts for the set. to increase your necromancy. Mm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, go with this. But God forbid you snowball. Really, that's all I have to say. God forbid you snowball. Because if you do, nobody else will want to play with you ever again. It's really that kind of an experience playing against Necro. Really. I mean, no wonder people are banning it usually. It's really like it reminds me now that, like, thinking back to it, this was Heroes 3 was my first like experience, so to speak, like my first interaction with quote unquote competitive gameplay, in a sense, with, like, you know, banned lists and stuff like that, like no necropolis or like no artifact this and things like that. This was my Pokemon growing up, I guess, in that sense. Dude, I can't believe I've just been speaking for almost 3 hours about Heroes 3. Oh boy. I really do love this game. And my throat hurts, honestly. I've been talking way too much overall. Probably could have used a warmer drink. But I mean, it's almost about time to call it a day, Alex, actually, because it's 7 a.m. I actually went a little bit longer than yesterday. I will actually be streaming today as well, most likely. You know, honestly, I might just be streaming today as well. Just because, you know, you got a lot of farming to do. I think I'm gonna be doing FGO tonight as well, but I'm not 100% sure. I might just take a break this evening, I think, from FGO, maybe, and just relax with something else. Yeah, give me a second. Okay. I might just be playing something else today, I think, just to take a break and take my mind off a little bit from it. Might just jumping. What? Maybe Rise. Maybe do a little bit of Rise. There's a new event quest, an annoying one from what I heard. Right? I think that we got a double Rajang in the arena. So that's kind of painful and annoying. Double Rajang. And it's double Furious Rajang at that, if I'm not mistaken. So that one's gonna be annoying. On the other hand, good thing I made my new like semi-invincible build. And I guess I can put that to the test and see how it performs. Like, that is a pretty good measuring bar. Obviously my damage is kind of low because of it, but maybe we can still make it work. I am not looking forward to doing that one solo, I'll be honest though. Solo Furious, double Furious Rajang solo in an arena, like, what? That one's gonna test my patience, I feel like, quite a bit. I think that one's gonna be the real test. It's probably gonna be a shorter stream though, not as long as this farming session stuff. I do want to rest my throat a little bit because it's been 2 days of like 6+ hours nonstop, almost nonstop talking as well, with very little breaks. So if even if I do stream tonight, it's gonna be a relatively short one. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna leave it as a guerrilla stream for now. I don't know if it's gonna happen or not, and I don't wanna commit to it before I've actually had a little bit of time to rest up. But it's probably gonna be a little bit of a Rise girly stream, most likely. I'm gonna try my best to keep you guys entertained tonight as well. And for this run, we will have more or less finished right before daily reset. Bum, 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 bum. I think I might just gonna try and install Heroes 3 today and see if I can get it to work. Okay, Apex. Catch you later, man. Enjoy your night, I guess. Good night. I guess that's the best way of putting it. And I'll catch you later on Discord and stuff. Rest well, buddy. And the date updated just in time. Yep. Come on, game. Why did you have to break like this? Oh my god, it's been 8 hours. 8 hours. No wonder my throat hurts. Okay, daily stuff. Ticket. Yay. More of this, more of that. If these reset, yes, and those two I'm gonna have to do. And besides that, oh, those are still not ready. Oh, I'm guessing I might just have to finish the quests. The top one probably unlocked now. Victory party, let's go. Smile some more, boys. I know what I said. Bad sieve. General midterm warfare. What is it? I know you could be so, if you know, thoughtful. You want a piece of me, Selt? I'm sure she would know about that sort of thing. I wouldn't have guessed that about you in a million years, but it does make sense when you think about it. You guys want me to Clarent all your asses? Is that it? Never mind. You all seem like you could take a Clarent to the face and be standing when the dust settled. Hang on, I just had a revelation. You can all take a hit from my Clarent. Why shouldn't I go ahead and cut loose? Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going. Know what? I'm gonna go for it. Come to me, Red Lightning. Stupid Mordred. Would you just chill for a minute? Damn. Whoa, whoa, let's just take it easy, okay? Is there, comrade? Deep breath, deep breath. Well, anyone disagree with me? Of course, for example, what if? Nope. Yeah. I'd love to hear what you and Mash thought about all this too. Confab after you get back. You got it. What's happened? Since we came here, but at least the grill front is now over. I haven't gotten all my pieces, but I will get them shortly. I have an idea for a new grill front, but it would involve fierce competition for magical energy resources. There's no way to know when I may be able to. Another grill front? The Holy Grail War Simulator is now run. We still need you to be an advisor. See, an advisor, huh? Right, of course. Well, in that case, I suppose my effort wasn't for nothing after all, and if it will help Kaldia bolster its fighting forces further, I certainly have no objections. I've already received a fine reward in this outfit, my self-care regimen, if you will. Since I'm truly in Tamamo Cat's debt, I'll have to be nice to any other cats I meet from now on. This first round of the Grail Front has turned out wonderfully. On that note, looks like we got a special new regular event to look forward to. Let's make sure they're all as successful as this one. Yeah! New event. Okay, can I buy the stuff from the shop now? Okay. Yeah, I have 2 more Grail Front that I hope to go through. Okay, buy this, buy this, buy this, and buy this. And with that, I think we cleared everything that we wanted to from the shop. Pieces, monuments, we have enough. Okay, so we're switching all of this, more or less, and this, more or less, and this for now. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. This is the last phase, and we have 7 days on the last phase. Cool. Let me just do my foes here to get these. Okay, 1800. Nice. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, that's all good. Stop burning cell. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me scroll down a bit. There we go. And now drag all the way down. That's another 120. There we go. Okay, cool. We've done everything. I'm gonna have to do the Grail fonts. I'm probably gonna do those off stream. Try and get those done. Progress through these, and then can go back to farming this probably on Monday. And tonight I'm probably gonna jump into Monster Hunter a little bit, most likely. But for now, I'm probably gonna go rest a little bit and get better a little bit for tonight. Normally I don't stream on Sundays, but I'm making an exception this time. So yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it very much. Hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed our talks about the various different games, especially the Heroes talk and all that. And I will see you all next time. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.